taxing wealthy people.
Said, Steve, that it would follow that they would pay 90% and the others would pay the other 10%.
All right, fine. It only follows if you believe that the federal income tax should be flat, not progressive. It only follows, right? Okay. So 80%, then it would be 80%. But that would mean that the federal income tax was flat, not at all progressive. And there's very few people who don't believe that wealthy people should pay a greater fraction. Now, how much greater we can talk about, but I think most people agree that wealthy people should pay a greater percentage of their income than poor people. Doesn't that make sense?
Well, they do.
A greater percentage.
John, they do. They do.
No, but they do. And it's quite a bit more, right?
Well, John, I said in hour number 2 that our highest tax rate right now, and I asked people to fact check me, is 38%. And as you said, the average person pays 20%. So
yeah, 15,
the wealthy do pay a higher tax. I want to say
no, but wealthy don't pay 37% in income tax. Nobody pays 37%. I know that's the highest.
If I'm not mistaken, if you make more than $400,000 a year, you can fact check me on this. You are put at a higher tax rate of 37-38%.
You think that Elon Musk pays 37% of his income in federal income taxes? Is that right?
I didn't say that.
But that's my point is I don't
his tax basis rate would be 37-38%.
Well, then why doesn't he pay 37%?
Well, I don't know. Why don't you tell us? You're the one that said 10 minutes ago.
Well, you know why he
No. You're the one that said 10 minutes ago that if you're going to talk about that he should pay higher taxes, you should know how much he personally makes. So how much does he make and how much does he pay in taxes?
Well, I don't know, but he's worth...
Well, then based on what you said 10 minutes ago, you should be commenting on it.
Let's do a simple order of magnitude calculation. He's worth nearly $1 trillion.
No, what he's worth is not how much he makes. So that's strike one.
But if he is worth $1,000 billion, then he must be in some sense making at least
No, that's not true. What if he made it all through? What if he made it all through last year and then this year he lost money? That's not true.
No, you can't be worth $1 trillion without accumulating it over the course of his life.
Like I said, he maybe have made money his entire life through last year and then lost money this year. Isn't that possible?
Okay, yes, of course. But if somebody has, let's just make this simple. If somebody has $1,000 billion, $1,000 billion, and they've had about 30 or 40 years to get to that point.
By the way, 1,000 billion is a trillion. John knows
that's a trillion. That's about a trillion. Elon Musk about.
Fine. So let's say he's worth $1 trillion. Fine. Yeah. Go ahead.
And he's had 30 or 40 years to get there.
Fine.
Then every year, on average,
yes,
he has to be making about $30 billion.
Which he paid his taxes through last year. Now this year...
Okay, but wait a minute. So you're claiming that last year, let's suppose last year...
No, I'm not claiming anything. And by the way, John, hang on, give me 15 seconds, John.
Okay.
C4T and Jarl, we have not forgotten about you.
Well, Kathmandu spoke and Jarl's new on stage.
Oh, okay. Well, Jarl, we're going to give John another minute or two, then we'll come back to John because I think he wants another fresh ride. John, let me tell you what I'm claiming. Elon Musk, been in business for, let's just say 30 years, for the hell of it. He's made a gazillion dollars and he's worth $1 trillion through today. And let's say every year he's been profitable. But this year, he's lost money. I mean, except for the satellites, and John, you know this, SpaceX has lost money. That being said, so he's made gazillions of dollars for 30 years of his life, and he loses money this year. Go ahead.
I think I give up. I think people who I think there are people who understand what I'm trying to say.
I understand what you're trying to say. regardless of how much money he makes in this fiscal year, he's worth $1 trillion, so he should still pay taxes. That's what you're saying.
Let me just try this for the last thing. If you think that he's subject to 37% taxes, then in order to get to $1 trillion, he has to have made at least $1 trillion. He may have lost some money some years, but he has to make at least $1 trillion
through last year, which he's already been taxed for.
Okay, fine. So you think that he has already been taxed on $1 trillion? That means that he has already paid $370 billion in federal income taxes. That's nuts. Elon Musk hasn't paid anything close to $370 billion in federal income taxes.
Yeah, but you're being somewhat disingenuous, and I'll tell you why. Because you're comparing his net worth to the money he's made. And we said this yesterday.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll give you.
We said the following yesterday, that Jeff Bezos purposely capped his annual salary at under $100,000. I think we said $82,000. Now, is he making more than $82,000 a year? Well, of course he is, because of the value of Amazon. He's making hundreds of millions of dollars each year, but it's being put back into Amazon. He's not making it on his personal net worth, and this is where all the loopholes follow. This is why I specifically said 5-10 minutes ago that the Amazon Corporation in the past, what did I say, 5 years, has paid $32 billion in taxes. Is this a fair system? Arguably not. But John, you know how to change the system. Change the tax code.
Well, so I will just. I said I was just going to end, but I'll just end.
Okay.
My main point at the beginning was primarily this: that if the top 2% of wage earners make 40% of every dollar made by anybody, 40% of all of the money made by everybody in the United States, then the bare minimum share, their bare minimum share of the federal income tax burden should be 40%. When you just say, well, the top 2% pay 40% of all taxes, that by itself.
But also, as you said,
let me just finish this one sentence.
Sure.
That statement by itself is meaningless until you know what share of income they make. And if they make 40% of all income, then they're not paying 1 penny more than their, quote, flat share. If you think that's fair, if you think that federal income tax should be flat, that everybody should pay a fixed percentage of their income, then 40% of all federal income taxes is the bare minimum that top 2% should be paying.
And as you also said, John, if you don't know what percentage of the total income they make is, you shouldn't be commenting on their percentage of tax. That's exactly what you said.
Right, but you shouldn't be wild.
Don't forget Jarl over them.
We're going to go to Jow. I wasn't saying Jow we whiz. I was just giving facts. You're giving opinions. I was giving facts.
It seemed like a fact intended to push back at Andrew's statement that they should be paying
more.
more.
My facts have a lot of intentions. Trust me. John, thank you. I love having you on the show. You keep me in check, and you are amazing. I love John being on the show. Jarl, I'm so sorry that you've had to wait this long. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, no worries. I'm pretty passionate about the topic, and the number that people always bring up often, because we don't have all of Elon's tax numbers, is in 2018. In 2018, he paid what's known as a true tax rate of 3.27%. My understanding is there are years where he pays a higher percent, around 10 or 15, and there are years where he pays less than that, which is less than what you and I pay when we pay our taxes. So, in his lifetime, Elon Musk has paid a percentage-wise, less taxes than you or I. That's a fact. The other thing is,
before you go on, why don't you educate me and everybody else? What is the definition of a quote true tax rate, close quote?
it takes into consideration not just your income, but like things like your assets gaining value, corporate, assets gaining value, and I assume other forms of income that are not taxed or should be taxed. So it takes into account all of it.
So what if I understand you correctly, and I might not, when it comes to someone like Jeff Bezos, who has capped his salary at $82,000, and yet Amazon has continued to grow, he has not only reinvested all of the 90% of his income or 99% of his income back into Amazon, and then rather than taking out cash deductions or cash withdrawals, he has taken loans, which therefore are not counted as income. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, you're one step ahead of me, Steve, but 100%.
How about that?
100%.
I kind of know what the fuck is going on. Please continue.
That's exactly what the problem is that if you're extremely rich, you can take out a loan, and then instead of paying taxes, you get a tax return, right? And so these people will never pay taxes. They'll just keep putting it on loans and doing these weird tax loopholes and shifting it to other countries. And last thing I want to say, you're spot on, Steve. That's exactly what's happening. The last thing I wanted to say is, in America, Elon is probably his companies are the largest recipients, or one of the largest recipients, of taxpayer dollars in the forms of subsidies for his rocket ships, subsidies for his electric cars. So America are taxing poor people, taking poor people's money, and then giving it to Elon Musk, and then not taxing him. That's free market capitalism in America, baby. Incomplete.
I like that you ended your statement with baby. Let me give you a standing ovation. Wonder where you got that from. Thank you very much. Note to Mod Squad, don't invite anybody up. We'll get our closing thoughts soon. Let's say hello to, is it Indigena? Is that correct?
Indiana.
Welcome to the show. You get a fresh five. What would you like to talk about?
I don't need a fresh five. I was going to slap you on the cheeks and leave.
And hopefully it's the cheeks below my waist.
Yeah.
Love that. Thank you.
Shaved and you lotioned.
Yes, exactly. And in fact, I can hear the slap right now. Love that. Feels real good. Thank you. Okay. And our last news speaker is Royvis. Royvis, good morning. You have a fresh five. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. I was just seeing if I could sneak in last minute. I got in.
Yeah, fresh five. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Elon Musk borrowed a bunch of money to buy Twitter, right? Isn't that what he did? Like, he kind of took out a huge loan.
If I remember correctly, his purchase price was $42 or $44 billion.
Yeah, but did he take out a loan? Yes or no?
Yeah.
He had investors and he borrowed money, but he was clearly worth more than the purchase price. The answer is yes. We'll get back to you in Gina. The answer, Royvis, is yes. He borrowed money. Most people that make purchases like that do not take 100% cash out of the money they have. They normally seek investors, normally seek loans, normally do stock transfers, etc. The answer is yes. He borrowed money to purchase Twitter. Yes. Cool. All right, that's it. Okay. Let's then go back up to the top. We'll go in reverse order. John, would you like to say goodbye to closing thought?
Well, okay, so I was just looking. There is a thing I put in the chat, and it shows, according to it, I think these people do a pretty good job of analyzing IRS data. According to them, in 2023, the top 1% of all wage earners earned a little over 20% of all income. Let's see, 20.6%.
Can you check it for the top 2%, please? Can you just replace one with
Well,
the 2?
this one doesn't give the top 2%, because top 1, top 5, top 10, etc.
Okay.
The link is there. You can take
What does it say top 5? What does it say top 5?
So top 5 makes 36% of all income.
And I said that the top 5 paid 60% of all taxes.
That's true. They do pay 60% is right.
So they are paying twice as much as they make.
They're paying quite twice as much, but you're right. If they were paying twice as much,
No. Yeah. The way I said it was wrong, but you said that if they're making 30%, they should pay at least 30%, and in this case, they are.
Well, they're making 36% is all.
And they're paying considerably more than 36%.
No, that's right. No, I never said they weren't.
No, I know that. They should.
They weren't. I just wanted to point out that to simply say that some group pays 40% of all income taxes is meaningless without knowing what share of income.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you.
And so I would just in saying goodbye, I would point out this is a good one to look at, because I think it is not written by people who are sympathetic to higher.
Give us the name of the site again, please. Give us the name of the site.
It's called the National. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Anyway, I think it's called the National Taxpayer Union Foundation.
All right.
And it gives solid data.
I like
I'm
that.
not sure
I like
what
that.
their take is. And I just point out, I mean, that what has happened over the last 50 years is that the top bracket, of course, has pretty consistently fallen. It's about half what it used to be. It used to be 70% 50 years ago. It's 37% now. And during that same time, the share of income by the top earners has skyrocketed. Well, top 1% makes an enormously greater fraction of all income.
Actually, John, it used to be up to 90%. It started at 90% in World War II.
Well, so this is talking about 50 years ago. It was at one point 90%.
I think it stayed at 90% through the 60s.
I think so too. But
you go ahead.
60 or 70 years ago, it dropped dramatically. In the 70s. So and 80s, I guess I should say.
Yes, sir.
But anyway,
yes, sir.
the point is that it has been the case for a long time that the top 1% pays a little less. So whatever share they make of income, they pay a little less than twice that share of income taxes. So their share of income taxes has skyrocketed, but it's not because of income tax things. It's because their share of income has skyrocketed. The top 1% makes an enormously larger share of all income today than they did 50 years ago.
John, thank you very much. Appreciate that. First class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Let's now go to Andrew. Would you like to say goodbye, Andrew?
Yeah, everybody have a great rest of your day, whatever you're doing, and we'll catch up to you later.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. First class escort to the VIP. C4T, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I think that it's important that, building off the point you made earlier about not being scared of AI, but using it as a tool in which you understand its use case and what its limitations are, and it's kind of like a hammer, like the way you use it, in a sense. But also, I think we should, not be so obsessed about, look at what AI can do, but how can we leverage AI with our own talents, and how can that empower each of us in our communities? And also, I touched on points about food security, and it'd be nice if we can leverage AI not just for how can we provide access to clean food and even the sanitation services, like, you know, like we really need to think about, you know, what's going to happen and how to make the best of it, you know. And yeah, I'll end there.
Thank you, first class escort to the VIP. Really quickly before we continue, five states that do not impose a statewide sales tax. And again, California, outrageous where I live. California has, I believe, a 10.5% sales tax, as well as a 13.5% income tax. Yuck. 5 states that don't have a sales tax: Alaska, Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon. Oregon does not have a sales tax. And by the way, many people live in northern Oregon specifically because Oregon does not have strike that. Many people live in southern Washington state because Oregon does not have a sales tax, and Washington does not have a state income tax. So they live in Washington, southern Washington. They don't pay state income tax. And then when they do their shopping, they drive over the border to the Costco at Oregon, and they don't pay the sales tax. I think another state or two does that as well. Jarl, would you like to say goodbye? Jarl, would you like to say goodbye?
Yep. Tax the rich. Thanks, guys. Peace.
There you go. Tax the rich. First class escort to the VIP. Rob from the rich, give to the poor. Who said that? Robin Hood or whatever?
Yeah, that would be Robin Hood. He's Robin Hood.
I know.
Men in tights.
The men in tights. Alfonso, you've been quiet all this time with the fam bam. We'll give you an Alfonso going once and Alfonso going twice. Alfonso has too much time with the fam bam. Let's go to Violet. Violet, thank you for doing the heavy lifting today. Would you like to say goodbye?
I was glad to do the heavy lifting along with JCC. That barbell is a heavy thing, so it definitely, I'm glad to have him by my side. Great show today, Steve. I am, as always, looking forward to next weekend, and I hope in the meantime everybody has a great week, a safe week, and see everybody next week.
And last but not JCC.
Once again, a great 3-hour tour. Miami Meadow was very calm and collected on uncharted waters. Steve did a great job in the major lifting portion of the slow part of the show. And Violet, as always, I enjoy co-modding with you. You did wonderful, and it was awesome. We had some good combos, AI mainly, and the fear of it, not to fear of it, taxing the rich, not taxing the rich. Oh my goodness, not much discussion about the existence of a God. But anyway, it was a great room, great show.
Are you working 30 years for a house that belongs to a judge? The second your heart skips a beat, most of you are walking around proud of a clear title. Don't be a fucking idiot. A title in your name is just a target. A will? That's not a plan. It's a formal invitation for $600 an hour leeches to bleed your kids dry for 2 years straight while they sit on the sidewalk. Here is how you stop the slaughter. Rip your name off that deed. Move the house into a revocable living trust.
Today's show was amazing.
You keep the
There's
key,
nothing
the
left
state
to be
loses the
said
target.
except
Use joint tenancy with rights to survivorship as your backup. It transfers property to your heirs on the spot. Zero court, zero bullshit. 3, weaponize your life insurance by naming the trust as the beneficiary. This pays off the mortgage and taxes tax-free, leaving your kids a fortress instead of a legal battle. Stop being a line item in the probate file. The orange card is active. The fuck are you working 30 years for a house that belongs to a judge the second your heart skips a beat? Most of you are walking around proud of a clear title. Don't be a fucking idiot. A title in your name is just a target. A will? That's not a plan. It's a formal invitation for $600 an hour leeches to bleed your...
I am Mm-hmm.
Him dying happens like immediately after. Like neither text is ruling out that he said other things after this.
I'm getting Sassana down memories.
We found it yet, dude? Good. Sorry. Guess we'll take that as a no.
I guess so.
I mean, look, I know it's not that.
Dude, I told you I'm typing. Just relax a second. It's really fucking hard to do with the little button.
Oh my goodness. Okay. We've had like 3 conversations in which you're supposed to be typing this out. Like what are you typing that's taking so long?
A contradiction. You know, if he's typing in the chat, it is really hard to like unmic while you're doing it. The little button disappears.
Oh man, you know what it is? He's yeah, she's no. What are you doing? Oh, for a second I was like, yeah, she's definitely she spreads a lot of love. Like she's good vibes, isn't she? I mean, I can see what you're saying. Mo's good vibes. Hey, we've got Larry here too. By the way, folks, we got a trifecta because you know my last name. So we got Larry, Mo, and Dr. Curly. Awesome. That is a trifecta and a half. Oh, welcome everyone. Holy cow. Must be that other clusterfuck of a room ended. Now you're all looking through your next train wreck. Welcome.
Holy cow, you're supposed to say, holy cow.
Oh. Good morning.
Morning. I figured I'd come up and say hi.
So, for all of you who were at the clusterfuck this morning, was it everything you hoped for? Was it everything you dreamed of? The narcissist and the religious snake oil peddler? Did you get everything you needed from those 2 fucking shite?
Hey, one thing I was thinking when you said about like wanting to control everybody, I was just thinking how when he goes, okay, unmute right now, unmute, like doesn't give the other mods a second. I'm just like,
yeah.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, it's like you have to be like at a drop of a dime. You have to be right there.
You don't even know what it's like behind the scenes. You don't even know. I'm telling you, because I did this. I was helping him out for like half a year. That's all I lasted, was half a year. And I was punished 2 times with like severe consequences for going against the whatever. And then the 3rd time, as I was trying to explain to him how to fix something that he asked for a solution for, I got booted permanently. And I feel really proud that it took me like 6 months to basically just be I couldn't conform. I didn't want to conform. I refused to conform. And it didn't work out for us. But along the way, I discovered that his right-hand man is a full-on liar about his degree. And, that he's kind of like a controlling narcissist. So, it's like, live and learn.
Good riddance, right?
Good riddance. No, I feel like, weirdly, I sound resentful, but actually at this point, I don't even think about it. I'm much more, I am much more solid in my interpretation of what happened now. Initially, I was like, God, what did I do? This is ridiculous. You know, it was really grinding on that one. But then after a while, it's just like, who fucking cares, man? Hang out with these people in real life. I keep a much better. My circle of trust in real life are, you know, they're people that I can count on, who I care about me. You know what I mean? I don't like to have people in my life who try to throw their toxic snot all over me. So fucking suck a bucket dicks. I'm serious too. I'm pretty fierce in real life, but like in a loving way. I'm fiercely loving, like in a good. I was talking to Pauline this morning, and I was telling her, I was like, look, we're together. We've chosen this. So my decision for this relationship is that there's 1,000 things, 1,000 critiques I could easily say, but really, all I want to do is lift you up. All I want to do is be loving to you. That's my agenda. If you're having a bad day, I'm going to be here. You know, if you need me, you can ask for anything. I'll do my best to meet you there. And I don't want to be the one tearing you down. There are too many people in the world who can easily do that. And that's how I want to live out my relationships. What do you think?
100 agree. Me and my husband argue a lot, and it's really over the same old stupid little bullshit. But I tell him all the time, I'm like, if we're going to spend time together, I'm like, let me think. I'm like, you know, I need to, I'm like, when I'm around you, I don't want to argue. Like, this is a waste of time and energy. And when we argue, it makes me not want to be around you. And then I avoid you, so I want to stay away. I'm like, I don't want it to be like that, you know? There's one thing is, he just is one of those people that like to be a shit. And he just, I don't know, can just be harsh with his words a bit. And it's just very negative a lot too, you know? And I'm like, I don't need the negativity. I'm like, I already feel like shit half the time. I'm like, there's no sense in like, you know, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. Well, no. I do. I know exactly what you're saying. This is the way I put it sometimes when I'm, you know, it's like, how do I be careful in a way that's respectful, but also just kind of honest? I don't think I should have to not be honest about who I am and the way my relationships go. But so I've said this before, something to the effect of any critique that you may offer me thinking you are being helpful, just know I've already thought about it and I can't get rid of that thought. Like, I'm constantly thinking the thing you probably want to point out to me as like some novel new idea. So, you know, if you could just maybe reframe that in a way that like is more uplifting, I would appreciate it. But you do you. You know, I can't, you know, I'm not going to try to change you, but I'm just like, you know, here's the feedback. I know. Also, I do not consent to this interaction if it's going to remain in like you being critical and me having to just sit here and receive this nonsense that I'm already aware of. You're not my supervisor at work. You're not my supervisor at school. This is not constructive. This is not helpful. This just hurts. So would you like to continue, or would you like to maybe change directions? What do you think?
I think that's great. I mean, it's like, you know, if the approach isn't working the way, then try a different approach, right?
Right. You know, and then other times it's just like, everything feels so light and wonderful, and you just feels like you don't have to sort of be explicit and remind people of all that stuff. But I don't know. Why make it any easier for people who want to just like shit on your day? Why make it any easier for them to have access to you? You know, I think most of us are pretty solid grounded. We know we're decent people. We know we're imperfect. We're not trying to make people feel bad. And, you know, there's some people that are, you know, as they say, hurting, and therefore they hurt other people. But it's not for you. You're not their messiah. You're not their therapist. You're not even their friend if it's Clubhouse. You're just a voice. And it's like, I really think I need to give you time in my world if that's what you're here to do. It's like that crazy person that came in yesterday. We gave him his minute of fame with us. I don't know if you were here, Mo, for that guy who was from, where your neighborhood was or whatever, and he was hanging out for a bit. And then the second I was like, the second I mentioned I was a Freemason, oh my God, it's like we triggered his QAnon crazy. He just went fucking nuts and started saying all this crazy shit. And then I was like, I took the pro approach where I was like, okay, let's just see how deep this rabbit hole goes. So I didn't kick him. I just listened. There were a lot of very rational, intelligent people in the room, so they fully handled him just fine. But eventually, it was just like, now this is all we're talking about. So then I booted him. It's kind of like that. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah, but I had to leave, so I wasn't here during all that.
He went off the deep end. He went like way off the deep end. It was really, it was funny, but I also don't really get a whole lot of pleasure out of the like, I'm smarter than you kind of vibes, or we're smart and you're not, so you can't be here. I'm not kind of into that vibe either, which is why I can't hang out in some of those other rooms that even some of our friends hang out in, because I'm not into the like, we're secretly just making fun of you, even though it sounds like we're curious about your life vibes. I think that's a pretty low vibe too. So, I'm not trying to be above that either. I'm just saying, we don't do anything profound over here. I'm just saying if we could come in as equals and just, not hurt each other, that'd be cool. I think that's a success. This is, Mo, I appreciate you being a little open with me, just because I feel like you kind of let me open up a little bit too. So thanks for that.
Well, you just had to tell them, hey, we only positive intention, only positive vibes are allowed. You can't abide by that. Well, it's like you, then you're banned from the kingdom.
Oh shit! Crazy lady. Maybe I should make you the mod. That's the kind of attitude I like. Crazy lady's coming at you. She's gonna be the muscle of this operation.
No, but that's what boundaries are for.
Yeah.
These are the rules okay. And for those that don't understand that, okay, these are the rules of engagement.
Yeah.
You cannot abide by these rules. Well, then check it out. I'm not giving energy.
It's tough sometimes. You know what's tough is when you really care about someone and things just start to twizzle off the deep end. You're just like, oh man.
I know, I love you, James, and it's twizzling off.
Yeah, that word I don't know where that word came from, twizzle. It just felt like the right thing to say.
Twizzlers and fizzles.
So hey,
Mo
yeah.
Mo's reciprocal. She's good.
Reciprocal, that's a good word. Reciprocal, that's the kind of relationship I think is a good, you want to build reciprocal. As long as the reciprocal isn't, the
toxic.
dirty, toxic, yeah. Right.
Hey, you guys are just pushing me in my head, okay? So
I love that. Yeah. I want to welcome the Anon here. We love our Anons. The more Anons, the better. Come on. If you're on stage, you have a plus. You can just Anon up. It's like a great way to show us that you care. It means there are paid users. So more paid users in here, the more value we have to the app. You don't have to be Anon, but it's safe. It's safe here. Yeah. If you want to come up, feel free to come up, folks. There's nothing fancy going on here. You can listen if you want. There's nothing fancy.
I know I'm new, so I need like a little while.
Wait, so you're not new to the Crazy Lady? Are you really new to the app? Honestly?
Yeah.
You see that
for real? No, I used to be over at Podbean, but they took away their live features, so I stopped paying them. I'm like, hey, you're doing away with that.
What's Podbean?
It's like a pod. It's like you do podcasts on there, but they have like a live feature where we had a panel of 8, and we had the chat, but you could hang out or do whatever, have discussions about whatever.
I think Clubhouse is an interesting place when you're first coming onto it, because it is a little bit of like I think Indihina was saying on TikTok too. It's kind of like you just get a bunch of random stuff and you have to start to figure out how to curate it. And it's a bit confusing. I mean, I find that I don't really find a lot of, like, if I'm going to a room that I'm not hosting, I don't usually find them in my feed. I usually have to scroll through my friends that are online and see where they are, and then I'll check out where they are. That's usually the way I do it. I kind of find the feed to be a bit useless. Have you? Oh, look at it.
Yeah, well, but they did away with their live feature, so yeah, it became more because a friend of mine who was a fellow probably found this, so we were trying it out. So far, we're like we would do like a weekly trivia show. It was just a little family.
Have you been to?
We were homeless, and we're looking for a home.
Yeah. Did you find? Oh shoot! The evening comedy show. We just had him here a few days ago. Hold on. I'm trying to. I know his name. This is who this is. Hold on. I'll tell you. His name is Kevin. Runs a bunch of evening for me on the West Coast. Evening kind of comedy rooms. Does like there's a few. There's like improv comedy rooms. Those can. I mean, if you're into doing kind of the fun experiential things, there's a couple of being surrounded by little kids. I gotta get out of here. I don't like that. Okay. So that was weird. All of a sudden, there was just like all these tween voices screaming at each other, but surrounding me. Okay. So I'm with. Yeah. So have you done any of those entertainment rooms that they have on this app? Those. I don't know.
I found a music show that where they revisit, like they choose different decades and stuff of music.
Nice. Oh yeah, that's what's her face. Mo was hosting that room up until just like this week, right?
What room? Sorry, I was distracted.
Music room. What?
Yeah, with Friday nights. It's it's Coalition. You did that, right?
Yeah, I did that. Well, I didn't do it this past week because Brandy Carlisle's here, and they're just a lot of women that are needy.
Oh,
that think they're better.
Hey John, you like that photo that you have on your profile right now was one of the ones where I was still trying to get the thing to do what you asked for. And it kind of merged her outfit with the disco outfit, so it left her with the fanny pack, which I thought was kind of funny.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. It's funny. There's one picture. The one picture where it gave me a blonde page boy. It is the best capture of what she actually looked like.
Right, because I fed it your exact. Because here's the thing: either you get it in the first try or two, or it's kind of like back to the drawing board. So by the time you were saying that's not quite right, fine tune it, it lost the plot, and that's when it gave you her hair. Yeah,
I've seen that too. You tell it things, and you have to be so specific. I mean, you just have to be so ridiculously specific that it's just not possible. You just have to forget everything. Let's start over, right?
Also, he left your beanie on her.
Yeah.
Your beard and hair there looks like George Carlin or something.
Well, the beard, actually, that's not the best. The best picture of me was the first one. The first one he gave was kind of amazing. I still don't quite understand. What did you feed it to get? Was it just that picture of me as a 20-year-old? Is that all you fed?
Are you saying the first one I gave you yesterday was the best one?
You sent me yesterday.
Okay.
Really captured, except for the beard being too long. It really captured what I looked like at the time. I was surprised.
Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to remember which one that was. The first one was just you, right? Yeah. The beard was a little long. So, for that one, basically what I said was something to the effect of make my friend be dancing in a really sharp disco outfit circa 1978 with Saturday Night Fever vibes at Studio 54. I said something like that, and it just did the rest.
So I put it in my PTR. I was astonished at how well it captured what I looked like, except for the fact that the beard is just, I never had a beard, and there's actually probably, my hair wasn't quite that neat. It was frizzier and everything, but the beard was the main thing. The face, though, I didn't know how it had gotten the face so accurately, because I didn't think you had anything that, would give it that, except for that picture of me, that grainy picture of me, head on. If that's what you fed it, it did an amazing job of.
Right, that's the only thing I fed it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, sometimes I notice if like, oh, there he's back. Oh, look at him now. He's showing his muscles. He wants the attention back on him.
No, because
Look,
the thing that you built for me with this Chinese sequence disco suit, I was a big chubby guy, so I chose a muscular.
Okay, so are you asking me to make one for you? Because I'm going to do it now that you've basically given me fodder.
I can make my own. Thank you.
Yeah, but
Good though. I like that.
Of all the people in Clubhouse, you're the one person that just basically violates people's consent around doing things like this. So I think I'm not going to wait for your. Now we're in a war of sorts of PTR pictures. I think you've just you started the war sometime.
Oh, you want to play it that way, eh?
Look at
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare the war.
Look at my PTR, George Carlin's face. It looks so much like John.
Yeah. Yes. Totally.
Yeah, there's that resemblance.
Girl, you know what
And it gets even better when he loses his hair later on. That's.
Yeah.
We're kind of twins.
The question is,
I am a type with the bald head and the beard. It is a type. There's a lot of people who have that.
The question is, can John sing like a Bee Gee? That's the question.
Yeah, true. Because it does. A couple of them really do look like a Gibb brother. One of the Gibb brothers.
The original photo though does look a bit more like a cult leader, in my opinion. I think it's got more of those like Helter Skelter vibes.
Totally.
It's like the quasi Jesus. It's the quasi psychedelic Jesus look.
Yeah.
Come get love bombed with all the like 10 women that are just outside of the photo.
But that was the thing. I was constantly in those days. I simply never got a haircut. That's as long as my hair got before it would fall out, and it was always frizzy like that. And you can tell from that photo that it wasn't going to be long.
Well, hey, I just wanted to say that I'm new here, but I just looked at the name on your house for Castagnaz. It's so funny. Like I went to the description. It's so funny. Whoever came up with it, I believe, was it you, Dr. James?
Yeah, yeah. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I mean the name alone, but when you read the description, it's just like a real cult kind of vibes. It's so funny.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not really a cult. I mean, at least that wasn't the intent. The intent was just a little bit of silliness, a little playfulness.
The cult stuff comes from the Masonic vibes, I think.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, okay, that's true. But whatever, it's fine. Don't worry. No one's gonna try to induct you into anything. No one's gonna keep you.
I'm really happy to be inducted into such an interesting cult. It's so funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically the idea is if you're late, you're on time. And I don't know how. If I've tried to do I've actually built out like a whole coffee table book out of it. Not that it's really a book that's being sold, but more just like in my personal notes, just having fun. And one of the things was I built up all these degrees, and I tried to have something be serious at the end of it, but I realized that was not possible. So there's pretty much nothing serious.
But anyway, it's so funny. And I just wanted to come up and just say it out loud. And you're so creative. And I love it. And I just added you.
Thanks, Mary. Thank you. That's nice. See, this is why I need to I'm really reconsidering my block list. I mean, the fact that there are still new people like Mary that we've just met that have made it through my block list means I haven't blocked every single person on Clubhouse yet. So that's
The funny thing is, I also block people, and I asked like my friends not to mod me. Like, it's just, oh my god, it's so funny. I'm glad that I'm not on your block list.
yeah.
That is a warning, though, Mary.
Oh my god, shots fired.
But anyways, it was so nice to be here, and I had a blast. I wish you guys all, like, I don't know if it's day or night there. It's like 7:30 in Germany at PM.
Oh,
so I guess,
Germany?
yeah, on East Coast is I think 1:30 on like New York time or something.
Yeah, Germany. So what do you if you don't? And by the way, you have the right to just not answer questions. You can just sort of silence can be an answer, or you can say no, I don't want it. But I still want to get to know you a little bit now. So you're in Germany, and what brought you to Germany?
Well, I moved around. Like for the first years, I was in Bavaria, and like the German they speak there is so different. And I moved closer to Frankfurt, and yeah, I've been a student, and I graduated, and I work part time. Yeah, and sometimes I come on house. Yeah.
I think, Mary, that Dr. James is actually kind of subtly suggesting, at least what I hear him saying, is he doesn't hear your German accent and thinks you moved there. Am I wrong, Dr. James?
Were you born in Germany?
No. Actually, like German is my it's my fourth language. So I'm originally from Iran, and yeah, like so many people in my generation moved out of the country, and I just want to.
It's my bad. I'm sorry, it's my bad. I heard an accent, and when you said Germany, I kind of made it a German accent. It's a very light accent. You speak very good English.
Oh, thank you very much.
What languages do you speak, by the way?
Well, first it's Persian, of course, and then I started learning like speaking English since I was 8, and then we were forced to learn Arabic at school because it's like the whole religious thing is going on. Nobody likes it, but we were forced to learn it. And then I learned German 1 year before I moved to Germany, and then I'm learning Spanish at the moment.
Amazing.
So yeah, it's all over the place.
So do you find the more languages you learn, the easier it is to pick up other languages, or is it not just as hard?
To be honest, I'm a perfectionist, so that's why I laugh like at this procrastinating like title, because when you're a perfectionist, you procrastinate a lot because you want to learn it best and you want to articulate well in other languages, and when you see that you are not reaching that point, it gets very frustrating. So sometimes you will just leave it, but people like in Spain, they speak Spanish very fast, and this can be very discouraging. But for example, in Mexico, they speak it so much more slowly, and I love Mexican accent.
For sure.
So,
it's such a redundant, common fucking thing. I'm just not even gonna fight it anymore. Okay,
just admitted you are.
Yeah, everybody.
You did not.
I'm not gonna spar with you in the club.
Bang. How do you know his dick? Did you see his dick at all? Did he send you a dick pic or something? What's going on?
Yes, he did, actually.
Hi, Marley. Dylan, you sent Bang a kid dick pic? I didn't know.
Yes, it was so weird. I added him on Snapchat, and all of a sudden he sent me a fucking little tiny fucking.
Are you sure it was not like a trans man or something?
He had like a very small sized dick, bro. I was like, what the fuck is?
What does his dick look like?
Bow wow. Bow wow.
Yes.
Bow wow.
John, please invite Yasmin.
Dylan, it's fine. You
Well, if she doesn't want to come, I can just sell you pictures of her pussy.
Yes.
Johnny, have pictures of her pussy? Like pictures of her what?
Bow wow.
He got like a big booty Gucci.
Let me see, John.
Has everybody seen her?
Marley, how you doing, baby?
No,
Fucking Daisy. Marley.
Hello.
Marley.
yeah, I'm drunk right now.
How you doing? How are you?
What's up, Giuseppe? How's it going?
She doesn't want to talk to you. Where are you from, Marilyn? Dog, she doesn't want to talk to you. Oh, come on, Dylan. Why are you jealous, bro?
Hey, Jinko. Yeah.
She can talk for herself, bro. She can talk for herself.
1 second.
We're just answering the guy.
Yeah, exactly. Then what's your problem, man? I'm trying to have a conversation with a beautiful Daisy girl. Look at her. She's cute. Are you jealous?
She's not interested.
You're not interested in Marilyn?
I just answered his question.
Exactly. I'm not trying to rob her or just do catnip. What the fuck is going on here with you, Dylan? You better just... Because he doesn't let me talk with a beautiful girl. Merely follow me, please.
It's because he's the one who's gay. Because he's the one who's idol. And first of all, we're looking at him, and that's great.
First of all, I'm 6'3", bro. I've been on television. I'm 6'3", for sure. I'm a boxer, and plus, I'm black. And you know black people have a big ass.
Bang. So, I'm 5'2". Can I give you head?
Hell no. Shut up. What the fuck, man?
Bang, you sound like an Indian. You sound like Indian.
I'm Indian, yes. You fucking, Jamaican. I'm Indian. Name this shit. So why did you believe it? Why did you believe it? Alright, anyways, Merle,
I'm 5'2".
Merle. Okay, Merle, sorry.
Yeah. I can't hear you. What did you say?
I said, how old are you, Marley?
Hey, man, you gotta shut the fuck up. Let's have a groovy like that.
Actually funny. I like that. I like the fucking pamphlet.
Hello?
It's more than just a
Marley.
Well, the thing is, Dylan, everybody here is like disabled, and you know, just being on this already, Dylan. I mean, you being on this app alone is like already really exposing yourself.
Yeah, but I love it though. Like, I love the chaos. Hey, John, could you show me, bro? What the fuck is this music?
That's the funny thing is that legitimately like people are
Hi, Marley.
In the land of the disabled and the mentally R-word, I am king. Bow wow.
Is not upset. She's
Bow wow.
Dylan, nobody asked you a question,
Do I go to LA Fitness now? Yeah.
You should go to Whitney.
This room is a disaster. Like everyone's speaking at the same time.
This is going to give
Because we're all mentally retarded.
And aware of it.
ஹிஸ்டரி அந்த ஹிஸ்டரி பார்க்கும்போது அந்த மக்கள் பத்தி ஒரு தேவை இருக்கு, அவங்க பத்தி பேசுறதுக்கு கட்டாயம் பேசிதான் ஆகணும். வரலாறு பக்கம் எல்லாமே இருக்கிறோம், யாருமே இல்லாம நீங்க பேச போறோம். நீங்க வந்து தமிழ் ஹிஸ்டரிய ப்ராப்பரா படிச்சுட்டு வந்து பேசுறதுல எனக்கு பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. ஆனா எல்லா ரூம்லயும் போய் நிலத்தை பிடிக்கிட்டாங்கன்னா அது வந்து தவறா.
The most famous, of course. And so the fact that there's this, again, for people that are concerned about bioengineering, that's what we're talking about. This can also be done through just simple synthesis, and I think that we're going to find easier and cleaner ways to do it. And again, tobacco in its infinite variety in a way. But for instance, for those who are using vape pens, a lot of the nicotine that is actually coming. Tobacco is in the Solanaceae family, also known as nightshades, the same as Datura, and tomatoes and peppers and eggplant. Tomatoes, and the tomato plant is actually the one that's the real bomb. Easy to grow, widely used in agriculture, and it doesn't make nicotine, but the molecules that it makes can be converted into nicotine. So a lot of the nicotine that people are using is actually coming from tomato plants. Crazy, right? So it is very possible, yes, in that same way, that the ibogaine that will be used in the future for whatever reason will be coming from tobacco. Why not? Definitely possible. But again, plants are factories of molecules, so are we. And plants can be, the way that bioengineering particularly, and now new ways of looking at plant breeding, thank you cannabis breeders in the underground previously, but all along for 10,000 years, since our ancestors came out of into the alluvial plains, when the glaciers retreated, the glaciers had ground the earth itself into such a fine dust that the plants just loved that shit. And it blew up megafauna where there was so much meat we didn't know what to do with, and it wasn't as cold as it had been for 2 million years. And all of a sudden there was all this flat land that would grow anything. And as soon as people figured out agriculture, boom, we had agriculture. And then unfortunately, along with that came greed, patriarchy, capitalism in its infinite forms, types of wealth accumulation. So y'all, let's get out there, share with each other, be nice, go give a neighbor a hug, and give a stranger a hug too.
Well, I mean, don't forget that you cannot buy consciousness for $5.
For 10 cents.
$3.99, man. $3.99.
2 cents. 2 cents. A lot of people have their 2 cents. I mean, just to circle around on this, the fascinating piece, and thank you, AI, for being a wonderful research tool in this, right? It also gives some reasons why synthetic ibogaine matters, right? So whether it's the total chemical synthesis, the semi-synthesis, or the biosynthesis, right? This bioengineering we're talking about. But the environmental sustainability, because the Tabernathea iboga shrub, which is the primary source of ibogaine, is slow growing, and it's only native to those central regions of Africa. I still believe in the power of the plant medicine. So Gabon, the primary producer of this, has created a big export market for it. So I hope that I hope they can continue to create and harvest sustainably there. I hope that, that while they've been harvesting it and now they're realizing that they need to. And I can't remember, my poor brain, thinking of all the different things I saw. But I remember watching a documentary about a guy that went to Gabon and was brought to an iboga field, and it was just thousands of acres of iboga plants, in this one field where it was. So it will be fascinating to see that. But I hope that the sustainable plant medicine and proper preparation and harvesting is still accepted. I hope that when we talk a lot about laws, and we talk about research, and even this byline, there's an ibogaine shortage. And when we dive into it, we look at, no, there's not an ibogaine shortage. There's just not enough people doing the chemistry and agriculture behind it to actually make it readily available. So all those chemists out there, geez, you're going to decriminalize its own. This is a natural substance, so it falls under those methodologies. Start making it. And let's get it out there. There's got to be somebody who can make this with the correct chemical building blocks, as stated by the PTR, you know where you are, hanging out Michael James up on top, hanging out with the Michael family in the Hate Street Shroom Shop. Another beautiful day in the Bay. I'm gonna have to say hey pretty soon. Because I gotta get outside. It's just gonna be beautiful. Get outside for I heard it was raining a couple days ago, so I'm expecting mushrooms before it turns. And then we'll if anybody has anything else, things they want to say hello. I appreciate you, yo. I like how the AI is developing security, standardization, environmental sustainability. They're all important factors when it comes to the creation of science. It's fascinating that it took psychedelics to be a discussion that we have about creation of things that we ingest in our bodies and research them. All right, up on top, here we go. One more roll of the dice. We're hanging out inside the coffee shop, discussing the week's latest and current news, research, highlights at the psychedelics. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion today. Thanks for being here. Just let me stay. I hope you all have, a lovely.
Whatever, man. I just say I express my feelings to you.
Hello?
He's told you. I want you. But you know what? You mean it, but you know
That's his favorite song.
Hey, John, can you stop these words to stop?
He doesn't know how to play the flute.
Johnny's playing us get food.
Jinx.
John, I can teach you to be blowing, not blowing as a blowing, like blowing
my
and that
dick.
looks much better. I'm not talking to you, I'm speaking to John. John,
Which
do you know
John?
Which John? There's a John therapy.
the John that's playing with the recording?
He's interrupting.
Listen.
Could you put your second foot, Molly? You cute. Oh my god.
Second picture.
Shit. Wow, man, you so wrong. Could you stop a bit?
John, I'm gonna beat your ass up. Stop that.
Jacob, can you remove this motherfucker? No. Bro, he's annoying. Fuck. Stay your body's later. I'm Molly.
Yeah. You said you're black, huh?
Hello?
How black you are?
You don't want me?
I'm black more than you. I'm African. You're American.
Is that picture on profile? Is that you? You're not black, bitch. Shut up.
But I'm African.
Still, I didn't look, and you motherfucker.
Okay. Where black do
dudes is coming from originally from Africa.
No, usual nice. Come on, it's not Africa that have like fucking black people. There's black
Originally.
Oh, this is
originally, yes, but it's not all black.
Okay. So I'm from Africa. So I'm more black than you.
But you
Eternally black.
Hi, everybody. I just came back in the room.
Nobody gives a fuck. Shut up.
What did I miss?
Shut up.
What's being discussed?
Oh, shut up, you gay motherfucker.
You didn't miss anything.
Piece of shit.
You know, the good part of this room, it's only one mouth, and I hope it always have only one mouth.
Okay, Marley. Straight up.
Jacob is picture between two legs.
Hello?
Well, yeah.
Oh, it's actually two legs.
Hello?
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 Marley.
Hello?
John's funny. John has a good sense of humor. That's good. I like it.
Yeah, he's probably killing.
Now you shall know that the chosen priest, the ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
manifestation of new East, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh wide Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet out how deep my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my Iris, the minister of war upon craft. 8, the cobs is in the cool, not the cool in the cob.
Because I feel like the reason why Israel is because people just seem, for whatever reason, to have a wild hair up their ass.
I'm a Jew. Have you seen anybody hate on me here? Seriously, in the past hour that you said.
No, I'm not talking about people in this room. I'm just saying general, like.
But you don't think that the Islamophobia and the xenophobia also makes it easier to watch people that are Arab and Muslim being killed overseas as just like a consequence when we saw white people being killed in the Ukraine and everybody lost their fucking shit. So the same can be said the other way around. Your argument is mute.
I think that anti-Semitism has a much longer history than Islamophobia.
No, sorry, but anti-Semitism. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Well, anti-Semitism started in Europe. We didn't start it, okay? So this anti-Semitism problem that you have it in the US. Solve it for yourself, okay? Solve it there in Texas, New York, wherever the fuck you want to solve it. Just go there. Fix it there. Now, regarding what's happening in the Middle East, it's not anti-Semitism. Okay?
What are you talking about? Islam is anti-Semitic. Have you read the Charter of Muhammad in 660? The Charter of Medina? It's anti-Semitic.
One dumb fuck at a time. Okay, so our fight is not with Israel, just to be clear. Like, if we pass in and we have to take care of Israel, I don't know, within 70 years, we could take care of our fight with America. Like, literally, our fight with the dog and the master. So, you're part of the fucking problem. I don't care if you want to call it anti-Semitism. We got to a state where we
Let me hit my projection bell. You are the problem. You're the problem.
Because you're supporting
You're projecting that you're the problem. You're the problem. You. That's you projecting.
Take your medicine.
Yeah, keep projecting. Keep accusing other people of being the problem while you are simultaneously the problem.
Can I remove it from the room?
Yes,
All right, I'll be back in Anonymous. See you all soon. Bye-bye. Time to go back to the zone of truth.
We're the Palestinian people than the Republicans are.
I don't want your fucking sympathy, man. Sorry. We don't want it.
Wait, we don't?
We don't want your sympathy. Just get the fuck out of our region.
Wait, we know it's bullshit as an American. We know that it's both sides that have this because they're funded by the same PAC, the only PAC that able to operate within the United States without registering as a foreign entity. So we understand on both sides at this time. The people of America have and understand that two sides of the same shitty ass coin. So, I mean, for you to say, oh, Democrats, they're selling us in, and Republicans, we all know this is all bullshit. If you haven't woken up to into this yet. I'm sorry. Again, this is another argument I have against your own intelligence and your own cognitive abilities. Honestly, I don't think you're able to read or to actually digest anything.
Projection alert.
There's so much out
Projection alert.
at this point. It's willful.
Projection alert detection system engaged in overload.
Do you understand how insane it is that Farouz is able to talk to you right now and not physically smack you?
Uh-oh. You know how hard it is to talk to you without wanting to punch you in the face?
Wait, smack me? What?
What?
It's the figure of speech.
Listen,
don't act like you haven't been smacked before.
I think there is a clear. I get what you're saying. Yes, both parties have been funded by AIPAC. There does seem to be a pro Israel law.
They're not talking about funding by AIPAC. Apolitical. We're talking about funding by the U.S. the Congress and Senate. Being funded with military weaponry and given diplomatic cover to carry out atrocities with those same weapons.
The thing is, the Democrats at least.
It's both sides. Don't even go with the Democrats. Come on.
At least they provide limits and stipulations on Israel.
It's more evil to provide lip service when you have no intention of doing anything else. That means you think the question is stupid. So just saying it nicely doesn't make it any better. It actually insults me even worse. And that's why they lost the last election.
Okay, and then look what you got, though.
They lost two elections.
I'd rather have somebody who's telling me straight. I'd rather have someone telling me straight to my face how it's going to be, rather than somebody doing it behind my back and smiling at me. There's nothing we can do. That is bullshit.
So
the two-party system needs to be
really think Kamala was president? We would be.
Yeah, we'd be at the same place, just with better PR. Yes. Yes, with better PR.
This is the issue.
I would like to remind you that the Biden administration is the one that appointed Elliot Abrams, the Elliot Abrams, Iran-Contra Elliot Abrams, to handle
طلع لي راديو يعني
Radio Watermelon.
والله ما بعرف اقرا انجليزي.
Somebody help me?
راديو بطيء.
He clicked on the link and it's like it shows up as a radio something radio station.
Yeah, it's that's the name of the account, Radio Watermelon.
هو هذا اسم الحساب يا محمد، هذا اسم الحساب تبعه.
طب ايش اعمل الحين عشان اوصل رسالتي، اوصل معاناتي؟
انت ضفت الحساب عندك؟
حطيت عليه متابع.
So he followed the account.
He should DM them. Have him DM you. Okay.
Yeah,
he's been around Ambrose.
He's got bro, I've been listening to you for the last 20 minutes.
But Edward, it's really effective.
So engaging with you.
It's really, look, to be honest, the guys from Radio Watermelon are not my cup of tea, but they're doing amazing work when it comes to Gazans.
I understand, but this guy, I'm 99% certain he's not from Gaza.
Guys, can we allow?
I agree, Edward. I think I've had him in a room before and someone warned me about him.
Yeah, people were calling him out at one.
Yeah, I don't want to be
No, they're not. Don't get myself involved in this, but they're not. He's verified.
This is what Radio Watermelon is for, so they can do the.
Yeah, this link I actually saved. So anyone that claims, they're from Gaza, they're looking for money, okay, go to this link, have these people verify you, they give you a seal, and then there's no dispute.
Reveal was Mr. Van Rice actually does have a soft spot for Ada. I saw a man. Just move on, bro. Break down. That was a fatherly figure trying to get that you wanted to act right.
just that's too much. Yeah, I mean, he's not Stephen A. Smith. I don't need a post-game break. I never claimed to be Stephen A. Smith. Talk about yourself.
Someone said you had a soft spot for suffering. That might be true.
Hollywood. So it makes him an expert in. And he's never being on social media, okay, and making a living on media. He has not yet seen any genocidal proof on social media from Israel.
One point he did mention that stems of the most that he is not pushing Palestinians out of Gaza yet. Not yet.
Sapien, did you say you didn't see any proof of genocidal intent from Israel? Seriously?
I never said that.
Okay. First of all, I'm sure some of you have heard about the Rawi, the reporter, a journalist. If you go to his account, there's a thread with over 106 different posts, all of them from various IDF officers making very, very genocidal statements, all of them from within Gaza, photographing themselves in uniform. That's number one. Number two, if you want, you can go to my feed on X and you can search in my highlights, and you will find a document from the GISS, the Jerusalem Institute for Security and Strategy, from April 2025, where it clearly states that in the portion about Gaza, we will put them in temporary transfer camps until we can find countries willing to take them. I can show you the voluntary migration program that was introduced by the Ministry of Intelligence back in November 23. There is absolutely no lack of evidence. None. And I can show you testimonies by IDF soldiers, by high-ranking officers. I can show you former prime ministers and former IDF chiefs of Israel that are saying that what Israel is doing is ethnical cleansing. So their lack of proof. You're just not eager to.
Yeah, I never said that, and I have actually seen those quotes that do give me pause from the Israeli officials. They've said
Sapien, I'm glad you have a little pause.
I'm talking about people like Bogi Alon and Ehud Olmert, staunch Zionists, both of them former IDF chiefs, one of them the former prime minister, both of them calling, unfortunately, only what's happening in North Gaza and the West Bank ethnical cleansing. Yes, they didn't go as far as genocide, but when it comes to expelling Palestinians from their land, this is good enough, even though just for this specific argument. But yeah, Bogi Alon, for one, Ehud Olmert just last week. I can give you more. Ami Ayalon.
Sapien, you haven't been here for a while. You're still a Jahash, bro. What's going on?
What? What is a Jahash?
A very good person. You haven't changed. You're still a good person.
Ghost, your sarcasm is not very appreciated.
Why?
I don't appreciate your sarcasm.
You asked me what does Jahash mean. You asked me what does Jahash answering.
Listen, Ghost, whatever. But anyway, Farouz left. I was just gonna say that, there is a difference between the two parties, and I think this whole reductive of I'd rather be told in my face as opposed to you saying something behind my back, I think that's very short-sighted. I think that often in politics you have to vote for the lesser of two evils, and you can't get everything that you want. And I think that's one of my big beefs with the Palestinians is that they seem to not, if they don't get every single thing that they want, they just paint everybody as Zionists.
What do Palestinians want? What do they want?
They literally they want a one-state solution. They want to abolish basically the state of Israel as it is. They want to go back to the homes that they were expelled, and they want the right of return. That's just, it's kind of like a non-starter.
So what's wrong? What's wrong with asking for that? You literally said they want to go back.
What's wrong with it? It's not real.
Wait. You said they want to go back to the homes that they were expelled. They want a one-state solution. They want their land. What's wrong with asking for something?
What's wrong with it is that Israel is never going to agree to
did the black slaves of America just accept their fate? Did Nelson Mandela just accept their fate? Why? Look, the point is that it may look hopeless right now, but people are not going to give up on their lands. This has been proven in history over and over again. Freedoms cost lives. And when there's a tyrant in town, when there's an occupier in town, people will stand up and fight at any cost and every right to do so.
What do you think the Lebanese people should do, Sapien?
Get Hezbollah up out of their shit.
What about the Syria?
Syria, get all the Hezbollah, all the terrorist people, all the people that are trying to attack Israel, they need to disavow them and push them out and just not allow them to be there.
They're not in Syria. They're not in Syria. Hezbollah got in Syria a long time ago.
What about the Egyptian, Sapien?
The Egyptians have signed a peace treaty with Israel. They're cool. I mean, on paper they are, but I mean, they kind of do little underhanded things, like allow certain things to go through their tunnels and stuff.
What about Iran?
What about Egypt? I just want to say on the Egypt front, that peace treaty is not an actual peace treaty. It's a bribery. The Egyptian military gets something like $3.5 billion a year in order to keep that peace treaty. So it's a bribery situation. And that's
America's paying for it, right?
Yeah. Weapons and monies.
Yeah, it's like, again, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. You guys want everything.
And that's really the problem, Sapien, is you don't know. And you should learn.
We're just kind of at a loss at this point, because it's just sort of like,
you're at a loss.
You want everything, and you don't get everything you want, then
the moment you lost the sexuality of yours, you're at a complete loss. You have no clue what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
To be honest with you, Mr. Sapien.
So Iran has made Lebanon a focal point. It sounds like for movement to happen with Iran, with the U.S., Iran has made Lebanon one of their red lines. I think this is why Israel is going all out in Lebanon now. They're trying to get as many or to cause as much destruction as possible before they're forced to leave Lebanon. Which tells you something about the state itself. If that's your objective, if your objective is destruction, and you're wasting your tax dollars, your citizens' money on destruction, which brings them no security, which is evidenced by the citizens in the north of Israel when Ben-Gvir made his comments a couple of weeks ago, and without given any evacuation orders or anything, a lot of people from the north of Israel left the north and going to more central and south Israel because they don't have faith that the military will be doing the right thing or protecting them. If anything, would be bringing more Hezbollah's wrath down upon them, like what happened in 2024. So, Lebanon is a part of this with Iran. And I don't think Iran is going to let that go.
Bro, to be honest with you, Lebanon is cooked, man.
Yeah, but
remember when we talked a few days ago and I told you watch Israel is going to attack Lebanon in order to prevent any peace agreement with the states, and they were talking on Lebanon.
They did, yeah.
Like prior to this attack, bro, between 800,000 to 1 million people were displaced.
Yeah.
From South Lebanon.
Yes, and parts of the north now, or south Beirut area. Dahia. people left. They're giving evacuation orders, meaning Israel, right? They're giving evacuation orders. People are leaving, and then they're claiming, okay, we're attacking to attack Hezbollah. Well, you gave evacuation orders, so people left. What are you attacking? It's literally just for destruction.
It's just like Gaza, bro. Like, they know Hamas was underground. They self-destroyed Gaza. They know that Hezbollah is underground. They're gonna do the exact same thing in Lebanon. But honestly, like, World Cup is in 11 days. So, like, how do you see this going in?
That's not even in the news, the World Cup. Yeah. That's not even something that anybody's... I have not spoken... You telling me it's in 11 days is the first time I found out that it's in 11 days.
Yeah, but the only reason I'm saying this is because it's happening on your side. It's happening on the U.S.
I know. Nobody cares here about the World Cup. We don't care, generally speaking, about the World Cup.
You guys don't care.
And now?
6 billion people care about it, yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, like, now it's going to be very awkward. You know, Americans are not going to really be, engaged in it, especially because it was Trump that brought it to the U.S. to begin with. So people really hate Trump. A lot of people will just boycott it for that reason alone. But there's a lot of people boycotting it because of what's happened, to the Palestinians, and as well as what's happened in Iran and what's happening in Lebanon, because Israel's involved. I think Mexico said, what did he say? I think he said,
Mexico said that if the U.S. is not
Yes, exactly. It's a really fucked up. It's an embarrassing situation right now. I mean, what do you know?
F. Rose, I have a question. So you were talking about how it's proven, or like how there's like undisputed evidence that Israel's officials have made genocidal statements and stuff like that. I'm reading in the chat, Ali said something interesting.
Ali he's another mental retard, just like you. You guys are.
He said no major international organization or court has issued a final, well-accepted determination that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. Genocide convention's definition. Is that true?
Give me a second to analyze here. I need a few minutes.
Even if that's true, that doesn't negate the genocidal comments.
Well, the case is still going on.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean experts have not said that this is...
Can you repeat the question, please?
So Ali said something very interesting in the chat. He said, no major international organization or court has issued a final, well-accepted determination that Israel committed genocide in Gaza under the UN Genocide Convention's definition.
There's no legal ruling, but there's an independent UN committee that accused Israel, that found Israel guilty of 4 different counts from the genocide definition. I have a list of 58 Jewish/Israeli lawyers and human rights lawyers and academics, researchers of Holocaust and genocide, all calling it a genocide. You have Amnesty, Humanity for Children's Rights, Physicians for Human Rights, B'Tselem, and more, all of them calling it a genocide. Do you want all the reports, or just one is enough?
Oh, I was just asking you what you thought of this comment. I mean, I believe you, but I was just wanting to hear your thoughts about.
Thank you, misunderstood him.
Sounds like you were trying to school her and you got schooled, so we're back.
I was not trying to school her. I was just asking for her.
You were, yeah. Well, you can know what you were trying to do.
Take a better
the intelligence of the room.
Actually, Pharaoh's, the one who is a scold is the Ali down there. Maybe he can come and talk for himself.
Yeah.
You know, Ali also said something else that was interesting in the chat as well. He said there were never a group of people called Palestinians. It was an area called Palestine resided by Arabs, some Jews, and Christian. The term Palestinian people is a new made-up term.
Okay.
That's not even worth respecting with an answer, seriously.
It doesn't matter what the people that are indigenous call themselves. We can call ourselves Martians. It doesn't change the legal status.
Before Adam says he likes poodles.
Poodles? No, I step on poodles.
It doesn't matter what those humans
it doesn't
call
matter.
themselves. They still existed there.
They belong. They have been here for centuries. And actually, there's a museum of Palestinian artifacts and historical documentation. It's in a Palestinian community called In Hod, right above Tentura. If you ever visit Israel, I recommend you go there. There's some beautiful tattoos that you can see all the way back to, I think it's 1700. So yeah, they were here, bitch.
And Rose is such a classy girl. She always ends up with finishes her sentences of a bitch.
Like if you're asking what do I think
I'm trying to be vulgar, and it's not my strong suit, so don't mock.
Bitch is Hebrew for period. You know, just put a period at the end of her sentence.
I hear you, Emrose, but one thing I do notice is like when the conflict was happening, and even like before, like in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, when like in the newspapers they would describe the conflict, they never referred to the Arabs as Palestinians. They just used the term
because everybody
Arabs.
there was Palestinian. Everybody was there. That's also true.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Well, there were the publications at the time. I think.
Good favors is right. Even Golden Mayer had a passport Palestinian.
Yes.
Exactly.
And there are newspapers that were called Palestinian, whatever the exact name. I mean, have to say,
but do you know what else? Do you know what else the newspapers really loved to quote the Zionists on? They really loved to call themselves colonizers. They were like super proud of it because colonization was all the rage. So everywhere you see Zionists reporting in the papers, it's all about colonizing, right? So do you want to talk about what was in the papers back then? That was all the rage. It was super cool to colonize.
Yeah, I was gonna. To be fair, the oldest reference to like Palestine is Herodotus, I believe, one of the oldest. And he called them Syrians. Said the Syrians in Palestine.
Syria meant something different back then. It meant Palestinian.
No, Syria. Well, Syria referred to the whole area.
Syria.
I'm joking.
Not Assyria, Syria. Yeah, but like yeah.
As Syria, I said, not Assyria. I said as Syria.
Yeah, Assyria, exactly. Yeah. So like the people who were there were even the Lebanese are Syrian. Yes, exactly.
All right, we have Syrian supremacy.
Listen, I am 100%, and I know it's going to be a not popular opinion, and one that I share with Bani Adam because I am an Arabist, that we should go back to all being Syrian. Of course, keep our own identities, but we should all unite under Syria because it would give us more strength.
One great country at a time.
That's the thing, like the whole region, because it's not working out, this little independence shit.
Okay, stronger together, of course.
Does this Syria have
Can you name a period in history in which Palestine was prosperous but Syria was not, or vice versa?
Oh my God, is this a Syria?
It wasn't Syria, it was Damascus.
Okay, this is officially a Syrian supremacy space.
Yes.
Listen, to be fair, the Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party started in Beirut, okay? So they didn't even start in Damascus.
It does sort of seem though that like the term Palestinian kind of started to come on the scene around the 1960s.
No.
That's what it kind of seems
that's not
like.
true.
We've always called the Philistines.
No, That's not true. 1960s is when the Palestinians collectively became a national movement.
But look how interesting is this? Like everybody from the Middle East sitting on this panel, the only person creating strife and division is the American.
And we're literally telling you the word Palestinian has been around. We've used it for a very long time.
But he knows better, don't you know that?
I was just reading what Ali put in the chat.
Bro, you just shut the fuck up for 59 seconds.
We have already debunked Ali so much. Why are you using our already debunked? Debunked. We have debunked it way too many damn times for you to be using it.
Why are people like Kleinlach in this homosexual sapien, whatever the frick you're... Why are these people even being allowed on stage? Like,
because they're not fascist and they actually want to have a conversation. They're intellectually secure enough to have a conversation with people that disagree with them, unlike you.
Come to Amsterdam, we'll have an intellectual come.
There you go, threatening violence again.
Who said threatening violence?
Oh, please.
When did I even say I'm going to break your face?
I don't want him to come to Amsterdam. I just want him to leave the region. Can you just get the fuck out of the Middle East?
Come to Amsterdam.
I'm not into
Honestly, Sapien, what you need to do is take some time off of this app. You need to go and dive into some papers, do a little reading, have a better
brain surgery.
understanding. If you're having cognitive issues, I help with that, and really guide you into
I'm starting to love Fruit trolling.
I can do like a whole teach you the whole SARS method, in order to analyze and see what the biases might be on papers, how to at different pieces of information. I mean, if you really want to come and have a more well-rounded idea of what the region's like, because like I've told you before, it's a very complex situation and it takes more complexity to understand the different moving parts and the historical context.
I know it's complicated, but also it's not. Like,
if you remove the human interest in it, then you know what I mean? It's just...
Isn't it just basic equality, justice, freedom, humanity? Isn't it that simple at the end of the day?
For some people, Rose, it's completely understand that why.
Just notice the bitch never said the word law once. None of these people ever talk about the law. No such thing as the law, because they know that you'll be accused of violating the law. Don't talk to me about the law. Don't talk to me about the law.
Maybe I would be hurt less.
Well, if you're a goyim, it's okay for that to happen to you.
I know, but at the end of the day, you can talk about resistance. Resistance is...
We're not going to get to religion.
It's not religion.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a little... We're not trying to do that.
Is it religious, though?
Yes.
Does it just say that we, as in the Torah...
Well, you can believe in Islam or Christianity, and you can find some very problematic.
That's actually not true.
I was about to say.
Okay. No,
Islam. That's not true.
If you're interpreting it a certain way, yes.
I mean, we can't do it on our own. Like, you can't just read the book and say it.
Striking your wives means striking means it's from my understanding, it's withholding from them affection, right? Strike them with you. Basically, withholding emotion. Some interpret it as actual striking of the wife.
Yeah, we don't care about the ones that interpret it like that. I'm talking specifically about the Jews. Yeah.
I mean, we could be misinterpreting. That's a possibility.
And that's our mistake. It's not the religion itself.
No, it's not the religion. It's the people can misinterpret anything in any religion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sapien, for interrupting your a lovely conversation. Sorry. Can we go back to like unboxing and makeup stuff? Go ahead, Ted.
Unboxing and makeup stuff, you said?
Yeah, that's what he does on YouTube.
What do you unbox on YouTube, Sapien? Is it the same? Do you go to the store and get something and then unbox it and then return it?
Did you leave?
Edward,
I've never done an unboxing video, but
bro, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. You
you go back to meowing.
Zionist,
You go back to
fucking
meowing.
retard Zionists. You Zionists don't learn how to have manners, bro?
You support the IRGC and you're lecturing
Shut
me.
the fuck up. Fuck the IRGC, bro. Fuck the Zionists. Fuck the IRGC. And fuck you, bro. Hey, Sapien, fuck you, okay? Specifically you. Edward, don't you get annoyed when this motherfucker talks to you?
Who is Sapien?
Yeah, this Zionist bitch-ass nigga.
Oh, whoa. No, none of that. You're not allowed to do that, Tom. What is wrong with you? You go from meowing to racial slurs?
Bro, this guy...
No, you can't. You have to apologize. If you want to stay in here, you apologize to him for calling him that name.
Alright, apologize.
Alright.
Apologize.
So I use others as human shields to interact with them. So we have Ambrose and Feiruz and Ghost, Benny Adam.
You use me as human shield? Bro, what?
No, I listen, Sapien, I've known for a couple of years. He purposely does not want to learn anything, and he comes into these spaces just to be able to tell us, to make little snide comments towards Palestinians or Muslims or brown people in general, because he wants to feed into his own racist ideologies.
Okay, so don't you get annoyed when he does this?
I'm racist.
You are racist, and we have the recording. And John Kitover right now is recording you, by the way. Just FYI.
Sorry.
Hey, Sapien, really quick question. Has Israel... I almost said it. Has Israel ever returned the 200 tons of enriched uranium that they stole off the boat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps
I'm talking about your Sharmuta mother. Oh, I'm muted. My bad. Did Israel ever return the 200 tons of enriched uranium? Operation Plumbat.
Maybe you should ask Elok about that. I feel like he knows more about
I
what's
should
going
ask
on
you.
in that part.
What did you say I should ask? I misheard you.
Elok. He probably knows more about that than I do. I don't know.
Elok, is that? Who's Elok? Why don't you look into
there's something I don't understand about this guy, okay? Like, I do understand some Zionists, they are just born in Israel and just want to be Zionist, okay? This guy, I don't know what is his objective. And after Edward said he's been here in this platform for so many years and still does not want to accept the truth, that makes me more like, come on, bro. What's wrong?
What is the truth that I need to accept? Like, I don't know I feel like I know what you guys want me to believe. I just don't.
How do you mean what we
agree
want
with
you to
everything
believe?
that you said.
Why do you support baby killers? That's what we want to know.
Yeah, why do you support
what is
They're
that
not
exactly?
baby killers. They're not baby
Well,
killers.
if you kill 3,000 babies,
That's a bloodline.
Listen to me. If you killed more than 3,000 babies that never reached the age of 1, let alone the babies that all died after the age of 1 before reaching the age of 2, how would you call that? If you kill more than 100,
I think you're purposely using that
purposely?
As like to mask your own antipathy towards Jewish people.
Yeah, but you're not Jewish. You're from
I know.
Poland.
I know. What?
You're from Poland or something. Like,
Dude, Sapien, you keep saying Jewish. Bro,
because that's what this really is about. This is really what
it's not about
Jews.
No, that's in your head, Sapien.
You're making it about Jews because that's how you try to win people over by saying Jews.
It's about Zionists, okay? It's about Zionists, you Sapien.
Listen, one thing about me, I'm not naive. I'm not.
But you're not very bright either. And so both, it doesn't matter if you're naive or not. Bro, you should have a little bit of intelligence.
No, Edward, let me tell him something. Sapien, you're naive for thinking that you think you're pro-Palestinian. That makes you a naive, okay?
No, he says pro-Palestinian here.
Pro-Palestinian Sapien?
Yeah, he says pro-Palestinian, and then at the same time he says he's a Zionist, and when he's with exactly. He's been doing this for over 2 years now, going on 3 years. Even the Zionists understand your bullshit, Sapien. They know that you're not consistent, and you play for the audience. And speaking of audience, why don't you give us your YouTube channel? I have a couple of comments to make about your videos.
Why do you keep bringing up my YouTube channel? That's nothing to do.
Nobody was talking to you.
He actually was.
Because I want to just put a couple of comments down on your YouTube video when you're doing your unboxing, and I just have a couple of things to say.
Okay, can we get someone else to talk and advocate for? We need to get this conversation is going in a weird direction. Let's get back to the topic. And I prefer, can someone else that's pro-Israel come on stage and argue with these people?
Someone come protect me, someone help me.
Sapien is, again, a genocide supporter. Why would we want genocide supporters to speak? They're deluded, deranged, immoral.
What makes you think I'm a genocide supporter? Who said anything about supporting genocide?
I'll let others speak on that.
It's interesting, Sapien. You seem to seek out these types of environments on Clubhouse at the same time, and only to defend positions that most people would never defend, to stereotype and generalize a group of people as Jew haters and Jew killers and whatever else you say, in the very spaces that pro-Palestinians are in. Like, what are you getting out of this? What do you want out of this? You're not coming to learn anything. That's obvious, because we've been down this road hundreds of times in the last almost 3 years.
It surprised me, in all honesty, is why y'all don't have these cockroaches blocked. What are you going to get from?
It's in your head. It's like in 1 ear and out the other. In 1 ear, out the other. Sapien is in 1 ear, out the other. We've schooled him less than he actually acknowledged that we've taught him many things about what's happening. References provided and everything, but it goes in 1 ear and out the other. I don't know what's
the thing is, I'm a very open-minded person, and just because I hear you say what you say doesn't mean I'm not opposed to hearing what the people on the other side have to say.
It's about time. Almost 3 years. You should have your own position by now.
I do have.
He does have his own position.
Yeah, and the position is what? Palestinians are want to murder all Jews, right?
I said Palestinians. They're very unpopular.
The thing is, go ahead.
Palestinians need to accept that the fact that Israel is there, they need to drop this right of return.
I disagree with you, Sapien. What I think should happen, I'm a pro-resistance, I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about it. But what I think should happen is that all these resistance groups, resistance fighters, they need to change their strategy. Instead of having these attacks happening, one time from Palestine, for example, one time from Lebanon, one time whatever, they need to all, join together, become one big army, and just fuck Israel up, dude. That's what
they tried that. They tried that in 1948. They tried that in 1948.
Let's ask Sapien. Let's take a moral stance here. Let's not talk about what you think they should do, but let's take a moral stance here. By the way, Ali is another deluded person. Ali, I expected better. Hamas, the baby killers? No. It's actually Israel, the baby killers. They specifically
Dean, let me tell you something, Dean. He's a Khalid supporter. What do you expect from?
I expect more from Ali. Ali is fairly intelligent, but he's very off the mark on some things, which is.
Bro, what do you expect from the Khalid supporters?
I know, Ali. So, baby killers. First of all, that was just debunked. Even President Biden had to backtrack on Hamas killing babies. Actually, what eyewitnesses said, there was on October 7th, it was Israelis, their own people, who were firing at us and them, Hamas, indiscriminately. They're not baby killers. Hamas specifically does not speak. They speak about targeting combatants. They talk about people on IDF. They talk about taking hostages. They don't talk about killing babies. They don't kill about innocent people, women, and so forth. And this whole rape propaganda was also debunked. Anyhow, the baby killers are the Israelis. They have killed tens of thousands of children. That's a proven fact. They have a starvation campaign. A proven fact is stated. Intent is proven by their ministers, by from Midbar Gavir, Smotrich, and all these extremist, deranged, terroristic Israelis.
You want to talk to him? He wants to come up. You want to talk to him?
Well, let's deal with Sapien first. Okay. Sapien, I'm not talking about what you think should be done, but what is the moral position you think? Who is in the right and who is in the wrong? Who is the oppressor and who is the oppressed? Number one. And then number two, is it a genocide? Because you've been learning and studying this for about 3 years now. Who is in the right, who's in the wrong? I mean, essentially, who's the oppressor and who's the oppressed? And do you think it's a genocide? Let's hear your position. What's the moral position you take? That's more interesting.
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's a very, you can't just make it so binary. I think it's like a lot of things have happened.
You're retarded at this point. Your girlfriend got whacked. Did you pray for this human hippopotamus in my profile picture?
Let him hang himself more by speaking further.
I think that I don't think that the world is not in geopolitics. You got to kind of take morality out of it, because that's just it's nice to talk about.
I'm not letting you cop out. I mean, look, it's slavery, the transatlantic trade. Black people were killed, raped, maimed. Let's take morality out of it. Just tell them to just give up.
Why do you guys? This is another beef I have with Palestinians. Why do y'all always bring up black people to try to justify your points? Why?
I'm not. If you're Chinese or Mexican or something, you're black. So I'm bringing that so you can at least.
Let me just remind you.
Think about it.
Let me just remind you, Sapien, that you're racist towards the black people as well. Let me just remind you.
Take a moral position.
Me as a black person being racist against other black people, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, Ali, currently there's 1 million slaves in America. There's actually, look up slavery in America. There's an institute that studies slavery. America has over 1 million, 1.1 or 1.2 million slaves. So America is leading the continent, perhaps, in slaves. Anyhow, Sapien, take a moral position.
But this is another thing I have an issue with. Like, whenever anybody brings up anything that the Arabs or Muslims do that are wrong, you guys immediately left into. Well, what about America? Well, what about Israel?
We'll get to that. But first, we're addressing the question. In the situation between Israel and Palestine, who are the oppressors of the oppressed? And is it a genocide? Because you've studied this for 3 years. You've been talking to both sides, and you claim to have a brain and a heart. So what is your moral position here?
Clearly, Israel has the upper hand. They have more power. They're definitely a more powerful entity than the Palestinians. And it's very easy to frame them as the oppressors if you just look at it in a very one resolution way. But if you look at it in another way,
you look at it another way. Oh my God.
Some people could argue that the Palestinians have sort of made their bed, now they're lying in it. You can make that argument. They have.
Well, why don't you make these arguments, Sapien? Instead of saying you can make the argument, go ahead and make the argument. Make the argument that the Palestinians, they're the ones that brought this occupation on to themselves.
Yeah.
Make the argument that the Palestinians brought the genocide onto themselves. Make these arguments. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. The first one, the occupation of the West Bank that you guys like to call, that area, if they had just simply accepted the 1947 partition plan, that could have been theirs from the jump, and all this could have been avoided.
Hold on. Cynthia.
Edward, I'm not going to escape this. Moral position. Who is the oppressor and who's the oppressed? And number two, is it a genocide? Moral position.
Why? This is so low resolution. You're smarter than that.
He doesn't. He already said that he doesn't believe Israel is an oppressor. I mean that's the mentality of the only one.
I said it's easy for them to be viewed as an oppressor, but I think
because they are oppressing. Are they not oppressing?
They currently hold more power over the Palestinians.
Are they oppressing? Go ahead, you can say it.
Bro, it's a fucking yes or no question, Sapien. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Probably. After 3 years, you're like, probably, I'm not sure. Like
I think that the Palestinians have put themselves in a position to be
oppressed. Really?
Yes.
So the Palestinians, it's the Palestinians' fault that they're oppressed by Israelis. By the way, you mentioned the partition plan. So are you telling me because Palestinians would not accept people from Europe coming in and taking over their land, then that means that they deserve to be oppressed because they did not accept foreigners coming in and taking over?
I didn't say they deserve to be oppressed. They put themselves in a position to be oppressed.
They were the Palestinians. They were hating the Hergun, not letting them free way. Sorry.
I mean,
and also, listen. The reason why the reason why things are so bad in the West Bank is because of the Second Intifada. All these checkpoints, all this stuff. This is a reaction that Israel is given due to all the
checkpoints were around before the Second Intifada.
But they got worse. They increased.
Wait. Why even have one?
I mean, I think that the fact that there was a Second Intifada should tell you.
Wait, no. Why have one? If you want to accept that Israel is a nation, then why doesn't Israel build a wall like they did in Gaza around their borders?
Because people like you would bitch about it.
Oh, so they're not building a wall because I would bitch?
People like you.
Edward, this wasn't this game.
So we can bitch for Gaza, but we not bitch for West Bank.
And when they did build the wall during the Second Intifada, that greatly reduced the suicide bombings. Y'all were bitching about that.
I roasted you on this yesterday. I roasted you on Lebanon last week. I roasted you. When I say I roasted you, I brought receipts. I brought all the facts. You couldn't dispute them. I roasted you. And yet you bring it up again. Is this a fetish of yours? Do you like to be roasted?
Wait. When did you roast me about the wall? You brought up facts.
Yesterday, I roasted you about the wall. I specifically told you that the wall. I mean, was it you? I don't know. Yeah, it was you. You were in the room yesterday. You claimed the wall was the reason why suicide bombings stopped from the Palestinians. And I made it very clear, not just yesterday, multiple times to you over the last almost 3 years, that the wall was built in sections, and Palestinians, thousands of Palestinians daily, go through that wall into Israel and come back into the West Bank illegally every single day. So if you wanted a suicide bomber to go through, they can go through at any time. The wall did not stop suicide bombings.
Why does the building of the wall directly correlate with the reduction of suicide bombings?
It does not. It does not, because the suicide bombings still happened up to 2006 or somewhere around there, maybe the first half of 2006. It does not. Palestinians decided that suicide bombings were immoral. We decided. It wasn't nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with the wall. The wall did not stop suicide bombers. Like I said, if thousands of people could, unless you don't believe that the wall was built in sections where they have huge gaps for Palestinians to go through, if you don't believe this, you can put this up yourself.
That's why you have checkpoints.
So suicide bombers would use a checkpoint?
We are back at the same discussion like yesterday.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It was him yesterday, right?
I mean, guys, it's pointless speaking.
With all the respect to the autistic people, but I'd like to speak to an autistic person.
You should speak to Ali. I think you should really bring Ali up because I feel like he would help us.
More rational than you. I mean, at least Ali.
No, I brought somebody better than Ali. There's somebody better than Ali for you.
I can't deal with resistance.
Yeah.
I can't deal with resistance.
You can't deal with resistance. That's the problem. We can deal with resistance. We've been doing it for decades.
You just can't deal with the truth.
Say the truth. Somebody basically urinates and it's constantly incontinent. Everything that comes out is just pee, urine, and he's persistently incontinent.
That is hilarious.
It's just pointless talking to him. There's no.
Can you please, bring Ali up. Bring Ali up.
Ali is not very well versed in this topic.
I mean, it's not so expensive, but it's too
Why? Because he doesn't agree with you.
every morning.
He doesn't
No,
agree with
I
you.
speak with Ali at times about mainly religion or other topics.
Ali wants to talk. Listen, I don't feel like I'm doing a good job either. I think you should.
At least we all agree. At least you found common ground with us.
Because I'm a little bit fatigued right now. I've been doing this.
Oh, is that it?
Well, when you lie a lot, usually it does fatigue.
I'm getting like.
What you?
I'm kind of being jumped.
You know what? So do you? So do you? You haven't answered the question. When you do your unboxing, do you then take whatever you unboxed back to the store and get your money back?
Lame.
Because you don't have the money to keep buying all these expensive things and unboxing them.
He gets a budget from mom and dad. Are you raised by two men or two transgender women, Sapien?
You know what I don't like about people like this? Like I said, they either blatantly just liars and scum, or they just really not educated. I'm going with the first one. They just liars and scum because he knows that even as what you animals try to classify as suicide bombing, that didn't start nowhere near the first Intifada. That's when Israelis started wanting to kill, gun them down when they wanted to peacefully protest. And those martyr bombings started years after. Like, 2-3 years after that. So what do you, that's why I don't respect clowns like you people.
I didn't bring up the first Intifada. I'm bringing up the second Intifada.
Well, how are you going from 2 to and skipping 1?
Because
you don't mention 1 because you know why. Because you know the Israelis started doing terrorist attacks first.
Can you bring Ali up, please?
No, shut up.
No, this isn't for you to have as many men as possible in the room.
Bring them up too. I don't mind a couple more liars. We'll destroy them.
I don't think what's his name said. I mean, you could come up.
Okay, by the way, just before
Ali. Let's see.
Ali, another intellectual.
No. By the way, we're talking about 2 different hadiths. There's 2.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're talking about the one with the hadith.
The one that looks.
Go on, speak monarchies. Speak Pahlavi. Speak.
Okay, so go ahead, Ali. Ali, wait, let me finish.
Ali,
Okay. Sapien, by the way, I have a question for you. Dude, we cannot come to an agreement or make you understand a very simple moral fact. You just mentioned that why you just converting a problem of type, geopolitics to a moral problem. Like, do you think that we can talk geopolitics with you? Like that's much more complex. Do you know that? And what do you hope if we talk about geopolitics? So what do you think that happened? Like, are you capable of talking geopolitics? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, two comments. John, I am not a partner with any specific leadership or group of Iranians trying to take the leadership in Iran. As a matter of fact, I have really very little interest in Iran whatsoever. I had actually no interest in it until the Masa Amini situation and also the conflicts in the Middle East. So I decided to become interested. I learned something about Iran and the Middle Eastern issue, particularly the fight between.
Really quick, what did you learn from Iran?
Okay.
If you say like, I'll learn.
Can you just let me finish? So I have okay. We can have it. Okay, I'll go on mute.
No, I'm muted. Go ahead, Habibti. Don't be so sensitive. You support baby killers, so you cannot be sensitive and support baby killers. Like, make up your mind.
You're being rude because you are just rude.
Yeah, be upset about being rude while you support baby killers.
Let Ali speak.
Yeah, let's see.
Ali's not sapient. Ali's not sapient.
Yeah. Ludwig, please. Let's see his point of view. Go on.
So, thank you. Appreciate that. So I have really like I said, I could care less actually what's going to happen after the current war in Iran, regime change or not. So my interest is really confined to the two things that I mentioned: the trouble in the Middle East, as well as the plight of Iranian people under the IRGC, which I've taken some interest. Apart from that, I really does not matter to me. That's number one. Number two, the comment regarding there are two comments I wanted to make. One is regarding the let me see. Let me go to my comment.
It was about Palestinians.
Yeah, of course, that's a very general thing, but I wanted to be more specific. In terms of the in terms of the suicide bombing, and then Palestinians, I think correctly, so they realized the return for the act of suicide bombing really was not paying off. First of all, it was not getting them anywhere, and second, it generated.
Wait, how do you know that that's the realization they came to?
Well, because I read about it.
Oh, you read about it? You read about it? So you don't know, are you a Muslim?
Let me finish.
Are you Muslim?
It was a more retarded.
No, Ali is atheist.
Oh, he's an atheist. He doesn't understand. Okay. Ali, this is not, suicide bombings are not allowed under Islam. It's prohibited. You understand? So we
Ali, you're a fake atheist. You're gay. You got a name Ali, and you don't believe in God.
Ali's not gay. He's an atheist.
No, that's a gay atheist. Because if you keep the name Ali and you say you're atheist, that makes you gay.
No, he is atheist.
So your point is,
guys, let Ali speak.
Yes, thank you.
Let Ali speak.
So I think it was a very smart strategic decision on part of Hamas and Palestinians not to continue with the thing because the payoff was not good. Not only that, it generated this reaction globally.
Not to continue with what?
So it did not make any sense for them to do
it. He said to continue with what? No, I genuinely didn't hear it.
Okay, I'm just going to I'll let you guys do whatever. I'll probably will not answer because...
No, I didn't hear what you said. You said it was a good decision for them to do what? I missed that.
To stop suicide bombings.
Yeah. He said to stop suicide bombing because it wasn't basically...
Yes.
The optics of it caused actually probably more the public, international community caused. And that's actually a fair point. That's a fair point.
But it's not a true point. It's not true. It's not why they stopped. Suicide bombings were not popular with Palestinians before they happened. When Hamas first started doing suicide bombings, they were a fringe element. Palestinian society in general rejected suicide bombings. And when they started happening en masse was because they were happening in the 90s by Hamas. And Hamas was a much, much smaller group then, much smaller. And they would recruit people, and they would do it in secret. And even the person's family would not know that this person was being groomed to be a suicide bomber. He would have to be groomed. in the early 2000s, when Ariel Sharon came into power, the butcher of Palestinians in Lebanon, Palestinians fear that them and their children would be butchered by Sharon. So Hamas and other resistance groups, they had a there was less resistance for suicide bombings. Now they were still not accepted by Palestinians. They were not praised by Palestinians. But these resistance groups, no, they were not. These resistance groups, however, gained more power because of Ariel Sharon and because of what he was doing in the West Bank, and allowed these groups to be able to move away from the confines of Palestinian culture and attempt to normalize suicide bombings. It failed. They had suicide bombings, but eventually
the first was a Christian woman. Christian.
That's true. And so they had a run. They had a phase of suicide bombings where Palestinian. It was. We had them going off all the time in Israel. Palestinians did not know who the suicide bombers were. They didn't know who the group. We knew the resistance, but it was a small part of the resistance. We didn't know who exactly was doing it at the time. Meaning we knew Hamas, but we didn't know, what part of Hamas. It was all done very secretively because Palestinians did not accept suicide bombing, and we wouldn't have accepted it because the majority of Palestinians are Muslims, and Muslims know that suicide bombings are prohibited in Islam.
Particularly, and there's authentic hadith, but the Prophet, peace be upon him, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, whoever intentionally kills himself, then certainly he will be punished in the hellfire, wherein he will shall dwell forever. So
it's dry. It's black and white.
We know what's wrong. You're not supposed to kill yourself. But the thing, though, is that, and this is not unique to Palestinians, the Japanese kamikaze have done it as well, where actually it's a little more for Palestinians. Palestinians had to find unconventional ways to resist their violent terroristic oppressors, because there were very violent terroristic oppressors stealing their land, killing them, depriving their rights, and so forth. So they didn't have any jets. They don't have any tanks. They don't have an army. They don't have a navy. So they had to find ways where they can attack the enemy, the violent, ruthless, oppressor enemy. We should clarify that's who they are. And the Palestinians defending themselves. So when people are defending themselves, they get desperate, and they find ways to, unconventional ways to attack. Just like the kamikaze pilots in Japan did so. And they thought it was a very noble thing to die for one's country. Now, the second thing is that while there's no religious justification in the Quran and the Sunnah, the Hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and not evidenced by the companions, but a generation, I think it was the generation after the companions, there was one battle where a man, in order to attack the enemy, they were attacking Muslims, and they were going to, attack them back. What they did is they had a fortress. There was a wall, the enemy, and he somehow opened the door. Basically, they knew that if the person who was first going to open the door would be killed, and he did that, sacrificed himself for the sake of opening the door, knowing that he would be killed, and he was killed. So that was used by some. I think Hamas had maybe referenced. I can't remember. I read about this a while ago. They referenced this instance as a legitimate method, although it was not done by the Prophet, peace be upon him. It wasn't sanctioned, as we mentioned in Hadith here, and also the Quran, that you're not supposed to kill yourself. And wasn't done by the companions of the Prophet, but it was a later generation that did it.
Bringing it back to Palestinians, Dean. Palestinians, this was not considered. Well, I'll be quick. This was not considered a mainstream viewpoint or principle by Palestinians in general. It was actually considered a very radical viewpoints when it comes to suicide bombings. As a matter of fact, we didn't have the control that we have today over the resistance, and some of them did go out of control, and that's okay. That happens. We didn't have a government. We're under occupation. They went as far as to force the families, the parents, to not cry and to pretend to be happy that their child was a suicide bomber after they found out through the news or whatever that their child was the one that killed 5, 10, 20 innocent people in Israel.
So Edward, do you mind if I just...
Before you go on to ask another question, now, there's been multiple surveys. Hold on, Ali, hold on for a second.
Hold on, Ali, 1 second. Go ahead.
Right? That have in support the fast. Okay, what? Can you hear me now?
No, you're breaking up, Ace.
You're in the matrix.
But Ali, maybe go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly.
Yeah,
So Dean, I think the story that you shared, it's a good one. I mean, it's not unique in a battlefield or sort certain things to make it easier for their team.
We need to stop this. We need to stop. I'm not going to let this. I'm not going to continue down this path. I made it very clear, and I'm not going to have the Palestinian position and culture be defiled by this trash.
Trash.
This is not to be compared to. I'm sorry. Hold on, Dean. Dean. No offense. I know you meant comparing this to kamikaze pilots of Japan. Wasn't a good analogy because they did not do it for the same. It was considered fine in their culture. It is not considered okay for Palestinians in Palestinian culture to kill innocent people and blow themselves up while doing it. It was not, and that's why it stopped. It was.
Edward, to be fair to the Japanese, though, they didn't kill innocent people when they were doing that.
They didn't either. But the suicide part.
Well, that part, yes, they believed that if they did it, it would give them a blessing.
They were Muslim, is what I'm saying. So
Edward, my intent was mentioned because Ali likes to allow Muslims. Yes. I want to mention almost everything. The comments about slavery, the comments about this, the comments about that, the comments about that. So I tried, when Ali's on straight topic, I pointed, you know what? This is not unique to Muslims. There are others who do this tactic. There's others doing this. He mentioned slavery and slavery. Well, I said America has over 1.2 million. America prohibited slavery, he said. Well, so did Saudi Arabia in 1962. It was enacted into law. So I try to bring examples.
No, I'm not. I understand. I'm not blaming you. You don't have to defend yourself. I'm just saying that this isn't a good analogy because it takes away from Palestinians having self-reflection and empathy and understanding and standing for this was a moral decision that Palestinians made, not a strategic decision. It was not strategic. Yes, okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, so
yes.
This is what I want to get at, because Ali,
No, you're in the Matrix again. Go ahead, Ghost. You were going to say something too?
Surveys that show that society is for this barbaric genocide. But when it comes to Palestinians, there's no consensus. There's absolutely no agreement. The actions are few are irregular. I don't know why people try to stick to this fucking minute point. It's actually irrelevant. I wish this Ali dude was here still. Shut his fucking face up. He's such a fucking racist fuck. Sorry, I hate that guy.
Can't defend Islam, can you? Gotta attack the man, not the topic.
I don't know if racism.
Y'all didn't even let him talk. Y'all literally, he said like 2 sentences.
Oh, he did? He did say about black people? Oh, okay. Well, I haven't sure to comment on race, but he could be.
I've talked to him before. I have destroyed him, and I've had I spent about 4 or 5 hours. And what was it? It was what's his name? Pepe's room, Pepe's house. I just happened to go in there, and Ali was, on stage. I went on stage. I think it was about, I want to say, between 2 and 4 hours. We went back and forth. I obliterated that guy for every single point he made. Was destroyed. I mean, he walked away from that. He's not a good debater. He's a good, pointing fingers. You did basically like Sapien. What do you do?
Propagandist.
What Sapien does. You did this. You did this. They did that. They did that. They did that. But you don't have proof of. You don't have any context behind it, and you pointing fingers, especially if others have done the same or worse. And that's what Ali does. He points fingers.
No, that's what you do, Edward. That's called projection.
Nilek, how's it going? Would you like to say something? Andy?
Needlick, are you there? Needlick just came on stage.
He's warming up the meatball.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. We won't attack you. We only attack the ones we have a history with.
Yeah, speak for yourself. Don't say we.
Depends on what's said.
Edward, what do you think? Is a Yiddish meatball.
Edward, what do you think? What do you think goes through Sapien's mind? I don't still get it.
I don't know.
Air.
Yeah, it is real air.
Airhead. He's an airhead. You know what goes through Sapien? Sapien's head goes, air goes through it. Complete airhead. See the definition of airhead.
Okay. Think about it seriously, okay? If the Israeli government, if the Zionists, if someone who has the power is not paying you money, okay, and you're supporting the baby killers, the ideology of Zionists,
John, Sapien's been doing this for over a year. He just came back. It's the first time you're hearing him.
We're not at supporting baby killers yet with Sapien. He's still trying to figure out. He's still trying to figure out if Israel is occupying the Palestinians. He hasn't figured out a position on that yet.
Yeah, this is
Sapien. Do you read history? Sapien, do you read history?
No.
Do you believe in?
No. Let me introduce you to Sapien. You mean your history on your Instagram page?
TikTok.
Yeah, I think so.
TikTok history. That's it.
I think so.
Yeah, yes, but Sapien, I'm appalled to Sapien. You're not very firm in your moral position on this matter, and you've been educated by so many people on this topic for 3 years, and you've chosen the side of the genocider, of the oppressor. It's clear as day, but you don't get it. I think that is because you have some underlying biases. You're anti-Muslim, I think, and I think it deals with your homosexuality. That Islam prohibits homosexuality, but also traditional Orthodox Christians do as well. And many Christian communities throughout the world, they ban homosexuality. All Christian countries in Africa have laws against homosexuality. It's not allowed. Absolutely not. You can't publicly.
Jews do as well. Judaism. Yeah, it's also Judaism.
Yeah, also Judaism as well. Yeah. So I think that there's some bigotry that is affecting is clouding your vision on this matter. It's clouding your heart. It's very clear as day, Sapien. There's an oppressor and the oppressor. Historically, the world knows it. The land of the Palestinians has been stolen. There was a Nakba. They were forced out of their homes year after year, decade after decade. They know who has the upper hand. Right? who's stealing. You can laugh, but he's gone now. You can't laugh at facts. It just, you look somewhere foolish when you laugh at facts. Palestinian land has been stolen. It's a complete fact.
But he was, when Daniel was in the room, Amir's room 2 days ago, Sapien was trying to defend the Zionist position. They don't want to ethnically remove Palestinians. They don't want to, from the West Bank. They don't care Palestinians stay. And Daniel was like, no, we want them gone. We want to remove them. We want them to go to Egypt and Jordan. We don't want any of them around. And I'm like, Sapien, what do you think of that? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just, it sounds like a controversial position. I don't know about this position. It's very controversial.
Yeah, Sapien. The prime ministers of Israel, the cabinet members, Knesset members, from generation to generation, from year to year, from cabinet or from term to term, have all, at least several of them, have openly stated this position. Eretz Israel, our goal is to take over the land from the Tigris to the Nile to the Euphrates.
That's a Likud Party charter since the 1960s. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, the Likud charter is from the river to the sea. They say the same exact thing as the Palestinians. But the Palestinians don't mean to kill all Jews. That's a lie. It's been promoted by Zionist dominated media. They promote this lie that Palestinians want to kill all Jews. If that was the case, Jews would not be living there at all. But actually, historically, and you don't need me to say this, but many Jews, historians, rabbis, have attested to the fact that Jews have been protected under Muslim rule. The Muslims haven't genocided Jews. You don't see anything like this happening when Muslims are in control. Were there instances where Jews were killed? Of course. The Hebron massacre is like that's a topic we could talk about. 75 people were killed. That's they were traitors. It's not as simple. But there wasn't a genocide. There wasn't a goal of extermination of Palestinians exterminating Jews. Right? So the thing is, you've had so much time to really reflect on this matter, and I think there's just some underlying biases that are prejudices that are clouded your heart on this matter and your mind.
Sapien believes that if you believe or think the possibility of you not succeeding in liberating yourself, then you shouldn't even bother resist. You should just stay under the thumb of the oppressor. So basically, God forbid, someone's being violated physically. If you believe the person's bigger than you, stronger than you, don't even bother fight back. That's his position. It's pretty pathetic, actually. I think it's based in cowardice.
Yeah,
I said you can't fight. I said you can fight back, but once you lose, I think you should accept your loss.
What's lost? What's losing? What's losing? So if somebody gets away with harming somebody, they should get justice. They should just accept the loss and say, "Hey, listen, this happened to me. I'm just gonna let it be."
Try to get justice, but let's say somebody kills your family member, right? And so you end up pressing charges, and the person goes to trial, and for some weird reason, the court finds the person not guilty. Okay, you can't double jeopardy the person because that's against the law.
But we haven't been we haven't even got to justice. But this is the problem. We haven't even Palestinians. I shouldn't be saying we. I just feel this is so fucking gets me as a person who's a fuck. Palestinians haven't been given the opportunity to seek justice, and when Palestinians have done things like doing the peaceful means of, let's say, protesting at the border, the IDF went and shot the knees out of the Palestinian protesters. They weren't peaceful. They weren't peaceful. How were they not peaceful? How were they not peaceful?
There were cameras all over. It's on video.
They were their kneecaps were shot off by the IDF, and they were protesting peacefully on their own land, peacefully. You know that, right? Their knees got shot off?
I've seen, Daniel.
Do you know that? Do you? I'm not. Do you know that? Hold on. Say me. Do you know of that? Of instances like that? Do you?
Yeah, I've heard of that, but I think that yes, but there was also bad actors in those crowds.
Oh my! Hold on for a second. What do those people do in those crowds? Did the so-called bad actors fire at the IDF to get fired back? No, they weren't. They never did. What bad actors?
I honestly don't know to read on that.
Yeah, so don't say that then. Don't say that then if you don't know.
Yeah, you just
made it up. You fucking made it up. You justified people's knees getting fucking shot off.
Anything on Iran or any news? Any new news?
No, it's kind of weird, the back and forth. It's kind of, there was Iranian, what was the name of this person from the government? He basically said that it seems like this was 2-3 years ago. I think Al Jazeera quoted him. That it somehow seems to be almost like a game that's going on here. None of this is really being done in good faith. It's pretty interesting that Trump, the fact that even that in this agreement, there's a $300 billion that the U.S. government, Trump administration, is willing to give Iran for reparations, technically, for all the damage that's occurred over the years. Do you know? So they have $6 billion assets frozen. They don't want to give that. But $300 billion. Do you see this is a very interesting? I mean, if people don't believe that
Trump wants out.
I know, but people. Yeah, they don't. If you see this, we America is in a very weak position. I don't know why people don't see it as that.
Yeah, if we have to pay, and the thing is, Iran is holding out, and I think why Trump wants, is willing to pay so much money. It's not just to end the war. It's so that Iran doesn't retaliate against Israel. If Israel, goes and destroys Lebanon, or goes and destroys the Palestinians, or attacks Iran.
I just like those kids.
So he's trying to find a way to keep Israel safe while still saving
Could it be more so the midterms? How his ratings looks like shit in America. It's not. Even if you look at some of the things that Trump's been getting away with, even if that's less fun.
But if he wanted to, he could just say, well, let's you can dilute the uranium down as long as we witness it, which I don't think the Iranians would have a problem with, and we'll lift sanctions.
He's saying we'll lift sanctions slowly. He's already made that.
But then that would be enough for
Iran. But it's not a win for America, right? So he also needs to make it look like somewhat of a win.
But the uranium would be a win.
I know, but so JCPOA took 22 months to negotiate. 22 months. And this is not something that can be done overnight, especially the way that the U.S. has done this, right? But the point is this. There was a meeting that did occur. I think I told you, we talked about a week ago, where Iran said, because we don't have trust in America, they'll break their word, right? We want to just relocate our uranium to a sort of a neutral ground, right? They said Russia or China. Okay, and if you guys don't pull onto your end of the agreement, then we're just gonna, which is fair. And then of course the U.S. said no. He could have taken that even and said, okay, he could have made it look like anything, but said no. So there's more to.
Yeah, and then you have to ask yourself, then what is this $300 billion? And to me, it must be something outside of.
Legally, they have to, right?
Iran and the U.S.
International law, right?
And you're going to have a very difficult time
under international law. I mean, not that we abide by it, but this is actually stipulation in international law. That if you cause damage to a country, this was unlawful. You're actually supposed to go back. That's one thing.
Yeah.
Secondly, you know what they want? They want U.S. contractors to be rebuilding Iran.
That might be it. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I can't even imagine.
That's what $300 billion is. And do you know who his Congress will be? The Jared Kushner.
I know.
It's gonna line the pockets of Trump and his cult, if you want to call it. Do you see how this is very nefarious in a sense?
Yeah. That could be it. Know that Iran would allow American companies and Americans to come in and profit off of them that way. There's no way. Because they don't need to. All they have to do is wait Trump out, and his political position would be severely weakened because gas prices are going to keep climbing.
That's across the world, even. I mean, this is it's bad, actually, all over the place.
But here, July, June, the end of June until the beginning of August, especially, but really the summer is when people travel and do, across the country and tourism.
Agriculture also is hitting. You know that, right? Just taking a big hit.
Yeah. They're predicting lower than average yields, is what farmers are saying.
Well, it's the cost of that, what's it called again? So that was the type of fertilizer. So it's not potash.
Urea?
Something like that, yeah. That's, the price is not 50%. 67% of the world's supply goes to that. And what I've been hearing from the economists is that the true cost of this war is going to be felt. Not even because it's going to be felt next year. Because people have planned ahead, right? They have things in stock, but even when this all ends, the whole rate of pickup again, things flowing, and the shipments through cargo is the slowest way of getting goods to cargo. It's going to be the
mostly. Christians will disagree, but even their morality is subjective. But what's most
always yours.
But how come yours isn't subjective? You're basically saying you're right. Because you have a definition of what God should be, and He doesn't meet your definition.
I just said there is rational. No, I didn't.
But you're assuming
there's no right or wrong. I'm saying it's irrational.
My underlying view of God is that there isn't really. This is not really a rational decision in many ways. Okay, you have faith. You don't have faith. But
Thank you, Tyra.
I mean, so
you don't agree then.
But no, I don't agree with everything you're saying because I think what you're saying makes no sense. You're trying to defend your lack of faith or lack of understanding by saying, there's a reason for it. No, you're trying to defend it with a weird reason.
Anything. I'm actually attacking.
If you don't believe in God, that's fine. No one here is actually requiring you to believe in God. But you're trying to make the argument that the reason you don't believe in God is because you don't think that God meets your definition of God. That's a little crazy.
That's people crazy. That's people crazy. That's how they works.
But that's like ass backwards,
No. I'm attacking the argument of the deception.
Sure. What's the question? Sure.
She don't know what she's attacking.
Tyra,
I know what the fuck I'm attacking.
No,
you just want to blindly believe in a religion that oppresses you. It's cool.
No.
Let me, cause
you're throwing darts at a dartboard while wearing a blindfold.
Whatever. Who cares? I don't care what you say.
Hello.
Don't care what you say.
Every single time. The whole I don't care what you say. That's stuff that my baby niece says, not
right.
Stuff that an adult
You're still saying things I don't care.
Hello?
Okay.
Just try reading the book.
Like an idiot.
Yeah, try reading the book.
Still saying things I don't understand.
Let's go on mute. Let's go on mute. Mute up. Mute up.
You can't go anywhere.
You're a teenage girl. I don't care.
Come on, let Scarlett go. You can't go anywhere.
You're a teenage girl making these insults. They're basic.
Yes. And you're a dumb bitch. How about that?
Oh, no. What an original insult. Oh, my gosh. I'm a dumb bitch. It's infinitely better than yours.
Projection alert. Projection alert.
Go ahead.
Come on, let the girl go.
Okay, Tyra, I heard what you said to JD. You said something of dealing with that you don't feel like God is. You said something about God is not real. God is not. You said it's subjective, and you said something else. I was washing dishes. Because it's confused. Because I can see why JD can get confused. If people don't understand the definition of God, they don't understand what it means. All religions are all the same. It's just they praise them different. No, what I think I said was that in order to believe in God, there is some element of faith. Faith is not necessarily a rational concept in many ways. You can rationalize it. You could say, I believe because of X, Y, and Z. But underneath it all, there is this unknowing, right? Or this unknown faith that basically, and you can say, because I believe in everything the Bible says, because I've seen miracles. There are lots of things you can say, but it requires an underlying faith. I do not think she has that underlying faith, but in order to not have it, she's trying to pretend. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say pretend. She is justifying it by suggesting that God has to meet her definition of good, and if he doesn't, then he can't be God. That's nuts, because I think it's really the underlying issue. People who are atheists generally sort of feel like that, this, or at least that's where they start off generally, that it's a concept that came up because people were scared of dying, right? Or things like that, right? That's what people do. But she's coming up with, no, there can't be a God. She's trying to rationalize our underlying irrationality in a way.
Some people don't read books.
It's called intuition. Like,
they know difference between the subjective and the objective.
How do you believe it? How do you breathe? How do you?
But what is the truth? If you can't even breathe and you were born at your birth,
her name is Ada.
what's the truth gonna be in your death?
Yeah, I'm not.
I mean,
how do we breathe?
Yeah.
With our lungs? Like, why is this relevant?
You gotta suck it.
What do we do?
We breathe in oxygen.
Breath.
Okay. So who did? How did you?
Science.
Okay. So, thank you. So, can you see? Oh, I got you. Can you see oxygen?
No, but you gotta suck it to get it in your lungs if you want to take a breath. That's the truth.
Can I see oxygen with the naked eye? No.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so you don't believe in God.
Why did they kick me?
It basically means life. Natural is life. Natural, that's life, right? So if you believe,
all this can be true. How does this negate what I'm saying?
Saying that God is not real.
I don't believe in God.
But you believe in oxygen and you believe in life.
Well, no, I don't believe. I don't believe in oxygen. I believe in like how y'all believe in God. Like oxygen, it was. Yeah.
Keep on.
Exactly what I said.
Keep on.
Exactly what I said. Yeah. So if you're talking about belief in like, oh, there's no evidence, there's no, logical, bricks that we're coming to this conclusion of, and you're just believing it because someone told you to, then yes, I think that's irrational, and I don't see a reason to believe in it. But if there's some type of evidence that we can use that can bring you to this conclusion, then yes, I have. Now, I'm not saying that, if you have a sincere belief, I guess I should say, then I think you're probably an irrational being. Like, God should be looked at as much as people look at astrology. But people sincerely believe, like, God exists and they do it by using no type of evidence. And then when they create the story of God, also doesn't make sense. It's just like all these things are in sense, and it's just like no reason to believe in it. Like I find no good reason, no good argument to believe in it.
So do I'm tune with let's get the religion. Are you in tune with your spirit? Like do stuff make you feel?
I'm not gonna do that. Like
no, I'm just asking because
you're trying to say she don't have a spirit.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm spiritless. I'm spiritless.
You believe it's fine.
She just said she ain't got no spirit, Scarlett.
Spirit, oops. I'm a horrible person with no spirit.
We have to define
What's the difference between letting it flow and
how you ever
about that one.
Yes, because
I don't know about that one.
What to eat on earth and what's good and what's bad, and tell you how different people. They tell you about different people's standards and stuff like that.
Welcome to the stage, Andre.
I know, because I don't think you really.
Welcome to the room, everyone.
I'm very happy that you have this topic because I am trans, and the bigotry, the hatred, the racism that's inflicted on trans people is just growing out of proportion to the reality of what some people consider the problem. And personally, I'm so happy that you have this to bring awareness about trans ideology, and I'm just happy to be here. Thank you, Black.
You're not trans, I know you are, but I guess.
No, I am trans. I'm also a Black woman.
You're not trans at all.
Don't you dare tell me who I am. Don't you identify me. How dare you? Excuse me? No, this is I am.
If you want to stay on stage, just don't troll. You can stay on stage as long as you don't troll.
All right, well then you're projecting and you're the troll. Have a good day, sir.
Shut up. Something.
Listen, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. I'm about to end this bitch because I'm tired of hearing this at this point. So either find another subject or we all just gonna leave and part ways because this is done and done.
What a good God you are.
Who doesn't?
Hello.
What a mighty God. What a mighty
You say I'm very arrogant. I haven't thought about this. Y'all sound exactly like that. What are you talking about?
Who said that to you?
I said
Nick said that like.
Oh, I don't think that. I don't think that.
Watch you change the subject.
Hello. I said it because as I listen to it, when there's a question, the question is frequently batted away. So when she asked you, and hello, when she asked you, and she said, sorry, First Lady, that the people usually don't use such arguments, they begin with a cosmological argument. You don't know what that is. That's why
yes, I do. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm not having that argument right now.
I got it.
Like,
Let me just finish.
Like,
you're saying it's like it's irrelevant. Okay. And it's odd when someone is using, as Kira has now said 4 times, a set of terms from the Christian God to disprove the Christian God. They call those terms, but you don't believe in God. And if you don't bring in the entire part of the equation, because you still have never dealt with the revelation. You still never dealt with the I know. That's all. I don't think you're trolling. I think that you just don't want to actually think through the concepts individually, which is why when somebody says free will, that's a loaded term.
Yes, it is.
It is where?
Because you use it in the context of God committing or allowing bad things to happen, and you were like, well, that's a gift He gave us, and you implied it as if it's something good without even defining it.
I did not. What I said was that free will, as I've said many times, is that separates man from beast under the problem of evil. And if you don't have the capacity for good, you would not have the capacity for good. Therefore, you're not human. If we don't have the capacity for good and evil, are simply beasts. That's where I was talking about it. And from the Christian perspective, that is the good, that we're not beasts, not free will in and of itself, but not being beasts. If an alligator shows up at my neighbor's house, my neighbor has a 4-year-old, cute little kid, showed up at the neighbor's house, an alligator came about him down the street and ate up the kids, we would not call that evil, because alligators don't
they wouldn't have had a conception of good and evil because they were working on survival and self-preservation. That's the point. I was not saying it was inherently good insofar as it names a set of axiological judgments. I was saying it was good from a Christian perspective because it separates man from beast. And what you were calling for is for us to not be human under that conception.
Yeah, and you say that I don't think about my arguments. When you make arguments like that, you don't define any of those terms because I can simply disagree with everything that you just said. I can disagree.
What terms need defining? I'll define every term.
Well, one, you define free will. I remember the first time I asked you to define it, you laughed in my face.
Because we don't know what free will is.
No, I defined free will in front of you, and then when I said something different, you were like, well, obviously it's a definition. I also disagree that your version of free will is what is the only thing that makes us human, and if we don't have it, now we're beasts. I completely disagree with that.
Under the problem of evil.
You haven't thought about any of this. Okay, you have to define that.
Your definition is fine.
So my definition
about the problem of evil.
Okay, that's fine. You still need to define your terms.
Commit evil?
Can alligators commit? I mean, it depends on how you define evil. You have to define your terms. You're talking about I haven't thought about this. Y'all clearly haven't thought about that. Y'all defending this bullshit. Y'all define, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If I actually hold on. If I actually broke it down with Christians about what they think is good and all good that God is, they would not agree. I'd be like, oh shit, this actually doesn't make sense.
Alligator commit evil in the discussion that we're having.
In the discussion that we're having, I would say yes.
Evil,
I would say yes.
Let me just give you a question.
I would say yes.
Under the alligator.
Okay, an alligator can commit an evil act. No. An alligator. Wait, can I just do this? An alligator can commit what we view as an evil act. They can eat a person, right? But are they knowingly committing evil? That would be the issue.
Do they have the requisite intent?
I just asked you. Yes.
I would still say yes. They are knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Wow.
What are you talking? No,
they're knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Oh my! Yes. An alligator knows that they're eating a. It's time to boom it.
Yes. And you reacting the way you do without actually thinking through it doesn't mean that you know more about what the fuck you're talking about. You doing oh my gosh doesn't mean you actually negate anything that I said.
So So you said it can be evil. Explain how it could be evil under the problem of evil and what we're talking about. How can it be evil? Maybe you're right.
Under what I'm talking about and what I consider evil is committing evil acts and being aware that you are committing evil acts.
And so alligators have a sense of morality.
I didn't say that they have a sense of morality.
Then how can they know they're committing evil?
You don't have to have a sense of morality to commit evil.
Huh?
Oh?
Can I help you?
What the fuck?
Can I help you?
Wait.
You can be simply there's plenty of people who don't have a sense of morality that commit evil.
Is evil.
Wait, you have to have actually, she didn't quite answer that question when you asked it about the baby.
What do you mean?
In that case, the baby that picked up the gun unknowingly shot someone was committing evil, just like the alligator, right?
Wait, you said someone who could be that commits.
Remember, if you go back a while, you were a little hesitant. Somebody said, if a baby picks up a gun and shoots someone, not knowing what the gun can do, they just press it and it happened to not have a safety gun.
No, that was an accident.
But yes, I understand. But we asked you, did the baby know what they were doing, etc. And you sort of were hedging a little bit.
The baby doesn't know what they're doing. The alligator does.
But the alligator is doing it. He doesn't have a moral compass.
You don't have to have a sense of morality. You don't have to. Oh my God. You're really conflating terms right now. So you think having awareness of a thing means that you have a sense of morality?
No, what I'm saying. No,
you have that sense of morality.
I'm saying Ben said that.
No one brought up morality in it.
No, he did.
Just let me answer the question. You ask questions, and when I'm answering, you start speaking, and then you say, "Don't answer the question." So for it to be evil is to violate is to violate moral standards. That's evil. And especially in this discussion. Because you said all good, all knowing. That's suffering. It's dealing with human volition. Obviously. An alligator doesn't commit evil. We don't say, now you might say, oh, you know, a hurricane comes through or doesn't, oh, that was horrible, what happened? You might use it metaphorically, but in this one, it has to be a contravention of morals, a deep one.
I don't necessarily think because you are aware of a thing that you are a sense of morality. And I don't also think just because you violate, like, that's what I mean when I say we have to define terms. I don't think because you violate moral standards, whatever that means, that you are now committing evil.
I'll just go fuck it. Here, let me go to the dictionary. Evil. I mean, profoundly immoral. Here we go. Definition. Profoundly immoral.
What's immoral?
Immoral. Cool. I click on it. Not conforming to accepted standards of morality.
Well,
what's
I would think in this case,
principle concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behavior. Particular system of values and principles of conduct, especially held by one person or a society. Okay, when do alligators get taught in bad behavior? And how much is the tuition?
Okay, you said
around the other alligators.
I'll fall back better with all.
Okay.
You're so committed.
I think what's happening.
I just don't think y'all have thought about this enough. And I actually think y'all underestimate how much animals do have like control over their own acts.
I didn't say anything about the control. I'm talking about the axiology, the value.
No, not the. I mean, value.
The moral values. We're talking about moral. Come on, you cannot be serious.
Man, can I say something?
Bro, stop saying like.
Go ahead, Brian.
You haven't thought about this. Just bow out. You haven't thought about this. Don't ever say I'm trolling. I haven't thought about this.
I don't think you're trolling.
I
don't think you're trolling. But you
haven't thought about this.
Moral
hey,
you say that. You see that? I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I said I don't think you need a moral sense to commit an evil act.
All right, go ahead, Brian.
You said that.
Well, wait, how
and now you're gonna go around and say and tell people that I said that. Because in this particular case, evil be the intent, which it could be awareness or purposeful causing of suffering or harm. In this particular sense,
is causing purposeful suffering or harm.
Yes, when they eat a baby.
And it knows that it's...
Yes.
My God.
Yes.
They're trying to eat food. It's the animal.
Okay.
That alligator has to eat. That's not purposeful. Trying to create harm and take the baby away from the family.
Do you think? Because I mean, that can simply be defeated by a simple hypothetical. So you're saying that someone. So. I mean, are you saying that for someone to commit an evil act, they must have a sense of morality, basically? Is that what you're saying?
Start again.
For someone to commit an evil act, or for them to commit evil, whatever, they must have a sense of morality of what's right and wrong.
Of course.
This shit comes from my head.
That's not what I said.
No, that's what he said.
No. I asked the question.
Yeah, answering the question.
Answering you by giving you specifics. Well, I forgot already. I not forget.
So I think
I
you don't have to.
notice.
I don't know why y'all talk to me like that. I don't need to help. Actually, I don't get what you're saying. I'm talking to Dan. He's the one who said it.
So what are you thinking just plans?
Brian, it's not
I don't think someone insulted me in the chat is on my side. So come on. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I don't need.
That's my nephew.
Yes, they did.
No, I don't need help. I'm so spirit, right? I'm so evil.
Yes.
I'm spiritless. Talk to me. I'm evil.
Yes. They have to have a moral sense. Yes. early man who had no conception for the development of morals. I mean, there's philosophers of evil that even exist. So I'm not going to
Warning, atmospheric decompression detected on deck 8. Environmental compensation sequence has been initiated.
Oh, shit.
I think there is a strong case for out evil, but it does not extend to the point that it eliminates the possibility of God. So you can say
You've been apprehended invading one of our secret facilities. The least that will happen is for you to stand trial. You'll be punished. We want an apology for committing material of what? I'm sure to grab the incision in your chest. While you were under the influence of our drugs, you were implanted with a small device.
God got the ball rolling, God started the universe, you could say he just took a hands-on approach and allows the natural sequence of events as it was.
By entering commands of this pad, I can produce pain out of your body. Various levels of severity. Forgive me. I don't enjoy this, but I must demonstrate it will make everything clearer. Surprising, isn't it? Most people feel at first they can't steel themselves against it, but they're completely unprepared for the intensity of the pain.
God, but it doesn't.
You think this bothers me? You're fuckhead.
With that argument, it doesn't extend to the point that it eliminates the possibility of God.
This is so good. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Why you punch your gun at your own head?
It's not my head. Well, it is my head, but it's not my gun.
What happened to you? We have to sort before you something in on this. We just kill the head, right?
You can't shoot the head in the face.
Why not?
Stop it there. Remember. You're gonna die. Stop them! Stop them!
First lady.
With me! I'm holding my hand. People don't do that to me.
So, it's not the
This is
incoherent. She's saying that we are irrational for believing in it because the triune God with all the omni properties cannot exist.
Correct.
And Brian's response and Brian's response
we all
is
agree.
1 second, let me say you didn't want to speak. Brian's response is apropos because even if everything she said was true and God didn't possess all the omni properties, doesn't mean that he would that means he doesn't exist.
Correct.
It just means that we would. Come on, your mama, don't take it out on me, bro.
I said correct. She didn't say anything.
Y'all sound the same. Y'all sound the same. My bad. Listen, you know how y'all are passive aggressive when y'all don't get y'all fucking way. So,
Ain't nobody passive aggressive. Give me your address. Yeah. Who passive aggressive now? Yeah.
Pull up. Shorty said she gonna pull up for the day.
with overnight back?
No, if what I'm saying is so stupid, you wouldn't have to lie about what I say. But
Yeah. So if you look at the definition of evil, it says, I'll say it again, profoundly immoral and wicked. So at the core of that, the first adjective here is immoral. So in order to be immoral, you would have to have a set of moral standards and a consciousness of such standards, right? If an alligator can commit evil based off this definition, they would therefore have to have a moral sense. Maybe people are using evil, I don't like the natural evil thing. there's actually a version of national evil in Christian theology, which is different. I understand what Brian was doing, but that's just like happenstance, instinct, tragedy. We use these terms. Obviously, in a discussion on the Christian God and the allotment of suffering vis-a-vis human will, we're talking about having a moral sense. That's why slavery, rape, and that's why murder, rape, and genocide have been the primary examples. Those have been the primary examples. Not a rhinoceros running his horn through my chest.
I mean, that doesn't negate.
Can I move it along a little?
I mean, you literally said that alligators can.
This only way you think you can win is the mutiny.
There's nothing to win.
He didn't bring
you bring
I
part of the
needed
Christian
you
framework
because you continuously keep coming off your mic, which
you bring
causes
part of
the
the Christian
problem.
framework
Because he's misinterpreting what I said.
Against the existence of God. How about this? Let's use the Hindu framework. Based on the Hindu framework, why do you know that? Because the framework around theodicy has no bearing on the existence of God, which now I've said, Tira said, Brian said, etc. So let's move off Christians. Let's bring the Hindu framework or the Trukul framework. How does that disprove the existence of God?
I mean, if God, I don't know about their God, so.
Right, that's what the argument is.
That's the point.
What's the argument?
Your strongest argument for how the problem of evil eliminates the possibility of God. What's your strongest argument? That because evil exists, therefore, no God.
I mean, it depends how y'all are defining God.
You define it. Put it in your terms, your strongest logical argument.
I would think that God is an omnipotent being, right? Y'all would agree with that, or no? Because if God is just Joe on the street, if God is just Joe on the street,
keep going.
Okay. I mean, we would have to agree with that, because if God is just Joe on the street, then maybe I could believe it.
It could be any supernatural.
The majority.
It just means a supernatural being.
Let her build.
Okay, a supernatural being, usually.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord. Who cometh forth from the dark. And my birth is from the house of death. And the true divine voice upon your miracles. Who can watch all the universe? Yea, who company the near to the house of rest. I let the ship on and sing the words to the heart.
I want to say hi to my friend Honey Badger down there in the audience. I saw Honey Badger at the bar I was at last night on the wall, and I thought about you.
Does he live in Chicago? Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I live in Chicago.
No, I was gonna say.
I'd like to play a little song for my friends here. It's called Wizard Banishing. Well, maybe not. It's not one of my favorites. But I'm going to play for you my new political campaign song called Brandon Johnson is the Scam. I hope you enjoy.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his phony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Proportions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortion from out of state. Allow thieves to take on the streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to get out to his crowded non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam.
What'd you think?
I'm not the biggest fan, John. I think if you want to win, just focus on your own strengths, you know?
Focus on my own strength.
Yeah.
Well, you're fired. All right, I'm going to focus on my own strength. What'd you think? I want to dedicate this song to my friend Daniel Nero. Wherever he is, whatever he's doing, I hope he's doing it well. Never had one lesson. Raised in the catacombs of an opera theater. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This one's dedicated to Daniel. Massive melons. Melon rainbow. Watermelon rainbows. Massive watermelons.
Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. Orange. Hey, hey, The priest joins hands upon the breast of the priestess and takes back his lance. He turns to the Puranas, lowers and raises the lance and makes upon them. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law.
Love is the law. Love on your will.
He lowers the lance and turns to each the priest. Takes the lance in her right hand and in her left hand she offers the path. The priest kneels.
The Diakin. Mysterious energy, treefold, mysterious moon, in fourfold and sevenfold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves. That in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So would it be. closed hands. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Check my phone, read the city news. All these headlines, we got more to lose. Talking about the neighborhoods that need some love. Dreaming about a leader we can be proud of. On the south and the west, every single block. Time to build it up, time to talk that talk. We're trying to move on, trying to find our way. Lift the whole town up every day. The rhythm's here, the vibe is strong. Voice of the people gonna sing this song. Now we filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Go to Chicago, they are over.com. Go Chicago strong, keep pushing on. Go John Kitover, lift up every space. John Kitover, 2020, solid for this place. One step, two step, marching down the road. Every single ward in election mode. Future of the city in the people's hands. Time to back a vision with some real plans. Tax reform talk, make the burden fair. More for the schools and the homes right there. So bold, so bright this year. Every voice in the crowd so clear. Go to Chicago, mayorelection.com. Let your choice ring out like a song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Head to John Kitover, Chicago.com. Spread the word around, keep pushing on. Go John Kitover, lift up every space. John Kitover. You log in, like the countdown just begins. Slow spin, every scroll just leads to him. Full page, pulling traffic to the booth. His name on your lips like something new. You pull that ballot from your pocket, right here. Say I don't usually even talk it, but tonight you want an option. It could be a better option. You got me doing up the midnight moves, yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room, big on his name, tired of his name, ready for changes, we're breaking the rules. You got me, oh yeah, doing up the midnight moves, having like a stuck on truth. If this is the moment, I don't want to blow it. Only these after midnight moves for you. Real talk, about the taxes on my mind. Scroll lines, junk it over, it's your time. We laugh at the chaos in the mix. One vote for a city we can fix. You let his message build the drama, so real, but we can heat up every dollar. Said tonight you want an option. He could be your better option. You got me, doing up the midnight moves. Oh yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room, click on his name, tired of his name, ready for changes, we're breaking it up. You got me, doing at the midnight moves, acting like a stuck on true. If this is my moment, I really don't know. Only these after midnight moves. You, yeah. Lights fade, but the the votes go round. Don't slow when things running under the town. If this is just a one-night try, then let's stay up. Give that right, give it right. You got me doing at the midnight move. Right here on the screen inside my room. Live on the same, time on the same, ready for changes. We're breaking the rules. You got me doing at the midnight move. Midnight just coming through. Slipping like I'm stuck on you. This is a moment I don't wanna know it. Only these ever men. I'm for you, only you, yeah you.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repressions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1 illegally to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax man, is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repressions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repressions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam.
On the corner by the blue light, flies in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Greater than the details, you can see when he smiles. Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is taking back our shot. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call it when it slows. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every fall. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is taking back our shot. This is our city, not our street. This is our city, every promise, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago, street by street, door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is. Come on, take your shot.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride, but always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale, purple, veil, voluptuous, all who are pleasure and purple and drunkenness of the innermost sense desire you. Put on the wings and arouse the coiled splendor within you. Come to me, to me, to me. Sing the righteous love song unto me. Pour unto me perfumes. Wear to me jewels. Drink to me. For I love you. I love you. I am the blue-lipped daughter of sunsets. I am the naked peerless of the voluptuous night. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagon in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale.
people.
My object all supply, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I marked the hidden scene, the sharpening of the dream. The case is cold and clean. I've waited long enough for you. So let it come around. The camel kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object calls supply.
If this video gets 1 like,
We shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue. Like a blade step by shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the game kiss the ground. The scales are straight. On the edge of every to make the punishment fit the crowd.
Or even weak usage, daily usage of the phone makes the phone dented up and cracked, and the screen gets cracked. That seems like extreme circumstances that your pussy gets up and cracked.
No. Let's think about it another way. Let's shift the perspective here. Every night you put that phone on a charger so it could be rejuvenated. Some of y'all will wipe the screen off from it. Some of you
And I found Jesus, he was holding on to me. I was down and out, living on the streets. There were times I could have died, but the Lord was by my side. Saved by the blood of Jesus. Always keep the eyes. And it set me free.
I absolutely love this song, man. When I found Jesus, he was hardly on me. Beautiful song, Anthony. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, bro. Only repent for your sins, man. Turn to Jesus Christ, man.
My friends, move to
Jesus said on the cross, in between the two thieves, today you'll be with me in paradise. Repent for your sins, Holy. Your blasphemous speeches.
They live in some settlement near Hebron. I'm not sure. And then the lots of settlers see themselves as peacemakers and we want to coexist with the Arabs, right? I think they're that type of settler. Ended up in the Hilltop Youth.
The Hilltop Youth are wayward youth. Like very often, it's like the gang movement. In my opinion, the way I see it, it's like the gang movement in the United States for certain groups of people. It often attract that's what Ben Gavir.
Yeah, we know that they're like kind of troubled kids, but that doesn't change that they've become a growing, very influential, like problematic force. Like they're not. It's not a small movement, you know.
Well, of course they have a presence in the government now. Ben Gavir was like a recruiter for the Hilltop Youth, and now he's in the Knesset influencing with his politics, and like that's the danger point that we've kind of reached, and that's why people that are like, I guess you can say, left of Naftali Bennett are really having to come together if like Naftali Bennett's being fairly over the top about it, but he's literally saying we need to come together to save the Israel that is.
Here's my prediction about it. You can't, either way you cut it, it's either Haredim or Arabs. There is no way to make a government without anti-Zionists.
Yeah, that's true.
I gotta remove you, John. I
Hello?
appreciate you, but
That's projection. Take care. Hello?
yeah.
Why'd you do that?
So okay, here's my advice for the halfling Jews who the halakhic Jews don't recognize. I think you should just make your spiritual journey and your just make it your own. Like Naftali, no one's stopping you. There's no one has an authority to tell you can't read the Torah portion and know what it is and learn about Judaism on your own. Like you don't actually have to convert, you know. You can engage in Judaism in a personal way as much or as little as you want, and no one can stop you, you know.
It sounds like a psyop.
I think you should personalize it and not follow some like stupid rabbinical, you know.
Yeah, but having said that, I more or less agree with you, but having said that, like, the ways to, one of the most impactful ways to choose the Judaism is to be conversant in its traditional language, so that you have what to choose from, right? And that, with the understanding that those have served us, right, not just because of the obligatory nature of the system, but because of the value propositions in play underneath the practice, right? So, like, that doesn't mean be Orthodox, but it does mean study the text, right? Know what our tradition says, because when's the shit gonna hit the fan for Naftali, right?
I'm encouraging him to study the text, but if he doesn't have to convert, he could read what I just posted on top of this page, which is Torah portion, which he didn't even know.
So where the rubber meets the road is if he wants to join a halakhic Jewish community. Right?
So
but to the extent that he doesn't, then it doesn't matter.
So Natalie, do you want to be in a religious community, or would you prefer to live your lifestyle and just be recognized? What like? I think you should try to live in a religious community and see if you actually like it, because it could be very suffocating. And
it doesn't matter. Just find a Jewish woman and have a Jewish kid. That's it. And then fucking keep the Sabbath. That's all that fucking matters. That's all it is.
I agree with you, Bella.
It's all fucking bullshit after
I
that.
don't think you need the paper. Who needs the fucking paper? It's
It doesn't fucking matter. Just believe in God.
There's a lot of strings that you don't need in your life.
The thing is, I have reached a point through my journey that I do have it, like especially when I'm living in diaspora, I do have a desire to connect with the Jewish community, and the only way to connect really completely with the Jewish community in diaspora is through shul or synagogue community or religious community. So ultimately, that's what I'm.
Just read your parsha. That's all. That's it. Like, just read from the Torah.
Go to the matzah ball. Go to all the singles events.
No, I think the thing to do actually is actually try to find a community and be transparent about it and be honest about it with them. And if you're willing, right? If they say we have a boundary, right? We're willing to have you in our community, and you can observe Shabbat, and we'll study with you, and you build a relationship with the rabbi and people there, right? But maybe they say, we can't give you an aliyah. We know that you believe that you're Jewish. We see that, right? We don't recognize that, but we're going to respect each other, and we're going to let you come to shore, right? I think, if that is the thing you're willing to do, I don't see a problem. I think you can make it your own, right? And, I sympathize with the idea that, a certain kind of religious community feels like what I want to choose, but it also has stuff I really don't like.
I think the Chabad people will take you because you're in a kind of a far-flung place. Chabad is probably good for you, but they're not going to force you to convert. They'll accept you and just give mibishal. They'll just have there's lots of non-Jews who go to Chabad. It's all the riffraff can come to Chabad. They literally take anyone.
So I agree. It's complex because
Not that you're riffraff. I'm just saying, they're welcoming to anyone, any lifestyle.
Yeah, I tell you, in my heart and hearts, through the research that I've done, through what I know of where my mom comes from, because it cuts off at a certain point, I believe my maternal line is of Western Sephardic origin. For me, that means because under that diaspora group, they followed Maimonides' law. For them, Maimonides said that if you had to convert under threat of death or coercion, the conversion isn't valid. So I truly believe that I have a Jewish soul in that way. But I recognize that in an Orthodox community, if I told them that, they would go no. Some of them would go, yeah, that means you're a Jew, but you can't prove it. Others would go, no, it means you're not Jewish. And others, it would mean you're not a Jew, but the process quickens, so to speak, to rejoin the community, right? So those are the three answers that I've heard. So it's complex for me.
It's so interesting because Bao's in the same position and it's not complex for him because it's so normal. There's so many people that have Jewish fathers and they're able to engage with Judaism in sort of their own.
Yeah, you know how many fucking hybrids I know?
But he is doing it in his own way. Yeah, but Naftali is doing it in his own way. You just have trouble with believing that he's Jewish, right?
Bao is in Boca Raton.
Yeah, no, but that makes a difference, sure. But he's explaining. I haven't heard Naftali say anything except to me in my journey, right? Which says to me why isn't it okay for Bao and Naftali to be in different places and having different wants? That should be okay, right?
I don't think he knows what he wants, Khalif. He doesn't really want.
But that's not up to you. That might be true, but that's not up to you to be like
That's why we're helping him figure out what's right for him. You know, Khalid might be. He might like Orthodox Judaism.
Do you want that advice?
There are elements within Orthodox Judaism that I don't like.
Egalitarian, because that's all like he says, you know, that he's just virtue signaling.
I have had the honor of meeting some women who consider themselves Orthodox or conservative that are incredibly knowledgeable and skilled around Torah. I believe we can evolve from the civilization we were at one time into a civilization that...
Sorry, can you just make bullets? Like, what are the things that you object to in Orthodox Judaism so we can figure out if
First off, women are not included in Judaism.
It's not even a long philosophical monologue.
Don't trust any woman that has Torah.
I want you to make top 3 things you have issues you have with Orthodox Judaism. One or two words.
I want to trust my parents.
I believe women should be able to learn Torah and study Talmud.
So Chabad lets that, even the Litvish people don't believe in women studying Talmud. So if you're fine with Chabad.
I believe that there's no need for things like a mechitza anymore.
Okay, well that's a deal breaker. So but is it a deal breaker for you? Can you live with a mechitza? You live in a synagogue. Have you been to the synagogue where the genders are separated during prayer?
Yeah, I have. I went to
Did it offend you?
Not particularly, but I can understand why it would could offend women. And
the trade-off you're willing to make, that you would be separated for prayer only so that you can have a legitimate Orthodox conversion?
Well, it's deeply personal.
These are always the least inconvenient parts of being Orthodox Jew, by the way.
What do you feel are like a more inconvenient part?
So first of all, you're not a woman, so this doesn't affect. Are you worried about your kids, your daughters, and how they will experience Orthodox Judaism?
Yeah, I'm worried that I ultimately I believe in support. I worry for my wife. I believe in supporting my wife. I believe that a woman's role is beyond the household, things of that nature. I think there are
Orthodox Jews, women work outside the home.
No, they belong behind stoves.
Literally, all Orthodox women work more than their husbands, even in the most devout sects.
What I'm seeing right now...
If you go to Toro College, it's all psych and speech majors because they're all speech therapists. There's no such thing as the Orthodox woman that does something. They're the ones who make the money. So I don't know where you're getting this from.
I mean, maybe I haven't been around enough Orthodox people. I know it.
I want to know. You're focusing on women so much, as if your entire criteria for what sect of Judaism you want to be is based on what women experience. What about you? Do you want to be strictly keep kosher and never leave, and have a community every Saturday and not turn on the lights and study? You know, be in an immersive religious experience where you're surrounded by other Jews who are.
What I want to make sure is that the next generation of me's can speak the language, knows about all the holidays, knows how to celebrate all the holidays, knows the rules around the holidays.
You want to be Jewishly literate. That's what you want. You want to be really knowledgeable. But it sounds like you have done some of the legwork. Like you went and studied at a yeshiva, right? Or some sort of Jewish program.
You know, I learned certain portions of the Shulchan Aruch. I want to learn more of the Shulchan Aruch.
Listen, unless you want to create an identity, you just got to self-learn. That's all it is. It really is nothing more than that. I mean, unless you want to cut a hole in a sheet and then put it on over your wife, then maybe, go ahead.
I don't think that's a real thing.
Sure it is.
No, it's pretty gross.
It's hyperbole, so relax.
Natalia, I just don't think you need to jump full. You don't need to go deep. You don't need to go head first into the thing. You know, just be Jewish.
Just learn yourself and then learn how to be like a pimp and just not pick up women. That's it. That's all it is. Learn the religion.
And especially because your only experience, it sounds like, with Orthodox Jews is just how you perceive women experience it, which I don't think is accurate. And I'm going to be honest, I know a lot of Orthodox Jews, some ultra-Orthodox Jews who don't experience religion the way you describe it at all.
Yeah, don't trust women, Naftali.
I've got to see like real leaders.
And I'm not an apologist. Like, there's a lot of fucked up shit. Like,
I apologize for all the women that try to pretend that they're actually religious.
I've been in an institution that was full of women that are like about leading like a change within Orthodox Judaism though. So I really value that.
So there's something called the Jewish Orthodox Feminist Alliance, which advocates for like, so because there's a patriarchal structure within Orthodoxy, there's going to be feminists and people who fight for patriarchy, right? And they get a lot of meaning from it that they wouldn't if they didn't have those patriarchal structures at all. And it becomes part of their life, like it fuels them, and it fuels their practice, and they get to rage against the patriarchy as part of their religious practice.
You're so fast and loose with your terminology and with your description of these communities. Like, I don't think you've really come in contact with these places or these women.
Who are we talking to? Me or Naftali?
No, you. I don't think
you're wrong.
For the women that I know, they're not fighting against the patriarchy. They're claiming their rightful place in the tradition.
Which community are you talking about, Kale? Like the modern Orthodox people, or the ultra Orthodox, or the Hasidic?
The Rachel Goldberg Polans and John Polans of the world.
Buttercup strong. Yeah, Rabbi's right.
Wait, I don't understand what you're. I don't know what we're debating exactly. I do know some ultra Orthodox Jews, including many in my family, and they identify as feminists, and they study the women's side never being equal to the men's side, and that fuels their religious practice. They understand that the system is patriarchal, and that's why, and I think that fuels them in a sense because they.
Don't you think that's a little? Don't you think it would be useful? I hope you would add that what fuels their religious practice is wanting to be close to God and the tradition.
No, but they're also.
I hope you would include that, right? You would think that.
Yeah, of course. Like obviously they don't need the baggage. They could choose not to have it. They enjoy participating in communal life, and they enjoy many aspects. You know, the schmoozing at Kiddush is like the life is like the main force in their religious practice. You know,
it's like you just make things up.
What are you talking about, Kale?
Yeah, Buttercup.
You know about like from Jews. You know the from.
I know, but like the examples you choose.
I know, but like
the examples you choose are so like they're so like they're only one kind, right? Yeah, there's the Kiddush Jews. Yeah, there's the Toasted Jews. Yeah.
Okay, these are aspects of religious life, Kale. Why are you undermining it?
Yes, I'm not undermining it.
And they're
You're
beautiful.
presenting it. They are beautiful. You are presenting it as if it's a monolith, and this is the way that it is. This is the one that this is the only way. And I'm just saying.
I never said it was the only way. I'm trying to help paint a colorful picture for Naftali here, who's joining me.
It's not like you're trying to make it a monolith.
I don't think you're helping.
Buttercup. What I think Caliph is trying to say is, through Caliph, I've been exposed to some like very powerful leaders within certain Jewish communities that are pushing for a more liberal orthodoxy.
Oh, I see. So you guys think you're the only
So that's called conservatism.
crusaders
What are you talking about?
religious
Liberal
Judaism.
orthodoxy.
Kale thinks his particular brand of Judaism are the only ones that are crusading against the patriarchy, and the rest of them are just accepting their inferior role in the society.
Excuse me, you're making things up again. There's not one thing that I've ever said to you that will lead you to that conclusion.
You're getting mad because I'm saying in other sects of Orthodoxy, there's women who crusade against the patriarchy, and that's part of it fuels part of their experience.
I didn't say there wasn't. I was saying there are other reasons that these women also engage.
Yeah, no shit. Obviously, people like religion because they like religion.
Right, good. So stop lying.
I like prostitutes.
Stop putting words into my mouth. You have this habit.
I don't know why you're fighting with me about this. Nothing we said was contradictory.
Stop fighting.
You said that. Excuse me. You said that I think that my way is the only way to fight the patriarchy. What on earth did I ever say that would lead you to say that? You made that up. You made that up.
My point is.
Just say you made it up.
Well, he's saying that you hooked him up with a community that is very progressive and sort of tries to push the boundaries of orthodoxy.
I suggested a community that is one community among men that is good for people on the journey like Natalia.
Got it.
So
So don't make things up and put them in my mouth.
You're getting mad at me for no reason, Colin. It's all good.
It's not no reason. I'm stating the reason, and I'd like you to.
First of all, you came at me first. You're like, you've never met any of these people. You have no idea. You've never encountered. I know fucking from Jews. Get the fuck out of here.
So, Buttercup, no. All I was trying to explain, Buttercup, all I was trying to explain was that, like my journey so far. And Caleb is a little bit privy to what I might have been exposed to on that journey, because he made suggestions. He made suggestions, and I chose to take them. That showed me certain communities that were we're so way above my level of like just being someone that has like a fairly knowledgeable, a very strong academic knowledge of Israel and Jewish history in the diaspora, and is like really interested in the development in it. And he basically placed me in this community that is reading these religious texts in a way to some of them to connect it to the archaeological history. Others that are basically living out the civilization by moving with the involvement of how these texts are discussed and who are discussing these texts. And in no way am I saying that there aren't other feminist lay leaders in the world. I'm just saying that this happened to be a hot spot for.
That's great. That's good for you. I'm happy for you that you found that.
Like one really cool woman that I met is from an ultra-Orthodox community in Long Island or New York or some 3 towns or the 5 towns, wherever that is. And she comes from like a really ultra-Orthodox family that is like not gonna come to Israel until the Messiah comes. And she went from studying Harvard Law to going to Pardes because she wanted to study Talmud. This is a woman that is like representing a very distinct community and is trying to evolve within this community. And there were a lot of people like that at this particular community.
That's cool.
God, what are we talking about?
I don't know. Well, I mean, okay, so you're seeing that there's many different ways to get closer to Judaism for people who have Jewish dads or aren't considered halakhically Jewish. One way is by Bow Wow going to matzo ball and singles events, and living in Boca Raton. And the other way is by joining this intellectual, community of progressive Jews are sort of pushing those boundaries.
I'm on a crusade to fuck as many Jews.
And another way is just go to your friendly Chabad and just like free meal.
They're getting kind of cheap these days, actually. There's not a lot of money. I think a lot of money got spent through the psychological operation to disseminate all this bullshit that's been happening.
But all those are valid ways to participate in Judaism. It could be like an intellectual thing. It could be a social thing like Bow,
And another way that's valid for me is the rabbi asked me to do him a favor and run the food on Shavuot. From his house to the function.
You're a Shabbos boy. That's all you are right now.
That's it. And I was aware of that reality, but I was also really happy to help him out because he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, but they're treating you as like Shabbos boy. That's how they test you.
No. Wait, Val, have you been treated like a Shabbos boy before?
Wait. Was it on Thursday? Was it on the Saturday? Was it on Friday or Saturday?
Well, they use you to do tasks and stuff. Yeah, fucking. Makes it different. Wait a moment. What are we doing?
Makes a difference what he was asking. When he was asking, was he asking you on Friday or on the Friday, first day of Shavuot?
It does make a difference, yeah.
Makes a difference.
Sorry, Clubhouse tricked me. It made me click on a room when I was trying to get rid of it.
Okay. What day was it?
Was it
it was Friday, but it was before sundown. I did all my running around.
There's no prohibition of carrying stuff that is in need of the holiday on the holiday. He wasn't treating you like a Shabbos boy.
but he was but he couldn't drive, right?
Most of them are retarded, so yeah.
I mean, you had to drive it.
Yeah, I had to drive it. I drove.
So then, yes, he was. You think then, yes, he was treating you as a child support.
Okay, but
That's not nice, actually. Val has a point. I gotta say.
No, seriously, it's not that.
Yeah, no, that's what they do. They're like, oh, you want to be all okay? Like, well, you're not.
You can turn on and off some lights over here, right?
Yeah, it's a little cool. It's a little hot here, don't you think? Yeah, it's a little hot.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
should I
very
turn
weird.
turn on the
That's
AC?
very exclusionary.
No, that's up to you if you want to turn it down. Okay. But it is hot though, right?
Please don't react.
Honestly, I didn't mind it.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not gonna force you to be offended by it. I just feel like it's
Hello.
It's an exclusionary.
He didn't have anybody else to do it.
Okay.
So if basically his choices was if he
What do you want to say?
wanted, like, if he
30 seconds. Okay.
he was gonna have to ask someone from the Jewish community that's not observant to do it, or he asked me.
No, he's not allowed to do that.
Fresh 30.
It's against the rules. You're not allowed to make a Jew do a crime like that.
Yeah.
So that.
Thank you for my fresh 30. It's a lot less than Uncle Steve's 5-minute standard, but I'll still take the 30. Let's read to you a little something special here from my magic book of Jewish wisdom. It says, in Hebrew, the root kedem implies both the East and ancient times. The Jewish people trace their origins through Abraham to Ur of the Chaldees, which is today Iraq. Kadmon means original, primeval, ancient. Primeval times and people are Kadmoinim. In Yiddish, ancient things are Kadmoinish. The Kabbalistic conception of Adam Kadmon, the primeval Adam, is of the whole universe, with all the 10 Sephirot in the shape of a human figure. This follows the biblical statement that humans are made in the image of God. It also follows the medieval belief in correspondence, that macrocosm and microcosm are analogous. The alchemists express this by saying, as above, so below. When we look at the figure, we should imagine Adam Kadmon from the back, so that the Sephirot are in the correct right and left positions. In other words, Adam Kadmon should be internalized, not seen as outside of ourselves.
That was beautiful, John. Thank you. I appreciate how you kind of went over your time, but I think you realized that you had, and I like how you seamlessly just moved yourself to the audience out of respect for everyone else. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. He is very diplomatic if you just give him space, you know, and that was great. That was an example of that.
Diplomacy.
He got his point out, and then he, went back to the audience on his own accord. That was wonderful. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. You're a great example, actually.
You're welcome. Oh, it's B nice.
Like all this fucking scribblings from these old dusty dudes.
I know that's a lie.
Some of the writings remain, and we're all like enamored by it.
I just love my life so
see how
much.
easy it is to scrub history right now.
But
in the United
sometimes I
States.
think he doesn't care about me.
And how they
And I
can
don't
just
see him
rewrite it.
often.
So like I find it interesting that we're still so fascinated by all this old literature, and we like expect it to hold some kind of magical value or something. It's really interesting.
My beautiful begonia. Begonia, be gone. That's what a begonia actually means. It
So that
means
was
be
cool.
gone.
Thanks for sharing that bit. Next time, come up with like maybe some Bhagavad Gita information, or maybe some Scientology. I don't know. Anything else. Buddhism's fine. I like when you do the Buddhism, you know.
He does all religions, to be fair. He's quite consistent about like his mysticism.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is here's how you're consistent in mysticism. Just do a lot of what you do, and then you just read a bunch of stuff and then reference it like incessantly. Because what else does it take? Like who's more of a mystic, really, Nargis? Me or you?
Nargis, obviously.
You hands down.
Really?
See what I mean? Like, what are we even talking about?
I don't know. Nargis is, she's gonna get there. I think she's already kind of there.
Long way to go. Truth is, like, with mysticism, you can just mostly make up any shit.
I just have to meet you, Nargis, and then it'll, you know, it'll grow exponentially from there.
Hey, Hannah.
Is that they're all franchise model and they're trained on fundraising to support themselves, right? There is no money from Central Chabad to support any Chabad house in the world. There's no such thing.
So what's interesting, Caleb, is so I live in like a place, a ski resort town, right? So the Chabad is trying to serve a need like they do in Cancun or Palm Springs for a lot of the community from outside of the resort. So I've heard through the grapevine that Chabad Central is actually putting in a lot of money to support this particular Chabad.
How old is it?
Like 6 months old.
Right. They give money for 2 to 3 years, and then in that time, the rabbi is supposed to have their own views. I see them do it in different ways. Some open a preschool, some, obviously donors, all kinds of ways. But in those 3 years, they're supposed to have developed their own revenue.
Oh, interesting. It's very interesting, actually. So some of the stuff he's doing is like he's doing like holiday dinners and things like that, which have been really nice. And he's like even invited people in with like a grand. A lot of ways he was out of place, but he was still welcomed into the community. It's the oddest thing I've ever seen.
Which community was it?
The Chabad community.
Chabad community lets everyone in. They don't turn anyone away.
I know. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, it's like that's their brand. Their brand is that they accept everyone. They may not that's the whole point of it. That they're inclusive and there's no barriers and whatever.
So
where did the rabbi go?
Oh, the rabbi left.
I don't know why he always dislikes me for some reason. I don't know. Not for all the comments and
he dislikes me too. I don't know why.
He has a bad rap on here, unfortunately, because he fought all the crazy Zionist right wingers. So, but I think he thinks that I'm like lumped in that group, and I'm like, I don't dislike him. I like him. But
yeah, I like Caleb a lot. But basically, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to take the good from the Chabad. And I understand how I could have interpreted him asking me to do that as offensive, but I chose not to. I just chose to do in my mind.
I respect that. Don't get in his head, Val. Like, it's fine.
In my personal journey, I did a mitzvah for him, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm an outlier. I'm someone who is impressed by some of the things that Shabtai Tzvi did as a rabbi and a messianic figure. Do you know Shabtai Tzvi?
Shabtai Tzvi, yeah, of course. So,
people know him now as the guy that influenced the Frankist movement and stuff like that. And that gives us a pretty bad rap because, like, the Frankist movement is associated with all of these weird, crazy, anti-Zionist conspiracies. like, you know, another thing that Shabtai Tzvi did was allow women to study the Torah. And he was quite a feminist figure in those actions.
Oh, so you're pro Shabtai Tzvi?
Well, you know, it didn't end well. I don't think Jews should...
He was a false messiah. That's all I knew about him. That's why I learned about him in Judaism. That he's seen as a false messiah that misled all people and disappointed them.
It depends on how you look at it. I think it's a character study for mental illness in the Jewish religious community.
So he's mentally ill.
Yeah, I can send you a great video on him by Sam Aronow. He's a great historian.
That's cool.
But his hypothesis about Shabtai Tzvi is that he was a mentally ill person.
I want this Baruch guy to come up. I want to know who the fuck he is. Come on, Baruch. All right, fine. He's for sure a troll. It's probably BB. He has like 3 followers.
BB.
Yeah, it's probably BB Kapara.
You there, BB?
Tell us who you are, or yeah, it's fine. Hey.
I'm a little new on this app. Does it still have my last name? I'm trying to change my.
Oh no, it's still in your screen name. You should change your username.
Mr. Grossman, it's okay.
I changed it to Baruch. I know it says Grossman there. It does.
So there's your name and then there's your username. So you also need to click on your username and change that as well.
All right, I won't hang out that often anymore. Okay.
Where you from, Laura?
I'm in New York.
Okay.
I'm a little just north of Manhattan. Where are you guys from?
Also New York.
I'm from the 6th borough of New York.
I live in Canada.
Canada? Huh.
Yeah.
That doesn't count, actually. So.
What's the 6th borough of New York? Is it Muncie? Like, what are we talking about?
No. I live in the real 6th borough of New York.
Florida.
Florida. I live in Boca.
Okay, that's the 6th borough? Okay, gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah, people moving all over the place now. Or the beach, like every new neighborhood is just like people moving out.
I can't stand it. I lived here my whole life, and I'm like, okay, like I get it, all the proxy to New Yorkers that moved here, but like over the years, over my 40 years I've been here.
I heard Mom Donnie is actually forcing Jews out.
It's a horrible thing. Now they're
we're talking about how horrible Florida is. One thing at a time. 1 second. We gotta hate on one place at a time.
Okay. No, it's like the locals here. We're knee deep in the teeth because of like the amount of people that have moved here. It's really ruined. It really has.
You think it wasn't always a tourist spot? You said it's kind of a new thing.
No, I mean tourists are one thing, right? But people coming here, moving down here, and the amount of actual like conservatives that move down here is just like ridiculous. So it's
conservative.
Like fringe right wing MAGA loving like Russians and all that. Like they're fucking nuts. And it's just like, dude, I'm more centered, right? I'm like, whatever. I don't give a shit. But I live here, and then these people are just I don't know, dude. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, I can't take it when people can't see another perspective. It blows my mind. It's like so stupid.
Yeah. Agreed.
Hey, like that guy?
I just had a good yawn. I had a really good yawn.
Great. Okay. Everybody's just walking out. This must be me, right? It must be me. I don't know if you want to go, you can go too. I'm not here to keep you here. But so what's your deal? You're in Canada, right? Which part? Are you in Montreal or Montreal?
I live in Vancouver.
Vancouver. Okay. All right. So it's like so far it's been Montreal, Toronto, and then there's you got Vancouver and must be in Ottawa, right? That's the one other Jewish place, right? Yeah. I don't think Vancouver's got a lot of Jews, but not so much.
It's got a good Jewish community.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So you're comfortable over there.
Yeah. People like Vancouver.
Yeah. I mean, I hear the secular people. They like it. They like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you from? New York?
Yeah, I've been here most of my life. Yeah, but I've traveled around the country just to tour a little bit here and there. You're talking about like Nevada, Utah, Arizona, Colorado, all that stuff.
Tour? Like in a band?
No. Like a tour is like it's like to vacation. You know, to go around and hike.
Yeah, like travel.
Travel. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's this is the church we're in. It's not a temple. It's not a synagogue. It's a church.
Apparently. Yeah, she's a loudmouth leftist song fan.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It's like loudmouth is loudmouth. It doesn't matter which side. Even if someone's like on your side, you can't have an open conversation with them. Like they'll just argue at every point because they're right. You know? Yeah. It's an immaturity, but hopefully we'll all grow out of it.
Yeah. Maybe not her, but that's okay.
Everybody, I think, will. They will mellow out eventually. Are you like a younger person, older person, middle? Because I don't think, is that really your picture over there?
Yeah, that's me posing
you're in the middle.
Yeah, Lapid and Natalie Bennett.
Oh, you're the best, man. How'd you get them all in one picture? That's a joke. Cool.
And Yair belongs to my right, but nobody notices him because he's a little cut off.
Yeah, the guy all the way on the right is dead, right?
Oh, on the far right, yeah, that's Menachem Begin.
I thought so, yeah. I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah.
So the two on the left I know, the one right next to you on your left, I don't know what that is. Okay. I don't even follow American politics that much, so to follow Israeli politics would be a stretch for me.
Yeah.
I was there in 98, 99, and I was on the bus, and these two little kids said to me, "Are you Shas or was it? I can't remember the other party." And I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about. So I asked him, he's like, they're practically the same thing, just a slight nuance. I'm like, okay. And next thing I know, a few days later, there's some kids drawing on the sidewalk. The other kid's stomping it out and kicks the other kid. They're like arguing between the parties, have neighbors, pray in the same synagogue, you know, like, what the hell? Like, I'm so not into that. Like,
but I mean,
mindless.
Democracy is beautiful, though.
Absolutely, but you don't have to be mindless.
I don't think it's mindless.
When little kids are beating each other up because they're in a different party, not even knowing that the parties are almost in line.
I don't know. I've never heard of two kids beating.
Well, I'm just telling you what I saw. What I actually saw on the street. It was, I can't remember what the other party. One was Shas. Oh, it was Gimel and Shas. That's what it was. Shas and Gimel. Those are the two parties.
I never knew there was a party named Gimel.
This is from a long time ago, 1998. So, a lot has happened since then. I'll be looking it up.
Oh, yeah. Toward Judaism.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like a Sephardi Ashkenazi dispute.
Yeah, but that's the stupidest thing.
No, I mean it's cultural.
Why? Because within the religion is a very big difference, but once you get into politics, we're more or less going through the same things.
Yeah, well, I mean, like it's like probably like in New York, you got the Irish and you got the Italians. They're basically the same thing. But
it's a little different. Different families. I hear you, though. I can hear you. They hate on each other sometimes, but they do get along a lot too.
Okay, maybe not the Italians and the Irish. Maybe that's a little far off. But like the Spanish and the Irish.
Yeah, they're not going to get along.
Yeah.
Just Spanish people who've been Irish people out. They're not sticking around.
But they were all Phoenicians at one time. You know what I mean?
No. What do you mean?
You know that the Phoenicians settled like all the way up the North African coast into like Spain and even went as far as Ireland.
How far are you going back?
I don't know.
Like
3,000 years ago.
3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Like yesterday. Yeah. Okay. Hey, did the Phoenicians, you said they're called? So they travel through northern Africa into Spain? Okay.
You know, like Tunisia, Morocco, like.
Tunisia, they're northern, right next to, it's on the northeastern side, right, of Africa. Sure.
Yeah, it was known as like Carthage back then. And you see a lot of Phoenician influence through like Carthaginian culture. The worship of similar gods, for example. And then like the Phoenician.
The pagans were around yet, or they were still coming?
What do you mean?
The pagans. Is pagan a specific religion, or it means anyone who doesn't believe in one God?
Anyone who doesn't believe in one God.
So why did they say that the pagans had like a holiday that was like a week-long holiday? That they could do whatever they wanted. Everybody was closed. The ports are closed. And people could do whatever they wanted for a week. You know, rape, steal.
No, that's just Roman. That was Saturn. Yeah, that's Roman. That's Saturnalia. But like
pagan. Maybe they were practicing the pagan religion.
They were right. No, it was one way, one god's way of celebrating. Saturnalia. It's just a cult, man.
Okay, cool. All right.
It's just one example of a cult practice. But like, you know, like the Canaanites were basically a henotheistic tradition up until 3,000 years ago.
So yeah, I mean,
and the Canaanites became the Israelites. The Israelites became the Jews. So it was a drift from more than you know. First it was more than one God, and then it was like more than one God in the pantheon, but you had to choose one God, and then it became like there is only one God.
Huh? Where did you study this? Is this your area of study, or is this something you picked up along the way?
It's just something I picked up along the way. It's just an area of interest.
Nice.
Like I find the development of the area interesting.
Cool. Very few people know this.
Yeah, well,
Tunisians know a lot about the area. I've spoken to a few of them online. They seem to be pretty educated, but everybody else is completely clueless. They don't even know what happened. They don't even know what happened yesterday from Africa. They don't even know what happened yesterday. It's unbelievable. I don't think there's any recorded history.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know much about Africa. I can't speak to that.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's sad, you know.
But like you see, what do you call it? If you want to call it Levantine influence, all the way through the North African coast.
North Africa, Middle East, is that Levantine?
Yeah, Middle East, North Africa. You know.
Right, together.
Yeah. But that should be the culture. There's a connection between those two cultures. And then that culture intermingles with the Maghreb culture. So like the Maghreb culture is considered to go all the way up to Spain.
Going back really far, it's a little hard to relate. Okay, cool. Alright. Any of the history that I know doesn't go pre-1400s. Like, I don't know nothing that went on. You're talking about the Dark Ages? There are people that know a lot about them. I actually read a book, what's it called? Church Life in the Middle Ages. That's what it was called. But obviously,
the Middle Ages where?
Well, we're not talking about America. We're talking about Europe and mostly Europe, I think. Maybe Spain, Europe. I don't think it talks about Morocco.
Well, I think where Judaism stayed alive when it was being very badly treated in like European context was it survived for a long time in like within the Muslim world.
Right. I think that's why we became merchants, because we couldn't hold positions within society.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you wonder why maybe Columbus was Jewish, maybe it was his tradition.
And through that merchant trade, we ended up going to a lot of areas and influencing a lot of areas.
It's mind-boggling that people can navigate seas. I don't understand how you can find the same place twice in your lifetime without proper equipment. You know what I mean? Like if I left shore, I would never find my way back to the same place ever.
Yeah, it's true. We've come a long way.
No, I'm saying then they were incredible. I don't know how they did it. They were unbelievable.
But now we have satellite technology that does it, and it does it much more accurately.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder what they had then. I wonder if they're working with any kind of technology that maybe has died out. It's not that hard for technology to die, by the way. It's not even so far-fetched. Well, you have a handful of very smart people who are very involved, and once they're dead, all we have is a piece of equipment that we can swap parts out from, and we can't do anything more than that.
Right. So people with like certain gifts or something. You're not going with the ancient alien theory, are you?
No, I'm not for or against any of these ideas because I have no. It's like somebody was saying to me yesterday in one of these parties. Do you believe that we landed on the moon? So I say, I know my parents told me so. I know that I've seen papers on it. Did it happen? I don't know. I don't know anything. You know.
Well, we're at the stage where we're mining. We're getting ready to mine, and of course we landed.
Fine, fair enough. I'm just saying that you're telling me, and that's how I know what you say. But I've never researched it, so I don't know. You know. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of theories as to why it has to be that we were there, but it's like you surf the internet, right? You probably have an idea how to analyze information. You know who to trust more or less, like pretty much. The new generation, worse than me. They have no clue what's true and what's not. They have no idea how to decipher anything. It's insane. So I'm going off of like, I don't know, I don't know anything. That's what I saw, you know. That's what Natali told me, you know. Yeah, I'm just uneducated. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe conspiracy theories.
You don't believe conspiracy theories? It's fine. That's fine. You're allowed to not believe conspiracy theories. No, it's fine. Conspiracy theory. It's like the flat earthers. You know these guys?
Yeah, they're funny. Hey, Liz.
Hey.
Hello.
This is Liz.
Liz.
Hello.
Hey, Liz. I used to sit in her room. She would read the Torah every Thursday night. Not just say Thursday. What's this other guy named
You forgot the best part of it. It was drunk Torah.
Yeah. They lead a Torah where they get drunk and read the Torah. And to be honest, it's the most Torah I ever read in my life, thanks to these people.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, so were you doing Parsha or something else?
Yeah, we did the weekly Parsha. We did it for a full Torah cycle.
Cool. It's actually a group that came around that's doing that now. What's his name? What's his name? Nissan is his first name. He's in Israel, so yeah, we were a little off on the Parsha this week because they're doing a different reading. They have this one day shul where we have two, so we were doing Naso and they were doing Balospa, you know.
So I just learned what my purpose for Torah was.
Yeah. What is it?
Hold on. It's Genesis 37.
Oh, I don't know what the name of 37 is. I don't know that well. Genesis. Okay.
I don't know what you call it in Hebrew.
Which book? Is it the first book? So I can't remember. Which one's Genesis? Liz, you know which one is Genesis? Sorry?
Bereshit, but the actual portion.
Bereshit. The first one is Genesis. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think he said Genesis 30.
Do you know what the subject matter is, Matsali?
Joseph,
Okay, so the Yigash is already, that's the second to last is already, Joseph is in Egypt already, by Yigash. Maybe it's one before that. Maybe Mikes.
It's fair sheet 37.
Yeah, I don't have one in front of me. I can find one.
I'm looking at it on Safari.
Okay, I found something actually on the shelf. How about that? You got the okay, I already counted one. 37. No, no way. All right, I don't think the numbers line up properly. It's none design. 37.
How many Jews does it take to find a Torah portion?
Oh, that's funny. That's very funny.
It starts with now Jacob was settled in the land where his father had sojourned, the land of Canaan.
Yeah, I found it. 37. Yeah, so it's by Yeshua. Okay, so it's one partially before what I thought. It's not Mikes, it's by Yeshua. Do you guys read it in Hebrew or English?
English.
Okay, cool. You know how to read Hebrew or no?
You know what? It's funny you mentioned that. I came in this room because I thought I knew all my Hebrew letters and whatnot, and I knew some words. But in December, what is this app with the owl? Duolingo had a special on learning Hebrew, so I am on my 150th day of learning. And so when I was outside in the hallway, I read that Naphtali's bar mitzvah was happening, and I was like, you know what? The Duolingo is working.
Cool.
There were in the room that we had, it was people at all different levels. So the people who could read Hebrew, we would use them to, like, if we got to a part of English that, like, because we would take it, we would basically read and then discuss the portion. And if we got to something in English that, like, could mean something one or two ways, we would defer to the Hebrew readers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were a team. We took a team approach to learning Parsha.
That's how everything should be. Instead of fighting.
And that's great. And that's great, Liz. I used Duolingo to learn a lot of words. I took a few Alpons. I have learned a little bit to read Hebrew. I still struggle with some letters like Zedek. I can never do the pronunciation of Zedek.
Yeah, so I think of TS. It's actually not. It's more like, you know, when you if you're breathing out, right? So where you start sucking in and go, but that's the right sound. It's the wrong sound. Usually, when you speak breathing out, not in. So it's set.
When you lived in Israel, like, did you speak English most of the time, or were you able to immerse yourself?
I spoke English most of the time. I was in an English-speaking environment, so I didn't really have to I had to do a little bit at the markets, but I pretty much got by at the markets. I'm going later this summer, so what I'm going to make sure to hone in on again is my numbers, so I can haggle and shit.
that's the culture. It's a haggling culture.
Yeah, I know. I've been there. I've been there.
I'm backing you up there. That's all. That's what I'm doing.
And I'm sorry I interrupted you, Bert.
Nah, we're good.
I've lived like 6-7 months there overall. All my time I spent there.
Nice.
I was in Jerusalem for 3 months.
We're in Jerusalem. Which area? Not the address, but yeah.
Look up the school Pardes. I was living close to Pardes, and I was also living in Cannibal.
Okay,
So,
I got an idea what you're talking about. Okay.
So kind of on the border of like East and West Jerusalem. I lived. And then in one of the more Orthodox area, because I moved out of like a couple of Yahoo's house into an Orthodox house because I didn't like the Yahoo, like living with the Yahoos. And then
when you say Yahoo, you're talking about Christians?
No, not Christians. Just like people that were at my school. One of them.
Okay. No, because I thought you were talking like Yahweh or something. When you say Yahoo, not Yahweh. Okay, got it.
Yeah. One was like a gay conservative Jew that was working to become a rabbi, and the other was ex-lone soldier that had broken from the religious movement and was very angry at Israel. So I got exposed to all different types of Israelis, but I moved in with Orthodox. Because
Liz, what's your experience? Have you been exposed to anybody, all of the above?
In what sense?
Liz, your life exposure to different kinds of Judaism.
You know what? It's so funny because I live in LA County, and I have visited nearly all of the Reform and Conservative synagogues and about a quarter of the Orthodox ones. And it's fun times. I've had more. I've had more exposure to non-Ashkenazi Jews on this app. I really hadn't visited any synagogues with Sephardic or Mizrahi Jews.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of them around California, I think, especially the LA area.
Oh yeah, the Pico district is full of Orthodox synagogues.
My wife has an uncle over there who's a rabbi.
I think everybody's got an uncle over there who's a rabbi.
From my side of the family, I have no family over there. Nobody.
Do you work for the Jewish Federation or something, Liz? How have you been to so many synagogues?
When I converted, one of the things actually before like my conversion, the rabbi required that I visit a different Reform, a Conservative, and a Orthodox synagogue. And after I converted, one of the things that was very important for me is to not feel like there was any place that I felt like I couldn't go in as a Jew. So I made a point of just, what got it started was when I was leading Torah study at my synagogue. It would close down in July so that the rabbi could go take the day school kids to Washington, D.C. for a trip, and that happened every July. And so since we weren't doing Torah study at my synagogue, I would go do Torah study at a different synagogue every week. And then over the years, I would just pick a new synagogue to go to every Saturday of July, and that's how I made my way through so many synagogues.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You're in the Matrix, Barak.
It's interesting. Very long time ago, I knew a Baruch in real life.
Oh, now you know too.
Look at that.
What do you mean by I'm in the Matrix? I'm sorry.
You were earlier. Your connection was weak.
Oh, the Matrix. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, your voice becomes robotic and gets very choppy.
If you smoke, even if
anybody can, and that's what people on this app call the Matrix.
Got it. I'm very new to this app, so I was on Tandem, and we were trying to. There's an interesting group of people there. We were hanging with in the Hebrew room. There's one guy who's he's studying to be a convert, and he started a Torah group. He's hilarious. This guy's so cute. But so I joined with that, but then they got bumped. Prior to me joining them, they got bumped off of Tandem because they were talking religion. So they got literally, they can't get back on. So now they're on this app.
Oh, interesting. So that's how you came upon this app.
Yeah, I only heard of Tandem a year ago, believe it or not.
Yeah, I've never heard of Tandem. I'm hearing of Tandem for the first time.
It's a language app, strictly language. So you're going to, the subject, you might have a subject on your party, but you're going to also write which languages you prefer people speak. And people talk about anything, but you stay away from religion and politics. Just about every party in this app wouldn't work in that app. And you calling I've never ever heard a person call another person of color the N-word, and all freaking days all you hear. I was like, wow, on this app, I can't get over this. It's unreal. But it's a completely different culture. Completely.
Yes, Clubhouse has a fascinating culture.
A lot more angry people, isn't it? Tandem, you'll see if you hang out with the Spanish crowd, they're so warm and so patient. It's great. Oh, love it.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, how long have you been on this app?
Tandem a year. You heard of it and I went right on.
No, I mean Clubhouse.
Days.
So, unfortunately, we're glad to have you, Brooke, but we are in season 6 of Clubhouse. Seasons 1 through 3 were awesome, and season 1 was unmatched, but those first 3 seasons, excellent. There have been some trials and tribulations on this app, and what you have left, present company included, are the bastards, cripples, and broken things. So you're as you go through a lot of rooms, you're going to witness far more dysfunction than was here early on.
I'm not judging the app by what I'm seeing. I'm sure there are parties. This is the vast majority of what I'm seeing is pretty chaotic, But you know what? Sometimes I'm in parties on Tandem, and every other party, people are killing each other. I'm like, what? And it comes and goes, But you're saying there's a lot of the pretty serious people who are taking turns talking have gone elsewhere, maybe to another app.
Absolutely. There's been a mass exodus. Jewish Clubhouse used to have multiple houses and multiple rooms daily. We're down to 1 or 2, and it's only a handful of people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's mostly people like me and Michael Brostein talking shit.
You guys are pretty angry earlier. It's good.
Oh, I'm not. I wasn't angry.
Not you. No, I'm saying you guys, the group. Because people were bringing up, the whole Palestinian thing. And
right, yeah.
When brought up an opinion, instead of saying, well, what you mean, they would just say, no, there's no freaking way, and they were literally choking each other. It's like, oh, great. So I laughed everything. I'm not having to sit more.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah. So you're saying, Liz, that the good days are gone. Whatever I'm enjoying it's not that they're bad people, it's that I'm just seeing all the worst.
Yeah, you're saying the people who really just, I don't know, I call it a bit of the tism. The tism, the OCD, the alcoholism, I can't stand my spouse, so I'm here all.
That's what I hate about these apps. You can't tell if someone's sober or not.
Yeah. A lot of people here are drunk.
I hate that. I hate it because I can't figure out if I should take something as the norm, or say, next time maybe it'll be better. Should I bother giving them another chance, or it's hard to know. But some people will tell you that they're not sober. They'll tell you straight up.
Yeah. No, I mean, and I think that at this point, with what's left on this app, it's not hard to tell who's not sober. But I'm still here because I hold on to things far longer than I should. So there's a couple people I still like who come on here, and I'll pop in a few times a day just to see if there's anybody or anything interesting going. I don't see Naphtali that often. That's why I was like, oh, let me go see what's going on. What's this about his bar mitzvah?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
No, it's fine.
No, I just said that I saw Naphtali's bar mitzvah and was like, oh, what's going on?
Oh, that was referring to him.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
the title of this room is Naphtali's bar mitzvah.
Now I'm getting it. I was asking where people are going from here, from this app. You know where a lot of them are going? What's the next hot spot?
A lot of people went to Spaces, and then Spaces on X, formerly Twitter.
Oh, okay.
It's a similar thing.
I've yet to be on any of these apps. This is really a stretch for me. Right now, I had to call my filter company and allow this app because it's social media, and I cut out all social media. I don't want any of it. I don't have Facebook on this device. What do you think? It's very nice. Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, I just followed you. So, if you look at the app and you go into your hallway, which is like a little house at the bottom of your screen.
Well, I'm not seeing it now, but okay. Maybe depending on the device, you can maybe get a different view. Hallway. Well, anyway, okay.
So basically, since I followed you, if you follow me back, you'll see probably houses that I subscribe to or rooms that are on my interest list. Some of them are gonna be crazy, but if you actually see me in a room, it's generally somewhat normal people. I can't vouch for normalcy.
Can't vouch for everybody. It's fine. Well, Yom Haledet Sameach, even though it's not your birthday, that's fine.
He took off. Yeah, I don't know if you would get your phone, but he took off about 10 minutes ago. I can go ahead and close the room if you need to go do something.
No, I'm fine. It's fine. It was really nice talking with you, but if you wanted to approach another subject, you can go ahead and get in there. I'm quite bored right now.
Briefly, like to say, Naphtali, you want to give me your address or whatever you already get on.
Cappuccino.
Exactly. You stupid ass.
And then people thought that was my burner.
It is. That's because you have voices and stuff. You know. They imagine they desired the goat, and that's what they thought of.
Absolutely not. How do you explain otherwise well well-adjusted people, and I'm gonna name names. NL, CEO, King Nani. That spent 6 hours in chillism every day. How do you explain that?
CEO was recruiting the other day. He said we could join it. It's very intellectual conversation.
Oh. This app is amazing. I tell you, every time and then something happens, and then there's a crash, or
Matt Cool say, how do you explain Monica?
How do you explain Monica?
How do you explain John Kitover?
How do you explain? He was running his meeting with a lawyer the other day.
It's not AC approved no more. AC approved is out the door. No attorney work products here.
It was insane.
Wait, where is he? How do you explain Matt Goliath?
Oh my God, steroids. Oh man, this app. I mean, at one point I used to you would tell people, at this point, this app is impossible to jump in. It's just impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Yeah, the people who left with their real names, it's like they can't come back now. Like I saw somebody in here today with her real name that she's been the whole time, but she took a break, and I want to be like, you can't be in here no more with your real name.
It's totally masquerade at this point.
Yeah, how do you explain Rambo?
I don't know.
Remember the time when y'all were talking about the house in Mississippi and the house in California, and he was asked for his analysis?
Yes, I do. 2 weeks ago, I was driving, and we was talking about Roth IRA. He gave it. I remember very well.
Just close to the new beach.
How do you explain Ronda's
but it was mostly like gay guys that would come and like hang out, have so much fun. Like there'd be a lot of free willies all over the place.
That's right. If we're gonna free the nipple, we better free the willy.
I saw a lady freeing the tampon string.
Ooh!
Yeah, in France.
Come on! Medical check.
It wasn't a nude beach. It wasn't like a nude beach. Like I was wearing trunks, and everyone I was with was wearing clothes. Like whatever, just normal stuff.
Listen, when the pad is full, you gotta pull.
Yeah, there's like 6% of the people out there had like no tops on if they were women and whatever. It was like pretty mellow, but
that's the fun of the beach. Like it's the edge of law. What are you gonna do?
One lady had a string, dude.
What's wrong?
It was funny because she was changing because she was wearing a bikini bottom, but then she had her towel kind of on short or something, and then she was changing like 20 feet to the right in front of me. And I just happened to look over when she's like, and boom, I saw a string, and I looked away quick. I'm like, oh shit.
Right.
That was pretty funny. Holy
Screw up in my mouth.
Hey, some people just don't care. Some people don't even like.
Yeah, it's the beach.
Give a fuck. Yeah, she probably didn't give a fuck. She's like,
yeah, he's a stranger. She doesn't remember him. Like.
She's like free show. Fuck you. You know, who cares?
No, but the waves are no joke, bro. I remember me and my friend were swimming in the ocean, and both of us were getting whipped around, and like his willy popped out, and there's a bunch of ladies on the beach. Yeah,
the ocean pantsed him.
It straight up did, bro. The same thing happened to me though. Like the ocean.
Dude, was in the mood that day.
Usually I wear trunks though. I think we're just wearing our underwear or something. I also have one of those Muslim bathing suits that make me look like a seal.
The burkinis?
You mean like a burkini or a surfer suit?
It's like a burkini, but it's real. I don't know. It does look more like almost like a scuba suit or something.
Yeah, those are good for like sun protection, but like they're still too like form fitting. You know, I like pieces I can get in and out of. They have like good like swim shirts that have like UV resistance that aren't like skin tight like I'm a superhero.
Bro, I love wetsuits. I would wear wetsuits all day.
Nah, maybe I'd rather not. Rather have something that feels like a shirt.
Keeps you pretty warm though when you're in there, you know.
Sure, I get that. But like, to me, like the hot and cold variants is like part of the itch. Like, I want to be so hot that I want to go cool off.
How is that man on the same app?
None of the other thing we're fighting for is like shelter. You know, if you can
The man
shelter yourself at the beach,
as Honey Shakur. Why are Steve Crone and Honey Shakur on the same app? Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, MG. Why is the CEO of T-Mobile on the app arguing with a woman who calls herself Kalisha, who says she'll piss on you? What's going on? Oh, God.
Dan, explain Isaac Hayes' son arguing with people.
Why is Isaac Hayes' son
about his fun company?
On the app, starting his own competitor app to compete not only with this app, but another app by a Nigerian who was with a Somali, even though it was what? Never did not. Like, what are we doing? Y'all remember all the storylines?
Certainly do. That's why I love this app. This dirty, clean app.
I think we are insane. I'm realizing now.
Yes, we are.
For sure.
How do you explain a 500 pound bench pressing nigga who's Jewish and calls himself a Jehovah back channeling with another nigga about Hamlet? Nigga been back channeling about Hamlet. You grown-ass niggas.
That's fucked up.
That was insane.
I was like, oh, I remember Polonius' quote.
Hey, don't put our bodies together.
Spinoza and Plato. I said, what the fuck is going on? Oh, God. Oh, my God. I'm done. This app is spent me. Oh, I need another piece of fish. Is this fish self-cleaning? Well, does it have a pussy or a pussy?
The same that
Exactly.
the same app that they brought musicals with talented artists and graphics.
Yes, they should do musicals. There was a Fela Kuti musical. There was a Princess and the Frog.
Lion King, Aladdin. I like the Aladdin one.
The same app was someone who dated a black woman who's now a Zionist, won an Image Award, and the same app with Ava DuVernay.
I mean, to Ben's point yesterday, the same app where you are able to re-meet someone who you saw on the stage play when you were but a boy. It's crazy.
So I just want to say that was nasty that you said you were but a boy maybe 10 times.
Wait, here's one.
Oh, go ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
The same app that a rising actor had to go sit down after being on a stage and accused of anti-Semitic statements. He had to go sit down while his movie was in the theater.
Yes.
Was this before or after the moon room?
Oh my God. How do you explain that in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of Omicron, I had multiple fake children who had temperatures at 104 plus with COVID suffering. And I drove 40 minutes each way. And the way I got through it was by listening to moan rooms. I had to get a Tylenol. I said, oh shit, that's supposed to 40 minutes. Oh, here's a moan room. I go into the moan room, and who's in the audience? This guy called himself Michael, Gerard, all the magats, all the family values. The only one that wasn't there, God bless him, was Mr. Edward. All in the moan room. This app is insane. How do you explain on the app, Joe Budden signs a $20 million deal so far. He got rooms with 8 people in there. Public room. Like, what's going on? Nah, man. Absolutely wild.
Explain King Los, the vegan rapper, telling everybody that the transatlantic slave trade was fake.
Who said that?
King Los.
Oh, God, I forgot he was on here.
Yep.
Don't forget the guy.
You can't ran it. Wasn't no shit.
Don't forget the guy who ran a room every day in a club called African Journal, who talked about his Pan-Africanism and building with Africans. And 2 years later, he was anti-immigrant, voting for Donald Trump.
Oh, my God, yes.
Oh, my God. Oh, my.
How do you explain an app where a man in the fit of anger labels the charge that the other person that they're arguing with is a pedophile and has documents and files on it? And we ask, well, if they've known this for a while, they can't get to the documents and the files. And then we ask them, well, why would you talk to someone that you've known this for so long? And he says, because I'm dealing with the argument.
Don't be a child rapist. Why are you still talking to him? You think I'm dealing with the argument. I remember that. That was amazing.
How do you explain that?
Remember Amber Rose band?
Yeah. She went from here to the RNC.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
She blew up. Explain Dr. Julio.
That's what I'm saying. How do you explain him and Amber Rose's relationship on Clubhouse?
Oh, I think they became friends and they went to the White House together.
Yes.
Did they go to the White House together?
They both turned MAGA on Clubhouse.
God damn. Some people definitely made a little bit of money, and I gotta give them credit. I get it.
How do you explain a woman with highest doctorate that you can get from a Church One institution with a family member who everybody probably knows from his stage plays, screaming and hollering at people on the app about big dicks?
What? How do you explain it?
Not the big dick deviants.
How do you explain dick balls and
Obviously, how
That's a good one.
Great.
Oh, this app, boy. Boy, oh boy. What a blessing. True laughs, man. Nobody can say that the laughs were like, ha-ha. We got true belly laughs. I don't think we learned much, to be fair. I don't think anybody really learned much. Except for when your mom and them used to actually do spaces where people could read books and stuff. So bracket that. But we had good laughs. Good laughs.
I disagree, man. Y'all give me a lot of books from y'all's talk, so some of us, we got some out.
That's true. That's true. Oh, boy. I got some, too. I wasn't the only one to definitely got some. Hey, Mom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you see the interview with Robert Carroll on C-SPAN that came out last week?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's time to let the ghost. I know he's living to finish this book. The book, he says he's typed up about 950 pages. I'm going to say something which is just very controversial, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think Robert Carroll is incredibly overrated. I know I'm not allowed to say that, but don't speak.
Is this his new book on Johnson?
Yeah, it's the last one on Johnson.
Oh.
He's typed up. Huh?
Isn't he like 90, 100?
Yes! Right now,
He looked older.
He is 90. He was born in 1935. He'll be 91. It's got one book left. The last one came out in 2012. Like, it's over. Just let it go.
Let somebody publish it posthumously and clean it.
Yeah. He was like, I typed up. And you know it's going to be a long time because his editor died. But I watched the interview, and it's just like, I'm still upset about the Barney Frank interview. He died like where's the key? We're talking about that. First Lady, are you there? First Lady, are you there? Remember when me and Kitover were upset about that guy interviewing Barney Frank? He was like dying. Remember that interview?
Yeah. He was on life support cancer.
Yeah, he was in the hospital. He died.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he died. He died 2 weeks later.
I remember you crashed out about that because you was mad.
Okay.
Why did you crash out?
Instead of doing, I really don't care if the audio.
Jake Tapper was on an interview.
Yeah, they put the camera in there. Did you see it?
No, I ain't see it.
Jake Tapper is ashamed of himself. He looked like he died, went to heaven, came back because he forgot his keys, and then it's going back to heaven. He died. He died 2 weeks ago. He died. Hold on. Barney Frank, so we listened to it. Barney Frank died the 18th.
Yeah.
I was like, why is Jake Tapper his face was sunken in, the spit was coming out, you could tell his brain was in the me and Kim like, what are they doing? And he died.
We shouldn't be laughing at this. So I would prefer you not continue.
Yeah, I apologize. I meant it.
I don't want to laugh.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
yeah, I apologize. That's fair.
But
he died first.
He was on that morphine, your mama, he was in pain. And at first, he was propped up. And then I guess the medicine started kicking in, and it wasn't good. Perhaps maybe if they wouldn't have turned the camera off and just, spoke with them in an audio, it wouldn't have been so horrific. But to see it, just think, if that makes sense. We've had some interesting conversations on this, and I appreciate that. It's very addictive, although I'm not addicted. I can be gone.
Me too. I can quit anytime I want.
But I do.
I'll say that.
I've been.
I just literally every addict. So. I just watched the first 5 minutes of it. Okay. Tapper is a failed journalist.
Thank you.
Who looks for every opportunity to go after the left. The only reason he's interviewing Barney Frank in this interview is because Barney Frank is hitting on the left, knowing how progressive his record was when he was a member of Congress. It's insane.
Disgusting. I was saying that too. There was no reason for it. Thank you. So you hadn't seen it.
No, I hadn't seen it. I don't watch
it. You should listen to it. Maybe you don't want to watch it. It is
no, I
disturbing.
I saw how dark his face was, how sunken it was. He couldn't even open his eyes. I saw it. Yeah, it's crazy.
What happened to Jake Tapper? What's going on with him?
That book, that's why when they came out, him and Al Thompson, when they came out that book, they
are hungry seekers. They hate Democrats, and they do everything to try to undermine them. Those are the journalists in my mind who gave the foundation for the rise of MAGA.
You know how people talk about, this is going to be a deep cut, but I bet you'll remember this. You know how people talk about how Barack Hussein Obama, why'd they give that boy the middle name Hussein? I don't even understand. They knew he was going to be raised by the white grandparent. Why would they name him Hussein?
They named him after his dad and his daddy, and that's his daddy's name. Or no?
Even more reason not to name him Hussein. Okay. Anyway, so Barack, everybody remembers how Barack Obama did that thing about Donald Trump, the joke about you'll never be. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna just find it and play it for y'all. Hold on.
It's on. You mean at the White House Correspondents' Center?
Yeah. Y'all know about that joke, right?
Yeah.
About the White House Correspondents' Center, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What many people don't know.
Exercise today? Did you go outside? Did you talk to anyone?
This was Obama. This is to your point. Hold on.
Did you drink enough water?
Okay, hold on. What people probably don't know, let me see if I can find it.
Did you exercise today? Did you go outside? Did you talk to anyone? Did you eat well? Did you limit your scrolling time? Did you make any plans? Did you drink enough water? Did you get enough sleep? Have you exercised today? Did you go?
Incredibly fast train. Television.
Let's see if I can find it. One second. I'm gonna find it. I bet you all y'all forgot about this one. Hold on. Well, if I can't find it, I'm gonna explain it. Oh, here we go. Now remember what your mama just said. This is Obama's.
This is tough paper. Sorry. Keith Stafford now starting to leave the White House. Even the reporters have left me. Savannah Guthrie left the White House press corps to host the Today Show. Nora O'Donnell left the briefing room to host CBS This Morning. Big Tapper left journalism to join CNN.
Everybody hear that? See, y'all forgot about that.
Yeah.
Y'all heard that? Let's just do it again.
Is that his origin?
See Jack Taper's face. He is pissed.
Big Tapper left journalism to join CNN.
And they laughing. He is pissed. You can see it in his face. He's doing that fake smile, and then he goes and takes a drink. You know how you get embarrassed at a cocktail party or dinner party, and the way you can hold that in when you're smarting is to take a drink of wine? That's exactly what he did. I'm telling y'all.
Wait, is that
Jake Tapper has added out for Democrats for some time. It's pushed him over the edge. I'm telling you.
Was that his origin story?
Now, he was already sort of being anti-Democrat. He knew where the money was. But that's where I think he really went. I think if you trace it from there to, what's the name of the book? Betrayal? What's the name of the book?
Yeah, Betrayal.
Betrayal, yeah. I think that's an arc in his career.
Yeah, I think the irony is like y'all we were talking about Rose not too long ago, and like the idea there is some truth in this, right? So the reason why the joke hits because everybody knows that he was already not covering the Obama administration fairly. It was always a tilted angle at that moment, even before he joined CNN. So the fact that he would call it out is while it's funny, but it has some truth into it. But I do think that's the case. If you guys just listen, I mean, if he did that, I saw the Barney Frank now, but the fact that he did that, and the sort of the question was around what the left is doing and how badly the left is flailing. It's insane. And I mean, he didn't have to put Barney Frank on the camera. They could have just said,
But Israel, because Israel has gets a lot of their weapons from the U.S. Also, a lot of people donate to Israel. They have become spoiled in terms of their military doctrine. They are willing to waste money and waste resources on tactical victories that do not bring them closer to their strategic objectives. For example, when it comes to their fighter jets, when you take a fighter jet out, you have a whole crew of people that get it ready to make sure it's ready. The pilot, and then when you bring it back in, that whole plane has to be checked, paint, everything, the avionics. It's thousands, and the fuel. It's thousands of dollars to do a run. They, during Nasrallah's funeral, did 2 low-flying passes over the crowd to intimidate the crowd. They were like, I don't know, a couple of thousand feet above them. Very low during the funeral. There was no, military reason for this, or objective. No military objective at all. And it cost them thousands of dollars. No. So they're willing to do this. They're willing to do this because their doctrine is, intimidation. And taunting people. Yeah, because they're getting, the jets. They're getting they're getting so much help from other, not just the U.S. but other countries as well. They get so much help that they don't have to worry about the money for this, for these kinds of antics.
So they're just spending indiscriminately then.
But yes, exactly. So when you say Amir tit for tat, that sounds good, but when it comes to war, that's a great way to lose, because that's not how you should be fighting a war. You should be fighting a war the way Iran fights a war, which is don't react to the other side. You control the other side. They take out, your people. It doesn't mean you take out theirs. Now,
that's not controlling.
Wait, no, it is controlling. It's like the classic definition of escalation control for military doctrine. It's the reason why Iran came out on top. It's the only reason. And for example, so they didn't go after Assad people in Israel. However, when Israel threw missiles or dropped bombs close to the Bashar, was it Bashar? I forgot what it's called, the nuclear power plant in Iran. I think it's Bashar. Iran immediately dropped two missiles right next to the Israeli nuclear plant. So that's an example of what you would call tit for tat, because that would, if Israel went further, then Iran would have went further and hit the nuclear power plant itself. But in this case here, there was an objective behind that tit for tat. It was to stop Israel from thinking that they can hit our nuclear power plant without consequences. If they do it, we also have the capability of hitting theirs, and we are going to show them that we have the capability. And Israel did not hit their nuclear power plant.
Wait, so, I did read that it's true, you guys.
What is true?
The hit.
What?
You read it? Something about the Iranians putting $80
million
bounty. Yeah.
I don't think there's credibility behind that. Iran is.
It sounds like nonsense, but it was more like that they would approve it, something like that.
Oh, maybe. I mean, Iran has the upper hand right now in the U.S. when it comes to the political spectrum here in the U.S.
They wouldn't need to do that.
They wouldn't need to. But they have us in an escalation trap.
Let's see. I mean, I don't agree with it.
He's married to that young lady.
In America.
Listen, he hit all the
black dad. Did y'all see that?
Yes, he hit all the notes he needed to hit on that one. So
Dave's amazing. Tim Scott? No, Cory Booker. No, he's Jewish. Her mom is Jewish.
But Brother Bessie was moving on to the other black man who married a white woman very quickly, and
Tallarico's girlfriend's kind of cute.
Yeah, she's also, from what I read somewhere, she's also another generational Texan with ties to a man who Maynard County is named after. So
it's a biracial relationship. She's Latina.
Yeah. So and she's. What was that?
Do you know if they have a basement?
Oh, well, if they did, it can hold megatons.
Sounds like a perfectly well-marketed church girlfriend.
Yeah, she's cute, slim. They look good together in the picture I saw of them together.
I agree.
So.
See, this is the difference between Tim Scott's, though. Tim Scott's looks weird. It don't look right. When it was the pause before you said weird that made that submission even funnier. Alright, so somebody tweeted, amid swirling allegations of homosexuality, James Tallarico's campaign has finally revealed the identity of his girlfriend, who was a vegan and dancer at a local gay bar. How many men out there meet their girlfriends at a gay bar? Something's not adding up. Well, whoever tweeted this doesn't know that. That's actually one of the defeaters. If you're a straight guy, is to go to a gay bar because you'd have to pick up the litter of the women that are there.
Wait, I thought he was on his staff.
Didn't say he met her there, just as he works there.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh yeah, why would they say it? She might go to staff now.
Yeah, they're trying to imply that they met at the gay bar.
What's wrong with meeting the lady at the gay bar?
I know some straight guys that like the attention at the gay bars.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, Tim Scott wife, she kind of looked trans to me. No offense. I mean, I don't know, but her face kind of looks like that. Hello? What's going on?
I heard that she's like Texas royalty. Like she's like descendant of one of the guys that signed the Declaration of Independence for Texas.
Wait, you were talking about Tallarico. Sorry,
Tallarico.
I was mixing women. Sorry.
Yeah, Tallarico's girlfriend. She's like descendant of one of the folks that signed the Declaration of Independence for Texas.
Yeah, that's what Britt was saying that she was Texas royal.
I didn't know they had a declaration.
Yes, we had a constitution before we were annexed into the United States of America. So yes, we have such foundational document.
Constitution or a Declaration of Independence?
Really and truly, we have the Texas Constitution, and then we follow the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, Tim Scott.
Go ahead. This guy's asking me for money like every 30 seconds. You getting this too? He comes up every minute feed asking me for money.
Texas has declarations. I just Googled it because I had never heard of it. Yeah, 1836. Fascinating.
So was it Sam Houston? No, who was the guy?
Who are you talking about? Sam Houston?
Yeah.
Is he one of the original?
Yeah. No, it's after by George Children.
I mean, the founder was Sam Houston, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he signed it. Yeah.
Yeah. He wasn't the president.
What's his name? Yeah, I saw Tim Scott the other day. I think one of his stepkids graduated, and he called it his kids. People were very confused. But he has 3 stepkids now. She had 3 kids, and so he's got 3 stepkids.
So it's okay for him to call them stepkids, but not for mama.
Correct.
Exactly.
And And Tim Scott's been married how long to this woman?
I think 3 years. But when was the election? 2014. He got married in 2014. Yeah.
Wait, we meant to say 2024.
2024, yeah, that's 2014.
Yeah, it's almost 2 years.
Was he married before then, though? Wasn't he married before the primary?
They were just dating.
Engaged.
Oh.
They got engaged on Kiowa Island, which I love. It says here on 2024 in January.
And to your point, Kamala was already married 10 years, I believe. Is that right?
At least, yeah, I think so, at least 10 years.
Now Tim Scott's the longest serving black senator in the history of America.
Oh, shit.
I heard that he made calls on behalf of Clyburn's district. That's what I heard.
I believe it. I think lots of things might have been burned down at that district. But that district gone down. When that didn't pass, that didn't surprise me. There's lots of buried bodies, and they're not all because of Mr. Murdoch. He just got out of jail, although he'll be going back.
That's crazy. That was crazy.
I haven't watched the documentary. Have you seen it, Mom?
Many of them.
Oh, that's right. This is genre. I forgot. That's right.
I met the assistant DA like maybe last year. I don't know where I was, but he was there talking about the investigation. I feel bad for him. He was very pumped up about it. And the mistake was not his for sure. That's crazy. But he still will be in jail for a very long time. Like, he'll still be in jail for a very long time.
Well, are they going to retrial that one?
I don't know. I mean, the state put a lot of money into it. You know, like, it wasn't like the way I understand from the talk, it wasn't it was a very circumstantial case. So unless they come up with new evidence, I don't know if they will put that kind of money into it. But maybe the assistant. I mean, it wasn't assistant. The deputy AG. That's what it was. He's in the documentary. He's in the HBO one, I think, the Netflix one. He's in the Netflix one. Maybe he will. I don't know.
I misspoke. Ellie was correct. He is in fact not out. Thank you, Ellie, for the correction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said he was out. I was wrong. He was not out.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much in there for like the rest of his adult life for what the other crimes.
Yeah.
The fraud and so forth. Circumstantial evidence is not less dispositive than direct evidence.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it was like a very hard case for them to try. As I understand it, it was a very hard case for them to try with a lot of circumstantial evidence. I don't know if they want to spend that amount of money to retry him when he's already going to be in jail for a lot of time. That's all I'm saying.
Did you catch what the technicality was that had the case thrown out?
Yeah, the clerk that was overseeing the engagement between the judge and the jury. She basically gave too much information to the jury. Yeah, but it wasn't anything that like it's not like they found any other information like the AG's office was involved or anybody else was involved. It's like basically this one woman or one person rather that was involved.
Too much information to the jury?
Yeah, essentially trying to like tip them to vote for conviction.
Wow, that person is upset. I wonder if they lost their career. All the money that goes into a prosecution like that? Was overthrown at the state level?
Yeah, the state level. Yeah. I mean, technically, I feel like she's tampering with the jury, so technically they could not only she probably lost her job, but there's a chance that they could file charges against her, or give her some kind of fine or something. I mean that's a crime, I think, to tamper with the jury.
Alex just sued her.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I heard. Sherry, thank you. And it looks like someone said she was convicted. Oh, that's crazy.
Was I unmuted just now? I think I was muted. Big Israel Day parade today, the biggest Israel event outside of Israel in New York City. Of course, Mayor Mamdani, first mayor in New York City known history, to not attend the Israel Day parade. Jessica Tisch, the commissioner of police, marched proudly, in her words.
I just want everybody to know how much I've evolved. I will not be responding to that on behalf of a New Yorker. Thank you very much.
I guess you didn't go.
I'm proud of your spirit.
I would never go. I'd go to maybe protest the right-wing assholes who are actually marching in there, but then that would be a response. I admit it was a response, so I'll shut up.
It's not partisan. It's not partisan. It's left, right, everybody in between. Nothing partisan. Last time I saw Eric Nadler there, hardly a right winger.
Not they left TT for dead in here.
So when's the next game?
And that's even worse. You came back and now you're here by yourself.
Hey Arthur, you're here, right? Arthur?
Where's Divine?
Yeah, where's
Next on Wednesday.
No, yeah, but when is the first game at MSG? So I can just, make sure I prep for that.
Wednesday, isn't it? Isn't it at the first game? No, it's the first game.
That's what Divine said in the chat. It's Wednesday, and as your mama said, the first game will be in San Antonio.
Oh, shit. Oh, so...
Okay. Yeah, you won't have to worry until I think game 3 for anything to be played in New York.
Yeah, let's hope that it's so bad. It's so bad. Games 1 and 2 that you don't have to worry about.
I'll have to see when the first game in New York, because I'm actually going to be in DC. So
I just have to say before Spirit is can say it, I just have to say Knicks at 4.
Spiritus, are you meeting with Hurricane?
No, I will be seeing my niece graduate high school.
Oh.
You could do both. Bring Hurricane.
I have a good relationship with my niece, and I want to send her off to college well.
Why is there so many mods in the chat, but won't be on stage? You need to bring them up. Bring Neoliberal up. He could be on stage, sleep, or whatever he's doing.
I saw that before, Neoliberal. That's wild.
Yeah, that's a wild anti-American article. I guess I'll read an excerpt from Reuters. U.S. military personnel are being targeted using location data. Pentagon letter shows. There's some colorful quotes here. Commercial location data can be used to identify U.S. troops congregate at their patterns of life, which can be exploited by adversaries to target attacks such as missiles, drones, and roadside bombs, as well as for counterintelligence purposes. The letter works. This is what Senator Biden. It was time to start treating the edtech industry as a national security threat. And some example, journalists, and this is alleged that Iran has done this. Journalists that Wired and two German news outlets drew billions of coordinates collected by data broker to expose granular comings and goings of people stationed at and around 11 U.S. military and intelligence sites in Germany, as an example. And yet there are allegations that Iran has done this.
Yeah, that's the wildest thing is that, like, there's no hacking involved. It's all publicly available. You can buy it from a data broker information. I remember this was a while ago, but I remember there was something that was given away because somebody was going on runs and they were using the Strava app, and so they basically mapped out a base because of the runs that people were running.
That was ridiculous. Yes, the Strava app is notoriously bad at this because it has this achievement, it has all of this by default, and even if you want to turn it off, it is like 10 different places you need to turn it off. I use the app. And there was a picture in the map of one of those labs, right? It suggests when you open the app, it's located, it suggests you labs based on where people run. And there was, like in the middle of nowhere, a soldier running on a base, and there's nothing else there in the Google Maps but that like red dotted line where that person is like exercising a few times a week. It was insane.
Well, this is a small example of the way social media is undermining our lives, and we should the attention grabbing aspect of the social media. But I guess logging into Strava and showing people where you've run and showing contacts where you've run is part of that. But it should be the next big issue, I think, to address the dangers of social media in a meaningful way.
It's really dangerous. I think you should leave it. I think you should leave right now. It's very dangerous.
Oh, I have nothing to hide. I'm not a service person.
Damn, it didn't work.
No. Not a good try.
Good attempt, though. Very good attempt. I'll give it a 9 out of 10 for that one.
Even smile.
Yeah, the social media, on the social media was that the article goes kind of further than that. It's not just social media apps. It's Google. It's Google.
And Amazon.
Google, Amazon, but it's also usually all the Apple apps also sometimes, but more frequently Android apps that are built with certain software development kits that embed location tracking and then we sell it to a broker, right? That can it's all made for advertising, right? If the Iranians either buy the video or try to basically create ads that are targeting American English-speaking people in the Middle East, right? That like there you can't just ad buying and targeted ad buying. You can collate some pattern of life, and yeah, you can get to it.
What's up, Neil? Bad imitate. What it is?
Missed what, sorry?
Bad imitate you. It's like it's hilarious.
Example, I came across an individual on here, right? Went from being a drug dealer, all of that, right? Took that information and decided to become a baker, a baker, right? He took the street smarts and just applied it in a different way, right? Learned a little bit of chemistry, right?
Drawings on rocks and in the Gulf of Aqaba, which is in the Red Sea, closely connecting the Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula, is where they have found petrified animal bone remains and a gold covering that is in the shape of a four-spoked chariot wheel, which in terms of physical evidence, we do have them. But I mean, if you're going to hold the standard of evidence to the point where we today would say, give us proof that this person did such and such, like in a court of law, whether he committed a certain crime, then no, we wouldn't be able to do that. But if you do that, then you also compromise a lot of the other historical claims from that far back. And we're talking almost 3,000 years ago. So over 3,000 years ago. And so I don't think that's exactly fair. But at the same time, I don't think it's unreasonable. But if you're going to be skeptical to that degree, I don't think it would be helpful to anything else that you want to. We wouldn't be able to affirm anything going that far back. So
I would contend that because there's plenty of things that we definitely have been able to affirm within like ancient Greek history, and like I said, I mean, absence of evidence is evidence of absence, but of course, what we'd expect to find, like there's a massive civilization, we would expect to find some remains, is what I think. So like when you had these people who were in the desert for 40 years and they were carrying pots and pottery in their clay jars, you'd expect that there would be remains, as well as like 10 remains. But that's just something that we don't see anywhere.
Yeah, but then again, they were a relatively small group of people. What is it, like just
except
2 million people?
Hundreds of thousands of people.
Okay, well, I guess it would have been somewhere in the range of several hundred thousands to maybe between 1 to 2 million. Whatever the case is, I mean, if you're talking about physical artifacts, there have been things that have been found, but again, I'm not sure exactly this is a worthwhile avenue of inquiry to pursue. The reason why I say that is because if they did find something, it would only follow to question whether those artifacts belong to the ancient Jews wandering the desert 40 years or to someone else, because it's been that long time. But by the same token, anything that was left for that long period of time, it would have been scavenged, destroyed. I mean, if you're talking iron objects, bronze objects, highly corroded by now, and I mean, maybe skeletal remains, but again, anything that is produced, you would have the rational grounds to question: does it really come from there? And then if it doesn't meet your standard of criteria for establishing that those artifacts belong to the Jews, then you would just rationally say, rightfully so, that you don't have proof that it belongs to them. So, for me though, I think it's more than fair to say that if someone has produced physical evidence suggesting that the Exodus never happened to any capacity, is what I would take as, yeah.
Have you seen the hieroglyphics?
A few moments ago, you said we know.
Have you seen the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians and their chariots buried underneath the water on the insides of the pyramids? Hello?
It's actually open to.
Oh my God, what did I do?
What did you do? Mahdi here is a racist, bigot, anti-Semitic scumbag, a piece of trash.
Yeah, I know. I'm just scum. I know scum. Pure and utter scum. Anyway, so regarding 2 points you mentioned. We know earlier that archaeology confirms the Bible. Now you seem to backtrack, which is a good. There's also things in the past cannot be confirmed, and what can be found is open to debate. And I'm glad you noticed that. The second issue is that when you talked about the chromosome fusion, I think you missed the point. This idea.
You or someone's not good enough.
It means that kind of.
Like, it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. It means what the word means, right? It's in the middle.
Yeah, I've been on this stuff for so long now.
Okay.
No, you don't. Sometimes, when the Italian Americans speak, it's for me, I don't understand, or the New Yorkers.
No, that's
too much for me. Oh, you have the same struggle.
Yeah, it's very easy.
Yes, exactly. I don't understand that.
It was so to the actors.
Yes.
It's fast-paced life. And you'll forget about it. All that mafia, Sopranos.
Yeah, exactly, Sopranos.
Yeah, very Sopranos. What makes the Sopranos so good is how authentic it is.
Yes. It's very good.
Well,
but as Ellen looks better.
I mean, it's not but the talking, the dialogue is so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very similar. Boston, New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia.
Yeah, because there are a lot of Italians over there.
A lot, everything really, but yeah. Every 5 miles you have a different community of immigrants. There's a little Italy, there's a little everything. But yeah,
Irish.
You tried it red?
Yeah, red is John Kitover.
Yes. Very much.
I always have this story about Chicago, and I just entered there. So I was there for a conference, so me and my colleagues were going to work. And we had to take the subway and from the airport. So I remember, every stop of the subway was previously John Kitover's clubhouse name. I was so nervous. I thought, oh fuck, what if he steps in the same subway before? Because I am in. And I got so nervous. We
we were at the Central. It's Clark or something. I forgot what's the name of that stop. We had to change the subway, and I get off the subway and I look to my left, and I see this bald man, 6'3" or something, talking to his phone. Fuck, that's him. And I looked at him, he looked at me. And I just turned around. I was like, girls, let's go.
You're how those clubhouse people job. You know, I'm not very proud of it here.
He says, for me, I was like the biggest shock. It's the first thing I saw. And I was like, okay. Definitely not going to tell him I'm in Chicago.
You ought to be tame for your average New Yorker. You wouldn't even notice John.
Yeah.
Crazy New Yorker.
Back in the days, I didn't really know him, so I knew him as a craze. But then after the trip, we started talking more. You know, he's still crazy, but yeah, I wouldn't be so scared. But I was really scared. I was like, oh shit.
You know that. Generally, not exactly what they are on that.
True. Okay, come on, he's crazy in real life too. Understand?
I don't know.
No. He said his own father
My dad was kind of the same way. No, he never said that. My dad's not on my page, let's just say that. If I, you know, okay, dogs are going to have 1,000 actions. I'm not going to think my dad is going to like round instead of years. Like,
since you did international, I think maybe 10. Oh, okay. Well, would you rather have him around or not?
Sorry, this gym is closing. I was trying to get my last little lift in here.
Okay, yeah, you do it. Good. Talk later.
No. I have to leave. I just didn't realize that I was in my pocket. I realized the mic was off. I heard the thing dang, trying to be quiet. No, I mean, it'd be cool if you'd been to more than one. That's one more than my mother's been to. So, but I've probably done close to 1,000 shows. From that perspective. So now, most of them just go in. I mean, I'm wearing a t-shirt right now. It says battle rapper, because a lot of the shows are rap battles and stuff like that. It's no place for your parents to go. But I've performed with all kinds of very cool events. And they moved about 15 years ago, so they've missed everything the last 15 years because they lived outside of the country. But there's probably been way less than half the shows I've done within the last 15 years. The most shows I did in my life was probably from 2000 to 2008, and they moved probably around 2012-ish. I think they did move in 2012. But even then, I like 35 minutes from where they were, and I was doing 100 shows a year. But yeah, most of them have been nervous, but there were quite a bit. Like I did quite a bit. They're like, when are we gonna do a trap show? I was like, I'm not sure. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to send it right to you. Definitely. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, because they did some original stuff. Something new. Try to work hard, Ellie. I just try to work hard. I learned it. Or for me, it's 7 o'clock on Sunday and I'm shutting down the gym. You know what I mean? Just getting that little extra work in. Every time I walk by that mirror, I go, damn, you didn't even there. I'm not very good at this. I just walk by these people at the pool. I was like, text him. That's not appropriate. Put that away. He said, why y'all sit down and drinking in the gym? All it does are robot. Oh, that's pretty good. There's a lot of fat out of shape people always gonna say that, especially in America.
I think generally it's on the rise though, obesity. It is a problem. But I'm torn on how to solve it because part of it is personal responsibility, accountability, and personal care. Part of it is also a wider environment responsibility.
That's right. Yep.
It also kind of just things that we just make up. Like if evolution wants to take us towards the future where you want to do that, I don't argue with that.
Evolution did. I mean, quite often it happens to begin with. It might be in the future that people's body shapes do naturally change. But a lot of people probably started off lighter than they actually are, but over time they become less active for different reasons.
I'll become more sedentary. What I need to do is about like wine. I also feeling my mother's side has diabetes, so it's like particularly important this way. So I had a knee problem about 2 years ago, but my left knee is bad, and I can't do as much as I could when I was in college, and so I become like far more sedentary than I have been healthy.
Those are good reasons. Those are good reasons. Like after this week, it's just the fact that like having more body weight, like it just you gotta just balance the probability you're gonna have more those problems later in life. Like we got a lot of shit like but on the other hand, like I'm also taking that was like complex cells and investing is there for the body. It's their business.
Yeah, I gotta feel that way. To give you a lot of become 600 pounds, that's now. When you start relying on medical services, you're gonna have not me, but you kind of have a group of people that go, well, if you took care of yourself, people aren't different. I think that's also kind of a reality. Again, not that I'm personally angry, I think it's going to get fat, and then you have diabetes, and you don't have enough money. Well, you're going to take some out of that money, and so there should be some coverage for that.
As human beings, we've got to the point where we are, I mean, we're kind of taking ourselves out of the realm of natural selection. There's methods that we've kind of created artificial functions for ourselves. Whether it's that
And that's something about yes, in the future when all becomes fast. You know, I think it's
that's
like it's been 10 years ago. What's the movie? No, I read some things. So maybe it was based on that movie.
no, I'm not that complicated. It's believe that like last night, I think it doesn't want because for like the first end of when Wally gets like stuck on his planet. I mean, he's a little robot and he can sit back down for this Earth is going like this, by humans. Disasters. There's just some garbage everywhere, and not a human being is safe. Humans, when they sit Wally down, pilot way down for his life. Let's Eve each once. You know, that's Eve's job. So now, like, she's going to say this. Yes. And her job is when she finds it, she grabs it, she puts it inside her body, and she brings it first. And like, it's the shit that comes. And they like these great things that enter their lives. You know, walk in where they it's highways and parts, you know, they probably I remember that. I saw it as a little kid. Dog was my mind. I was full of that when I saw one. I was full of that one. Much more. I'm from the softball essentially. I was a preteen that night, but like still not you know, like, well, you weren't accurate. I should have said I was a preteen, not a child. I was not 8 or 9. I was like 11 or 12. I gotta be nice to you, even now that you've been at least, you know. I gotta be nice to all you youngins when you say dumb stuff. I gotta. These undertypes, you know what I mean? I am fully capable of being as stupid as ignorant as most of my on the other side of that, like, oh yeah,
I am not telling they're wrong, but slang different.
It's also true
Slang language words in the different because Marco Kannada mix
Dr. Penrose, he's just got his fucking ridiculous ideas that nobody pushes back because he's just a really old guy. A lot of people respect him. He has a fucking Nobel Prize.
Push back against them all the time. You just don't know it.
Yeah, there's lots of old people like that where they need a little.
Yeah, they do. On this app, you're just like, well, Roger Penrose, like they heard about last week. So people are all excited. It's like, bro, the real circles. People like, yeah, you might be time to hang it up. I'm gonna fall off a cliff though. I can tell for me, definitely looking younger for my age it's gonna catch up really fast. Like as the grays start to come in, it's just gonna be a wrap, you know. Because when you have all your hair, I think it keeps you looking artificially younger. You know what I'm saying? And so, but then it's eventually gonna all be white. You know what I'm saying? And once the hair goes white, there's no turning back. You know what I'm saying? I think I only got a couple of years.
And we used to fuck a lot. So I got a letter one day, and the letter was like, "Yo, we're gonna like tell you to leave the country." And so she was like, "Nah, I don't want that to happen." So we ended up getting married. We was together for like 6 years, and we moved to another state, which she ended up asking me. She ended up wanting divorce. So I was like, all right, you know, we did our thing for that amount of time, and we don't talk to each other any longer.
So you have kids, and how long was this?
No, she had an abortion. She aborted when she was, she aborted the kid. So I was young at the time.
Alright, it's too much information for that.
Yeah, we don't talk about this.
Bow wow. Bow wow.
TV, call another thing. But why is...
No, you're not understanding that. Before that, I had a big problem in life, and I didn't believe in Jesus. One time I said, if Jesus is the true Son of God, I believe in that. If it's not, I just ignore that. And after a couple of
my true Son of God.
you.
My distant true Son of God.
This is how I imagine Benny Adams' conversion to Christianity.
What happened? No, Benny Adam has a good reason. He would converse to for utilitarian reasons. He's been pretty honest.
Wait, so from the topic that we were talking.
Yeah, let's go back to topic. Damn, man, concrete left, bro, because of people lives.
Oh,
Let me call him back.
still here.
Yeah, go ahead with the debate. So,
Open your
you
heart.
guys can just sit in the, yeah, thank you very much.
Open your heart.
Sit in the audience for 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead with the debate. Let me call back concrete.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's like, heard somebody say that the academia adheres to naturalism as a methodology. It's like, well, yeah, because I mean, the only evidence we have is the natural world of, what we have for explanations, and so we have no demonstration of the supernature. We've never had it where, we've seen people be created through breathing life into clay objects. Jewish golem spell, like it says in the Bible. Meanwhile, evolution is the only explanation that has been demonstrated for the creation of different species or speciation. And so, it doesn't violate Occam's razor in any way, like inserting a, person who breathed life into clay objects as to how living beings originated. And so, and so the way science works, though, is that we, say, demonstrate that there's a supernatural and we'll include it.
The belief science demonstrates an ancient mythical fictional ancestor. Originating how? Did you tell me? Let me give you the 4 hypotheses and tell me whether these even merit an actual hypothesis in the first place, or random, mere speculation. Remembering that hypothesis is something, a part of a phenomenon that has some loose data to point to it. And so you build a hunch. So which of these, tell me, is scientific about the so-called ancient mythical fictional ancestor originating through blind forces of nature? So panspermia, this is so-called life being seeded from outer space. Is there any evidence of this? Or is this blind, wishful, so-called random thinking that I've actually merited with a hypothesis? Oh my God, I can't believe I actually get this notion of a hypothesis. Or is it so-called the origination of life from a clay world? Is there any evidence to it? Or actually an icy world? That's the third one. Or is it actually so-called the primordial soup? All of these are blind speculations. Absolute hocus pocus. Sorry, abracadabra. I apologize. That sounds too blatant. This is not science. It's pure charade. An absolute charade. Now, some people have faith, and they should go and take their faith into a change of so-called atheism. They shouldn't masquerade it in so-called in the name of science. Science is a brutal, cold, hard, and uncompromising subject that demands demonstration. But sorry, we've been funded by the Epstein Islanders, and they've done an entire sham on the scientific discipline when it comes to these subjects. Luckily, there's still some hardcore empiricists out there that tend to do actually proper scientific investigation.
Sorry, Manti, you don't think this is like hyper skepticism?
No.
It doesn't allow for basically the laying down of anything. Mazichan, it doesn't allow for the grounding of anything like Crimson Eye was saying, right? This, or maybe, I don't know.
I belong to a school of science, which is to do with empiricism. If you come and say something, and you can't demonstrate it, they will make you into a laughing stock. However, in the school of the theorists, everything flies. These guys should be philosophers. I don't know why they masquerade as scientists. They don't produce anything. Blind theorists are very cute. Some of the empiricists find them exceptionally cute and tell them, look, go and publish this stuff in the department of philosophy. That's where you have these cute ideas, speculations, abstractions, and so on. Very cute. Some of them may even in future somebody may even roll up their sleeves and actually demonstrate maybe someone one or two of them and possible of the hundreds of speculations. That's not science. It's pure and utter dogma. Now, this happens to be one of those dogmatic subjects. But when you're talking about science, there is a method. And the summit of that method is called demonstration through reproducibility. Not so-called wishful reading. That's so-called explanation. You could explain the data in so many ways. You You could even invoke king spirits in the woods as explanations. You just don't go
So far, evolution has been hands down. I think the best explanation for our priors, right?
Compared to what? Compared to what?
Compared to freaking ex nihilo. Compared to God creating man in clay with his hand. Yes.
Let's look at this. So,
Even
that's all powerful, creating man, a walking, talking human being, versus blind environmental processes creating a walking, talking, conscious human being. Really? Sure, could you show me the explanation? Other than wishful reading.
And Mahdi, as much as I can appreciate, as much as scripture can be appreciated, right? For its metaphorical significance, right? For the creation of man, I mean, it's just.
No way.
I think ex nihilo is a very hard position to defend.
Sorry, my friend.
As a theist, for me, ex nihilo is a very, very hard position to defend. Something cannot come from nothing.
That's an atheist. I don't think theists believe something comes from nothing. That's a dark theist. I don't know what kind of theist that is.
I don't think the atheist
of theists that operate on faith. So maybe those type of things.
So, if I could ask you, didn't Allah say that simply that he just said?
Okay, there is a siren. Let's just slow down.
That B, by the way, is an entire opposite of display in the universe.
Yeah, that's a completely different explanation. To be an atheist is like a timelessness.
The word of God is power is not nothing.
This is how you think.
The atheist
it's the word becoming flesh. It's very similar to
the atheist can't even explain what the counter God hypothesis is. They can't even explain what that is. At least with God, the theists can tell you God is an intelligent, almighty being that has capability and power and will. That's the God hypothesis.
Right.
It's a Lord's counter position.
Okay, it's a siren. Let's just slow down and pull over right here. Nicely done.
The universe itself is right. The universe is
right. So therefore, it can't be a scientific theory.
Science tries to track causal origins. It doesn't mean you could actually explain them. The universe itself, you believe in a Big Bang. If you do believe the science actually points towards a Big Bang. Well, I don't know about how big or bang. Nobody had this. Yeah. But the science does indicate there's a starting point. And that's by a law of causality. That's a law that we observe everywhere. It's not a fact. The law of causality is a law. It's pervasive everywhere.
I'm not gonna watch it.
And the universe itself has a cause. That cause, by definition, is super.
I'm not gonna watch it.
Physical. Because
I'm not gonna watch it.
The physical world is the universe. And the natural world is the universe. That cause, whether you think it's God or not God, is supernatural by definition.
Ultimately, isn't what the claim is between science and religion or atheism or belief in God. The ultimate claim is the beginning of the universe was a conscious effort or it was a completely random happenstance. Now, scientists, as far as they can go back, as Mehdi eloquently put it, was the Big Bang, the complete start of all matter. Now, their argument...
He doesn't believe in the Big Bang. Actually, does not. He never granted that.
I mean, that's fine. But there is
no way.
Whether you call it Big Bang but there's the one inarguable thing that both sides have in common. There must have been a beginning to all things in all matter.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way! Okay, there is a siren. Let's just...
I'm not gonna watch it.
I said I've never set foot in the country. What? I said I've never...
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way! You found my channel.
Strike a master chord.
Or anyone otherwise that the creation of this existence, whatever matter, reality, whatever you want to call it, isn't consciously based. The counter argument is it's unconscious, it's random, it's a force without a will. And that's really what we're arguing as theist versus atheist.
We're arguing whether or not it's, the universe is exploitative of whether God is the best explanation for the beginning of the universe, or whether it's something that's dependent on God.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Is that beginning conscious or unconscious?
What is that thing before, and then is there any evidence to that thing? So what is that thing? Could you explain to me what that thing is? Because I tell you, a theist can tell you God in a number of ways. I
understand they can say that. I understand they can claim that they have an explanation, but that they don't. That's not the same thing as demonstrating it.
Do you believe you have demonstrated the counter God position? Do you believe you could even explain what it is?
I'm not the one claiming that we have an explanation for it. Theists are saying that they do.
I think that you're not a theist, you're an atheist, I take it, yes? Is that correct?
Yes, I don't accept theistic explanations.
Okay, and you accept the atheist explanation. Could you tell me what the counter-God proposition is? First and foremost, and what evidence points to it?
Yeah, why do I have to demonstrate that?
You don't. You've got a true dichotomy.
That is the beginning of science. That is the core of science.
An actual dichotomy.
Why do I have to have proof to show?
You said it's not God.
I said I don't see any evidence that God.
Do you see any evidence for the non-God hypothesis?
Okay, there is a siren.
Okay, and
it looks like love.
I'm saying that there is no evidence for the theistic explanation.
I think you are claiming God.
Any explanation of this?
I think you are claiming God. So the proof is on you. Okay, not on him, right? He's negating it.
Yeah, I'm 100%.
He's saying that he's saying I'm not
actually an integration of the dichotomy. It's not 50-50. This is not 49-50.
So it really isn't.
Monty, I'm saying I have an explanation for the
Then don't claim to be an atheist. Just say you're agnostic.
No, but there's the beautiful part. Exactly, Narco. With all due respect, with the absence of proof or verifiable fact, or a way to conduct an experiment to confirm your findings, science falls short, and that's completely okay. That's the basis of science, and it's relevant, right? However, for example, we need to acknowledge that a lot of modern science, as we know it, are based off of leading theories rather than concrete.
Bro, no way.
Why does my hand not fall through my, we know everything's comprised of matter. We know, according to science, that the vast majority of material things are mostly empty space. Why doesn't my hand go through a wall when I touch it? The leading theory is there is a force binding those atoms together with electrons that prevent my hand from going through that wall. But there is no constant. We know what this is. So there are leading theories. And there is a I hate theists who say that science itself doesn't have any merit, because you must be blind. You must be stupid to say science doesn't have any merit. And in antithesis to that same claim, you have to be blind to say there's no merit in the belief that there is consciousness beyond physical being, which is really what all religions argue, that there is something outside of consciousness. I mean, there is something conscious outside of physical reality, right? So the claim is the beginning of the world, like really atheism is a religion in itself. You have to have faith that there's no God, because you can't disprove it.
Bro, no way.
And that's what religion is, faith. So if you don't have ways to test these theories explicitly yourself,
it feels like love.
Concur that this is really just
And I confess it.
it's a religion. You have a faith that there's no God.
And I don't need faith to say I don't know.
No, but that's fine. You can say I don't know, but you weren't saying that. Does God exist? If I asked you that question, does God exist? Do you believe God exists?
No.
He may or he may not. Then you're agnostic, and that's fine.
Okay, but I mean, I don't know, and I don't believe it. So therefore, I'm agnostic, and I'm also an atheist.
When atheist means there is no God. There is no way, and there is nothing you can present that has to God's existence.
Yeah, it's actually a positive thing. Just as theism, we actually have a burden of proof. When I say I'm an theist, I have a burden of proof. Remember, burden, yeah? I can easily entertain that.
Yes.
When somebody says an atheist, they have a burden of proof. If I said 1 + 1 is 2, and they say it's not 2, you actually have to prove it's not 2. You can't just say, no, I just don't believe 1 + 1 is equal to 2. You have to prove
Which would be faith. Which would be faith. Which would be religion.
Yes, so you're taking something that is axiomatic and
Bro,
no. Something that
looks like love.
Dichotomy where it's like yes, that we can't, that we don't know.
It looks like love.
It's actually a dichotomy.
Like the better analogy
is
the better analogy is specifically is that you're saying that you're claiming that your God is guilty of being the person who exists, and then I'm the person saying that I don't see your God guilty of doing that. Or even
It's a guilt thing. This is an emotional thing. I don't know. Some emotions.
So the thing is that to me is that I'm on the side. I'm saying that I haven't seen you make your burden of proof.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, once we explore the dichotomy, actually,
we're kind of equal in that regard, wouldn't you say?
Well, you could do this dichotomy at any point. God, if He's the creator of the universe, then everything out in the universe should, if we had sufficient data, be able to allow us to draw this dichotomy. So whenever we got data to force this dichotomy into motion, the data should always point to one side, because one of these two counter positions is a fallacy, either God or not God. So whatever is responsible for the universe, even if you find 1% of the evidence, it should point towards that thing. By the moment you find 1%, 2%, 3%, and it points one direction, rest assured, the remaining of the evidence they haven't yet found will always point to that direction, because that's the causal background. The other side is a fallacy. Now that's the nature of the dichotomy. You could start anywhere from a protein structure to DNA to the inanimate world, and actually force the dichotomy. The science can easily do this. The Epstein Islanders do not want this to happen, because they want to secularize the entire planet, produce individuals, drones out there that have no sense of anything. Literally, that they could just be playing around with now with ideas and wordplay. But science can easily tackle this question, God or not God, easily. We have sufficient data out there to tackle this. And the answer is not pretty whatsoever for those who are atheists. So that's why
it looks like love.
It feels like dogmatic rules.
And I confess it.
It actually forces the dichotomy out the window. You just go one track, with demonstration. Hence your theory of evolution. It's all driven by words. It's all from ancient, mythical, fictional ancestor.
I think the biggest like spear in the side of the claim that there is no God is the explanation for the creation of life in the first place. As far as science goes, if I ask any scientist, the most rational atheist scientist with all the information of the world that is, how did life on Earth begin before there was life? How did dead things, dead matter, dead atoms, who were no different from rocks, become what we currently call life? From moss to plankton to plasma to human beings, how did dead things become material? And if that process is a one-off, how is there no examples of it other than that person? There is no way to explain that directly other than a conscious force. There is no way. If dead matter, dead atoms.
We're listening to an extremely stupid housewife named Steph, a Christian who believes everybody's going to hell unless the mechanism of cleanliness, aka Jesus Christ, saves them from eternal damnation.
The nuclear process within suns or stars to create new atoms. That's not a one-off. There isn't just one star in the universe. There's multiple examples because the laws of physics allow it. So
it looks like love.
That process of
it feels like
only
love.
happens once and never again.
You know the irony, brother. Not only can not dead matter or the natural forces produce life, they can't even produce a bloody single protein molecule, which is the foundation of all life form, the building blocks. You could do this. You could do this based on a test study, and you could do it in.
It looks like love.
Nature can produce a single protein molecule. That's just called the building block of life. This is not life, by the way. If we did produce a single protein molecule, it won't survive too long. Any of the following will degrade it very quickly. Background radiation degrade quickly. You will not have no primordial soup. UV light will degrade it very quickly. We already know this stuff. Facts. These are facts of science. Excessive heat will degrade it. Exposure to water and on it goes. This is a building block that can reach it. Let all the building blocks. A single cell organism, which is compared to a protein molecule, it's like you're comparing a matchstick to a nebula. You know the simplest actual living cell that we know out there? You compare it to a building block, it's like comparing a matchstick to a nebula.
Bars in my career.
And
when it comes to mine, I don't take any chances. I chose SkyTech as my deal with.
Building block of life. Singular protein molecule. They range anything from 80 amino acids all the way to several thousand.
And the conditions that created these baser proteins for life, there are examples of them on modern Earth right now. In hydrothermal vents underneath the ocean, those very conditions that existed at the beginning of life as far as science understands it 2 million years ago. So those very conditions are still very active on this planet. So it's simply examples that these things were once there, but through this chemical process, through this primordial seed that still ranges beneath our soil, beneath our oceans, in our mantle core, we have examples of dead things becoming living. But there is no such example. It only happened once. And only once.
I'm in downtown right now, checking out the life properties.
How the dogma has crept into science. If somebody was a true scientist, they would actually look at design and non-design. There are 4 speculations for non-design. God's back here. Some of that being seen from outer space, wishful thinking. Sometimes. Not one single shred of evidence to indicate this. Some people claim that there's some comets and meteorites that actually landed in the Earth, that there's so-called amino acid traces. Amino acid traces of life. Like you find them free flowing in nature, both right and left hand. Position of saying that life came from outer space. No evidence whatsoever. They can't even call this no single evidence for this. Pure and utter speculation. Another so-called hypothesis. Actually, it's not a hypothesis. It's another random speculation. Not one single shred of evidence. All diverse, but I tell you what the bigger problem is. There's no other alternative hypothesis that we looked at in terms of design. They're not allowed. How could you name me 4 design so-called speculations or hypotheses? Actually, there is evidence to them. They will never be investigated. This is dogma. Pure dogma is when you look at something without critical thinking, when you don't look at the counter positions, that the whole theory of evolution is driven by dogma. Not an actual interrogative or, if you like, forensic examination. And there's only 2 propositions out there: design versus non-design. These so-called scientists today are actually horrified by this. They play all this word play.
We can only go off of
Chicago, Sora.
their methods, whether to prove the existence of the conscious force of creation. And it's proven true multiple times. It does not mean it's publicly available. It almost seems like exactly the way you described it. It almost seems like there is this effort in order to disprove what has already been proven, or an effort, or maybe we're just not there. My vocabulary is very so I can't really get my thought out, so I apologize.
No, it's all right, brother. It's just the censorship and not allowing science to progress. That's the sad thing. It's pure and utter dogma.
James C. Hello, Megatron, the most controversial figure on Clubhouse. Africa, my evil brother, and
And you forgot to introduce yourself, the famous queen herself.
Yes, please.
fucker.
You know I'm still in love with you, Nargis.
I'm in love with you.
Are we not friends anymore, Nargis? Are we not friends anymore? I just wanted to interrupt the protest these students are having about science not agreeing with them.
I don't think it was about agreeing with it. It was about I came to the claim that atheism in itself is a faith. You have to have faith. Things will not have comparable data tested in scientific processes. So you must have faith. So to say I don't know that I have but I have faith that had nothing to do with a conscious God. It must mean that you have a religion. That is what it is. It's a religion.
Again, faith, like, there's an important distinction between this faith and the verbal suffix of what faith means. Like, so for example, it can be used synonymously with the term where if I say that I'm a faithful husband, meaning that I have trust based upon my experience that I have with somebody. But when religious, there is a sort of transcendence that is something that you're expected to believe is there, in spite of the fact that there's no way for you to be able to verify it, in spite even of evidence to the contrary, is what is like used in things like Christianity or in the Quran. There's the definition of faith is what it has, which is what distinguished from the dictionary's definition of what the faith means.
No, faith implies lack of proof. Faith implies there is no way for me to prove this to you outright through the scientific process.
Yeah,
however,
that's the thing religious people have.
Of my own will.
That's what I just said.
In the Quran with proof. If I were to speak to God this moment, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala came down, he talked directly. It's not faith. I don't have faith, I have parents.
Necro, I think you understand there's different senses of the term faith, right?
So the truth is, like, that comparison of being a faith.
Oh, now he's going to dispense the truth on us. Wow.
So the difference between if I said I have faith in my wife and a Muslim or Christian said they have faith in God or faith in Jesus, the difference is that one of us is going to vouch for us, and the other person is going to remain hidden in somebody that we can't see.
No, but
that's an assumption that you can't demonstrate that.
We're getting into dialogue, different meanings of words. Like
Actually, can I make one comment? Because I think Necro, first of all, it is definitely true that in many religious traditions, faith means a kind of trust and confidence in the same way that we mean it when we say, I have faith in my partner, right? I trust, I have a confidence. So it's not true that that's not present in religious conversations. It's very, very present. Number two is, if you want to say that the dictionary has entry 1, entry 2, entry 3 on the word faith or faithful or faithfulness, I'm happy to go along with that. But you can't really reasonably, intelligently say it only means the one thing that you're suggesting that it means. Third, and I'll finish here, the reciprocity you imply is part and parcel of the definition. You are making a conclusion, you are making an argument, but that's nowhere in the definition itself, not the one that you used anyway. Is that a necessary entail?
Yeah, the main question is whether
it's like a girl hot or a fire hot.
So let me take a it's based on facts.
Okay.
So I believe in the Quran is also based on faith. So what the emotion investment is also based on facts.
Yeah.
Now, there are some theists. Now, I'm just saying, you're right to some degree. About a third of theists operate on faith. They feel an inclination, emotional inclination, and they base their faith on it. And all religions, by the way, there are people who actually operate on faith. There are some theists who don't operate on faith. They actually operate objectively. The question is whether there is any objective aliens.
Beloved, there's no treasure for the skills. Perhaps we can help you.
Actually, this one is our cosmic weapons, all the religions. All the religions are theists and atheist religions. There are hundreds of religions, more atheist religions than theists.
Grant him passage, give it to her himself.
Atheism responds far more than theism. Destruction. These religions go down to the walk of life based on their world, which is all driven by faith. The question is whether one atheist actually has any evidence to substantiate the atheism. Period. So if you do that, it'll be a great thing.
Yeah,
what do you offer?
Why do you still have
that somehow, like, religion is based on evidence specifically. That's something that I definitely hear all the time, and it's something that I wish religious people would not go to using it anymore, because it is really it just doesn't work on people like me who understand the distinction and the fallacy of it.
One quick pushback, sorry for taking the mic again. Necro, I don't know why atheists relate to science or mention science or logic. Atheism is not founded in anything scientific or logic. So if you could actually show us something that's scientific that actually points to atheism, or something that's logical that points to atheism, you'll have maybe started. But I don't know why he brought in science. Science is not the domain of atheism. It actually kills atheism. So
that's not true. It doesn't kill atheism.
It is true. Could you show us one thing
That's not true.
that points to
So,
atheism?
Bonnie, there's been no scientific demonstration of the possibility of a God existing.
Everybody, please rise in the presence of Honey Badger.
Yeah. So there's been no sort of experimental test that possibly indicative exclusively concords with the idea of a God existing or the falsity of that.
Looks like love. Science has been done such that it's just a love. And can easily deal with it. So they are saying that it's specifically denied and censored this investigation. After you look at the report, ask the question, why did this come around? Just give all of it.
You're a funny guy, but you gotta space it out. Like, when it's just once in a while, it's really funny. But when you're like, it just becomes boring.
Obviously think there's no such thing as faith so far as religion goes.
I didn't say that. I did say that there is such a thing as faith, and that's called atheism.
No, as far as religion.
Okay. So what do I have faith in? And that's fine if you want to think that. What is it that I have faith in, though? Just curious, because I do have faith in things. I just wonder what you think I have faith in.
Gotta have faith, the faith. You gotta have faith.
Yeah, perfect.
Not one single evidence to point to this.
Well, what? No, you just said that atheism is faith. What's the faith I have? That God
does not exist.
That's not faith. I think that's just evidence.
Could you give me one evidence, please?
Yeah, that unembodied mind as a cause for anything is like a non-stop.
Hello?
What is that?
Hello?
Is that
unembodied mind is some sort of force that has conscious thoughts and ideas and preferences, like your God does, like Allah does.
Maybe we could.
Desired outcomes that he
Hold on, Mahdi, hold on, Mahdi, hold on, Mahdi.
You asked me a question, so I'm answering. So it's also unembodied. I didn't say disembodied, because that would imply that the already had a body and the body was somehow removed or it was removed from the body. This is just unembodied. Now, maybe it did have a body. I don't know. Maybe it did have like some kind of like material essence or some kind of like association with an ontological physicalness, right? But as far as I've been made aware, at least so far, we don't have any evidence of unembodied minds and consciousness. So what's your proposition? Hold on. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Slow down, sir. Relax. So they're getting very, very emotional.
Why don't you actually look at what Allah is? Go and read the Quran.
Listen, okay, does Allah
Hello?
Does Allah want thing?
Hello?
Does Allah want thing?
What are you dealing with?
Hello?
Does Allah want thing?
Hello? Hello?
Does Allah judge people?
Yes, he does.
Hello?
He does.
Okay, so it has a consciousness, right?
Yeah, I know, but you know you're dumb.
Hello?
Yeah. So they
If Allah doesn't
Hello?
could you tell me what the counter proposition is?
I don't know
Hello?
why you don't just engage with what I'm saying.
What is the
Hello?
Why are you freaking the fuck out, dude?
Hello?
Yeah, why are you freaking the fuck out?
I'd like to talk about language and linguistics communication. And I think what's actually happening here is Mahdi's learning English. And the primary native English speakers are here. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Thank you for that bullshit, John Kitover. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but that's actually not bullshit what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. I think Maddie has a great command of the English language. She has vocabulary that's disposable that I don't even have.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's good. I wasn't thinking of vocabulary at all.
Well, he can teach us all, obviously. He's the master teacher. Everything he knows is the truth. I mean, he doesn't even possibly doubt his beliefs and opinions. It's 100% true to this point.
Presents something that is counter to his argument that is viable. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't agree. I think he does doubt his position and his claims. I don't think he really believes it.
Can I ask you guys something? What does doubt mean to you?
What does it mean to you?
Well, to me, like taking the example we had earlier, if you have faith that your partner is faithful to you or isn't fucking around on you, right? There is a hint of doubt there because you don't know. I know my partner. We don't say I have faith in you. We don't say.
Do you know? Can you give me examples of things you know, like with certainty or whatever level you're considering here? Like, well, what is something you do know?
Well, there's a bunch of things I do know. For example, I do know I have parents. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a human being living on this planet. I do know I'm made of matter. Or you could be having an experience. I interact with it on a daily basis. I do know air is necessary for my survival. Yeah. If I hold my breath,
I do know that I
pass
exist.
out.
This is the only thing I know with certainty.
Yeah, I know I'm having an experience. I believe I know I'm having an experience. I believe it's a human one.
You said you believe. You didn't say you do know.
Yeah, I know I'm having an experience. I believe it's a human experience.
Okay, and that word human, what does it mean?
It means as an animal, a biological function of the natural world. Now, I could be some kind of other conscious state that's experiencing something unbeknownst to me.
Right. So that's what I was getting ready to ask. When you go to sleep, when you go into a dream, I'm assuming everyone had a dream. Are you a human then?
I assume in what?
No, I'm saying, do you have a conscious awareness of I'm a human being that's asleep? Do you feel that? I mean,
I don't know. Being in a sleep and dream state is kind of a trip. I'd have to think about what I think then.
Okay,
so you know that it's a dream state?
Yeah, I think I become aware sometimes. I wouldn't say I'm lucid dreaming, but I think many times when I'm dreaming, I do realize I'm dreaming.
So when you do get up from it, when you do get up from it, do you know that it existed? That you existed and this whole thing was an experience that existed?
Like I said, I'm aware that it's a dream.
Right. Did the dream exist?
No, but I'm saying
existed in my mind.
Yeah.
How did it feel when you were?
Okay, so the only thing we know with certain of is existence itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know I'm having an experience, and I believe it's a human experience.
What other experience would there be?
I already explained to you. It could be another kind of. I already explained to you right out of the gate. Define my terms.
I'm sorry. I think we come to those parts of the discussions where there's a failure of vocabulary where I can't even articulate exactly.
I believe it could be another conscious experience, possibly. I'm not saying that it's a high probability. I just think that there's the opportunity that it could be, like even if I was a solipsist or a brain in a vat, or this whole thing is just a dream loop. Like, sure, those are possibilities.
Exactly.
But I am having an experience. And I believe it to be an animal experience.
Okay, so there's exactly what we say. You say, I believe there's a possibility. I don't think it's a high one, but there is a possibility.
Like, I know I'm having
an experience. So that brings in that sense of doubt. So where does doubt?
I know I'm having an
That means
experience.
without having full proof. Like when I touched the stove for the first time, it burned my hand. That told me fire.
It doesn't matter. What he's establishing is existence itself. That's all that matters.
So
yeah, I know I'm having an experience. And in what condition I am as an existent being is still on the table, I guess. But I believe it to be an animal one.
I can respect that. You know what? I'll leave it there. I really respect that.
An animal one that exists. That we can never, ever, ever get out from the loop of existence.
I feel like that's a philosophy of a cockroach. If a cockroach had consciousness, that's exactly what it would say. I believe I am an an insect
You believe that a cockroach would say something like
Cockroaches
that?
never say it.
Chemistry
Yeah,
and it's
sentient.
Unless
Or is a cockroach sentient to you?
Well, from my perception, I don't know.
Okay, why would you use a cockroach? That's really strange.
No, I'm saying
I think, like, I did say an animal, but I was thinking of, like, a human first, and then I even just opened it up a little bit more, and then you went cockroach. I think that's interesting.
How's it interesting? It's because they're lower
Because
in
you
life.
didn't even think like ape. You didn't think squirrel. You didn't think cat. You didn't even think dolphin.
Okay, for God's sake, a box jellyfish.
You just live the longest, probably. That's that. Those mofos can survive through anything. Like, I mean, cockroaches are like weak.
Yeah.
It's freaks in nature.
Yeah, I've heard this sort of thing about consciousness with cockroaches. I haven't wanted to look more into it. I tried to understand it specifically.
I mean, we can always say they have like low level consciousness, right?
I believe lions and cockroaches are conscious. They wouldn't be able to move and function. I mean, they build off of instinct. I think we're talking about sentience. The ability to know you are experiencing something. However, you can't do anything about it, and you have to stay a slave to your biological processes. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand what you're saying, because I honestly think a lot of these conversations are actually political and not religious in nature. And they're really just, the undertone is really political. For example, I heard Mahdi in a room saying horrific things about Jews, saying they all want to start a war, take over the world, detonate a nuclear bomb, take over Lebanon, take over Iran, take over this country. Like, it's just fucking delusional. It's anti-Semitic.
Literally have stated out loud in front of the world, I want to take over Lebanon and nuke the world. Have there been Jews that have said that directly?
No Jews have said they want to nuke the world.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
I think Netanyahu might have said it once in a while.
I think it could be projection.
not publicly. No public Jewish officials. No, private crazy people. Sure, maybe.
Yeah, crazy people there in the ministry of Israel. I'm sorry. When Ben Gavir.
Here we go. Here we go. Just tickle the toes a little bit with a feather. There it goes.
What does that mean?
Bring evidence that someone said that from the health ministry.
Absolutely sure. Okay, so I should go onto Google and look up this empirical fact to prove to you someone.
Yes, please. You made it. Yes, please. You made the claim. But please provide the evidence.
But you know about this claim. You want to send me on a goose chase to go to Google? Fine. Okay.
Got it. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know this claim. You made the claim. Please provide the evidence.
Minister that suggested nuking Gaza.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm simply saying
stay off mute just so we can finish.
No, that's great. Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
The Israeli
I'm simply saying
suggesting a nuclear bomb on Gaza Strip is Ahmed Shai Eliyahu.
Oh yeah,
served as the Minister of Heritage, not Health.
Right.
At the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that.
I didn't. Thank you.
Okay, do you feel good about just making me chase down an empirical fact we already knew about?
So Yada, the way that it works, right? So Yada.
So people in
Yada,
the
please.
People for no other reason.
Yada. Thank you for providing that. I was not aware of that. When we have a conversation, please don't interrupt. When we have a conversation, and there's something that I don't know, and you say that you do know it, I'm going to ask. That's not unreasonable.
Okay, so what was the claim you made? Nobody made that claim. Would you be prepared to retract that right now as an intellectual? I will retract the claim that a minister of Israel ever suggested nuking a civilian population. Go ahead. I want to hear you say it, Cal.
Yes, it appears, I'd like to see the link, but it appears in your Google search that a minister of Israel indeed said that.
Okay, then. So why were you both making the claim that no one in Israel would ever make that claim of nuking?
Because the reason
population?
because the reason you bring it up is to demonize the entire Jewish people.
I'm sorry. It would be hard to demonize the entire
Yeah, but
Israeli
then Caleb, you're talking about his mental states, right? Maybe that's
No,
one.
real quick. I'm sorry. Stop saying Jewish. I'm talking about the Israeli government. It's like if I demonize the Saudi government, which I absolutely do, and I think they're barbaric, that doesn't mean all Muslims are being demonized as well. If I demonize the Chinese government, that doesn't mean all Chinese people are being demonized.
So Yana, let me give you a reasonable. Okay, fine. I accept that. Okay, but let me just say two things. Okay, one, yes, it was a despicable thing to say, and I'm sure it was racist. Do you know what kind of power the Minister of Heritage has? Zero.
But he's the Minister of Heritage. He has.
What was the first thing I said?
Doesn't matter. He still said it. We can.
I understand. But listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm on your side on that.
He's saying he has no power, so it's like somebody on Clubhouse talking shit. Hello?
Yeah, someone on Clubhouse talking shit is equal to the Minister of Heritage, right?
Yeah, so now he's bringing it up. He's probably bringing up this point.
Equal to the Congressman from Florida. If a Congressman from Florida said, kill everyone in Mexico, it's equal if I said it. It's the same exact thing.
Okay, let's just move on to the different topic because this is redundant and pointless.
There's a nuance between positions of power and
Hello?
just regular civilians.
Let's just see, Yada, if you were the president of the United States of America, what would your top 3 priorities be, sir?
Absolutely. Number one, I would federalize the Federal Reserve. Number two, I would absolutely force AIPAC to become a subsidiary, or not subsidiary, what the fuck kind of words am I using? To be a signatory to FARA. I would absolutely force all of the banking cartels that have used their power to bankrupt American families into oblivion over the last 50 years to pay reparations to the American people. I would absolutely defeat real estate cartels who buy.
That was 3. He said 3. He said, hold on. He said 3.
Okay, that's
3.
my
Those are your top 3.
I promise you, those.
Do you think the American people have the AIPAC thing as a top 3 priority in terms of their life?
No, absolutely. We have cost of living as the number one grievance.
So why wouldn't you put that as the top of your priority?
Because I would cut the roots at the source. I'm sorry, cost of living.
You think our cost of living is because of Israel?
Fam, if I get a nosebleed because I have brain cancer and I say, let me fix the nosebleed by plugging my nose, am I fixing the problem? No. So you have to address the
You haven't identified where the problem is.
ourselves.
You haven't identified where the
problem. It seems to be there are those who see the root. Both of us see the root of the problem, the grievances of the United States people. It's only one of us that says those causes to our ailments.
This is all word salad. What do you think is the cause of the high cost of living in America?
Absolutely. Predatory business practices.
Okay, awesome. Why wasn't that one of your top priorities?
I'm pretty sure I laid it out. What were my top priorities? Do you even remember?
Breaking banking cartels.
Okay, so do banking cartels have predatory business practices against the United States people?
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? I know all 3.
Okay, so please, the first one you just listed. Do banking cartels in the United States have predatory business practices that drive the United States people into debt? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so by breaking...
Just wait a second, man. Why are you fucking so excited?
Please go ahead.
Fucking relax. Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I'm waiting for your rebuttal.
I'm not. There's nothing to rebut. We're just having a conversation. Fucking relax. Nobody's debating anything.
Okay, you're a clown. All right, Ayan, you heard the first claim that I made. All right, so please give me a counterpoint why it's okay for me to not focus on the predatory business practices of banking cartels in the United States. And this is the hypothetical where I'm president, right? You created the hypothetical, dude. I'm going down the fucking map.
Nobody said that was not a good thing to focus on, you fucking moron.
Okay, so articulate why that shouldn't be in my top 3.
Nobody is articulating that. He just asked what your top 3 were. That was it.
Okay, but
that's all that happened.
Why shouldn't that be my top 3? You were making the claim, yo, cost of living should be number 1, not banking cartels. Okay, why not?
No, actually, my question was, do you think AIPAC is a priority for the American people? You said no. And then I said, what do you think? Excuse me, can you shut up and let another person finish a sentence? You interrupt every single sentence, okay? I was summarizing the argument. What happened?
Yeah, that's a Zionist tactic I'm taking.
What happened was, I said, do you think AIPAC is a priority for the American people? You said no. I said, what do you think is? You said cost of living. And then I asked you, why was cost of living not part of your priority list? Now, if you're telling me that is included in the predatory lending practices, that's great. That answers my question. Thanks. Why do you have to be such a fucking moron and think people are attacking you when no one's attacking you? I'm asking you to clarify your position so I can understand it, so we can have a fucking conversation.
Look, don't paint it as if you were asking that question in order to get to a point of understanding. You were asking that question to try to derail my point in hopes that I would stumble on my words and my conviction. Don't bullshit me, motherfucker. I'm not that. Okay? So just be reasonable and honest. Would my first 3 policies not fix a great amount of debt that United States people are under currently right now, and would improve the number 1 cause, the number 1 grievance that the United States people have, cost of living? If a fucking 21-year-old suddenly doesn't have $300,000 of debt for a goddamn art degree, would that improve their cost of living? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I think it would. I think so.
All right, then. So I addressed the main cause by getting to the root.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you for sharing that that's what you meant when you said, that's why I asked you.
Fuck's sake.
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. Do you not know how to have an honest conversation? Are you that insecure?
Oh, I'm completely secure. It's you that seems to be...
Yada, thanks for answering with those 3 very important opinions and ideas you have. What would you do to the state of Israel? Would you attack them? Would you disavow them?
No,
how would you treat
Israel? Is a nation that should be allowed to exist. I think it's disrespectful and diabolical for anyone to claim that they shouldn't be a nation state of their own. I think I would temper Israel a little bit. I think I would forego the policy of backing them regardless of what they want to do. And in place, I would enforce 67 borders. I would say Jerusalem is half and half, Palestinian and Israeli. I think I would put boots on the ground, UN peacekeepers in Gaza to monitor the heinous, murderous Israeli terrorists who burn babies in their home because they don't want them to have that land, right? And I would instantly enforce their policy of coexistence in Israel as the largest.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say IDF soldiers are burning babies in homes? I'm sorry, Yada, but did you just say that soldiers are burning babies alive in their homes? I had no idea that was happening. Do you have a link to show that soldiers are burning babies in homes to steal the land? Oh my goodness. Yeah, please, Yada, please, I really gotta see this. Please, I gotta see this. Please give me a link.
Sure. You want me to send you the pictures of the parade for the Israeli settlers literally?
Just a link. Yeah, you can update your PTR if you want. A link would be really helpful. Thanks, Yada.
Burned down by Israeli settlers and said, this is for a good cause on it in all red text. Do you want me to put that up and make you look fucking retarded?
Yeah. I think ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. When you called me a retard, I think we first identified a ad hominem projection. Retard alert. Retard alert.
There's a difference.
Well, thanks for putting the link in the chat about the soldiers burning the babies to steal the land.
But I'm just gonna do it.
I just have to say, I sadly gave this guy $15.
Yes, and I thank you for your money. I had a nice little snack as I campaigned. Thank you for your contribution to the campaign to liberate America from retards like this.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You took my money from me.
Well, I didn't take it. It was given, and you donated it through a portal. So I didn't actually take
Since
your
he was
money.
talking, I just looked it up. October 31st, July 2015. Israeli settlers fired on a Palestinian family home in the village of Duma, killing 3 people. 18-month-old Ali Dawabashi was burned alive in the fire, while both his parents died in injuries within weeks. January 16th, 21-year-old Israeli settler Amiram Ben Ula. I can't pronounce these names. Forgive me for butchering this. Right, was indicated in the murder along with the Israeli minor. Right. So let's go on to where they were protesting. In 2020, Ben Ula was convicted of 3 counts of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, 3 counts of arson, and for conspiring with a racially motivated crime, but it's a terrorist act. However, he declared his charges of being a member to the terrorist organization. Okay. If you want me to go on, it doesn't have to be the whole article. Safety net. Child rats like I don't respect them. I never fucking will. They're cancer watchers. I know this. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry for everyone else. This is just a topic that pisses me the fuck off. I know that's my baby though. I miss her. But anyway, like I'm sorry for everyone else in the room. I'm sorry for my emotional state. But this is a topic that I can't abide by.
That's fine. I mean, if I share the same sentiment that you do.
Oh, you can't abide by the law. Because no one ever brings up the law, do they?
Robbing a house and getting acquitted. You abided by the law?
Well, we could talk about the law of warfare or the war of law. Oh, you're done? Okay, thank you, little man. Sorry for getting you so emotional. Usually when people's intellectual capabilities are challenged, they get very, very emotionally upset.
Children, sure, that's something that should
Hello?
no emotion whatsoever.
Hello?
Yeah, I should lie.
Hello? Well, let's see. About 2,000 abortions are done every day in the United States of America. Is that murder?
Yes.
No.
Oh!
Okay, now let's go on to that.
No, Israel has abortion rights, right? Like they have free healthcare and they have access to abortions, and we can send them money. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, who subsidizes that? You're right, Jeremy. Very good point. Who subsidizes that? Why, as me, as an American, as a taxpayer in America, I work 70 hours a fuck off week, and I still have to pay copay. No matter if I go to the doctor for anything, I got a $300 copay every time I go to the emergency room for anything. But Israel is completely free. Why is that? Jeremy, do you think I was wrong my first 3 initiatives? Do you think that would not help us as Americans?
It's JMC.
JMC, I'm so sorry. I read it as Jeremy.
If there was a question, I missed it. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. So what I was asking, my first 3, I was asked a question by the gentleman who left the room. He said, what are my very first 3 policies? I said I would cancel, number 1, I would federalize the Federal Reserve. The printing of our money shouldn't be done by a private company. I think that kind of breeds cartels in our banking system, that they can just charge us whatever for debt, number 1. So number 2, I said that I would eliminate predatory business cartels within our nation. And number three, I would get rid of the system that allows companies or groups to lobby our politicians on the behalf of their corporate interests. Those are the three things I said. I think cost of living would go down substantially if there was federal regulation on those things. Was I wrong?
I'm not running for office, so I haven't figured out what my top three things would be, John Kitover is. But I certainly agree with the third one, which is now escaping me. The thing about the Federal Reserve I'm kind of stuck on, because printing money doesn't actually make money. Most money is made digitally, right? It's the interest rates that banks actually manufacture money, and the government is just keeping up with it.
Well,
no, I agree, but who signs the policy?
James,
who puts their sign name on the dotted line?
Jamesy, the way that I read it,
these $3 billion that were ordered by the United States federal government.
Yeah, I can tell you how it works.
Physically or not, who signs that dotted
I can
line?
tell you how it works. Oh my gosh! Hello, hello,
when the banking collapse happened, because the banking CEOs were called to Congress to testify, and Congress was asking them for advice about how they could do government money better. But
can you hear me?
It's the banks that lost all the money.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Shut the fuck up like that.
I could, but I could also tell you how money comes into existence. The Federal Reserve sends a letter to BlackRock. BlackRock goes into their asset management profile, and then they buy $30 billion worth of toxic bonds, which creates $30 billion in cash. That's how it works. And you can mute me, you can kick me, you can tell me to shut up, you can attack me personally. But if you can't talk about the topic and you just want to attack me personally but not talk about the topic, you could do that too. That's your choice. But that just shows a lack of intelligence. Low IQ people do that. Low IQ people get emotionally upset because they've got low IQ. That's the way it works. Hello?
Okay. They have the top executives of BlackRock.
The top executives at BlackRock and the Federal Reserve. See, when I asked you what your three priorities were, you combined the deconstruction of the financial network as well as banking and Federal Reserve. That's actually one category. Your second was APEC, and so you really only gave me two reasons. What could be your third reason, Yada?
I think I articulated it clearly, but for you, I'll do it one more time.
Articulate, please, sir.
Third thing I would eliminate the practice of lobbying in politics 100%.
Yeah, that was the one that I 100% agree with.
That means APEC. That means the big pharma. That means the gun regulators. I don't care who you are. You're not allowed to put money in the pockets of prospective politicians to further your corporate business. There is no more lobbying. There is a ceiling to how much money you get for your campaign. And I think it should be $20 million on the congressional level and $100 million on the presidential level. Federally provided by the U.S. people. Let's be real, you're only going to be loyal to the people who pay you. So as politicians, if your top donor is a pharmaceutical company, if your top donor is a goddamn lobby group for the Israeli government, you're not loyal to the American people, you're loyal to your top donor. So to eliminate that, I would eliminate lobbying in its entirety. That's my third claim. I defy you to tell me what's wrong with that.
Yeah, because we operate off of this fake laissez-faire capitalism, and unfortunately, the business of lobbying, aka influencing politicians to create HR acts, you could keep muting me, or you could possibly grow a scrotum. It could be a thing for you. You could grow your dick out. You could actually read a book. You could have some patience and listen to people. But the fact of the matter is, lobbying isn't going anywhere, and your priority, it's fantastical and will never happen. Because it's called America. That's the way we do business, baby. Because that's just the way the system exists. Can you explain reality to me?
I don't want to live in a system with no explanation.
You don't want to live in it? Uh-oh. Ding, 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 ding. We got somebody who thinks they're in the Matrix.
Can you imagine if your
Hello?
electrician came to your house and said, I can't fix it until you pay more? Why? Well, that's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is.
Explain what the cost of materials.
Look at Jamesy's beard, for example. What kind of man grows out a disgusting rat tail? Look at the size of that thing. You could use his head as a mop. James, has anybody ever used your head as a mop? Because you got a bucket for a brain? Is there anything in there, Jamesy?
I was waiting for your terrible joke to like marinate in the room real quick. But anyway, let's just be honest with ourselves. How would it be bad for a U.S. president to say, no more lobbying? I'm the last U.S. president that will be lobbied to.
Well, it's like Liar's Poker.
A crime if a corporate interest or foreign interest wants to put money in the hands of politicians.
Like Kamala Harris, who raised $300 million overnight via Google.
How fucking dare I?
How dare you? How dare you?
How dare I?
I can't argue with you. You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you. You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. Well, Yada, I think the things that you said are what a lot of people say. But generally, the first response is wealth redistribution. That's the first one. You said we need to federalize the Federal Reserve. That's what you said. Wow. I mean, you know, it would be great if the Treasury Department just took over.
The Federal Reserve is a private company and not subservient to the United States government, right?
I know. And they pay their own pension and they pay their own salaries in dollars that they create. Isn't that amazing? What a privilege.
I wish I could
when you were in high school, did your career counselor ever say, maybe you'd like to work for the Federal Reserve? Did your career counselor in high school ever tell you that?
Articulate the claim. Why?
Articulate? I'm trying to ejaculate.
Federalized?
I'm trying to ejaculate, sir.
Or just agreeing and throwing ad hominems?
Ad hominems? You called me a retard. That was the first ad hominem projection that I detected. That's how I knew that you were a retard.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
You look like what you're not.
You called me a retard. That was a projection. I'm not retarded.
You're not retarded, dude. You clearly have, like, average cognitive ability. You choose not to use it.
Hello?
And I'm defying you on that term. So, for fuck's
Defying me?
how can you battle with any of my points
Hello?
with any facts?
Well, you know, I just want to know if you were to ask me what my three priorities would be as the president.
Narco's right. This is boring.
His name is Necro. Like somebody who has sex with dead bodies. That's the kind of guy he is. That's how he likes to brand himself as a necrophiliac.
What the actual fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about his name, Necro. He's one of my top campaign donors.
What a dork. Yeah, I sadly gave you $15.
Oh, Jesus, dude. You gave him $15 for what?
I know. He took my money from me.
I received it.
Hey, you might be smarter than I thought, dude. You
Oh my God, bro.
That's a whole quarter of a tank of gas in today's Trump America. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, imagine I could have spent on a quarter tank of gas. Could have bought a few sodas with that. So.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Well, Necro, I'm a very generous person, and I could actually send you back your $15 if you really want it. Would you like it back?
Yes, I would.
I would have to demand that you do. You played him out of his money.
You're going to demand it? You're not even involved in this transaction. You're just a third-party observer.
It's just the principle. I feel like you did that grow so badly.
Why? He helped launch my campaign. We actually created real change.
What?
For Congress. We don't just talk. We do. You're just a talker. I'm a doer. There's a big difference between talking and doing.
Yeah, I agree. There is a big difference between talking and doing. So what do?
I don't know. You talk. That's what I've detected. Big talker.
I mean, that's fair. That's all I've ever shown you. So it's fair.
Exactly. You're like a girl on a dating app who says, I'm a huge yapper. Yap, 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 yap. Very little doing. But you're talking to a man that has done and keeps doing.
Hey, you know what? Negro, you know what? Your $15 is well placed. This man is entertaining, if nothing else. It's cool. I mean, he gave us a little stimulation. It's cool. It's fun.
Yeah. We're back with who always tries to alpha male me. I introduce you to Mikhail.
David, he left. I was going to ask him about mixed tickets. Oh, man.
But
isn't everybody kind of trying to build God's kingdom on earth, like a God created in their own image?
No.
How much can we really fault the Jewish or Islamic or Christian people for trying to create God's kingdom on earth?
Hello? The earth is God's kingdom.
I think that's a good question. That's the whole story of the Bible.
But the secret is in knowing that the kingdom is now. It's here right now on earth.
Exactly. But the kingdom has always been now. It's been now since Jesus came into the forefront.
Yeah, the now is eternal. It's now right now in this room. We gotta.
Son of Ishmael. It's been now since Adam, alayhi salatu salam. You know him as Adam, the first human being, came out of the garden
Adam
of
Catman?
paradise and was brought down to the earth.
Are you talking about the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah? The Tetragrammaton?
So as believers, I'm assuming Caliph or Khalid. Am I pronouncing your name wrong or right?
Kalev. Do you speak English, Yana? Is English your first language?
It's a Hebrew name.
Yeah, so I'm asking if I'm pronouncing it correct.
He left. You could try to sound it out. Like, how would you pronounce my name? Ayn. How would you pronounce that?
Ayan. You know, Ayan is a woman's name in my culture, but I'm gonna say Ayan.
What's your culture?
I'm a Cushitic East African.
You're a what? A bullshitter from East Africa?
Ethnically, I'm a Cushite. Tribally, I'm Somali.
Do you smoke indica or hybrid, or do you smoke sativa?
No, not anymore.
The
I haven't
Kushite
smoked
kingdom?
in many years, honestly. It's just, you know, the strains, the way they're grown, it just doesn't agree with my body anymore.
What was the last book you read?
I mean, I reread Thinking Well Rich like 4 years ago, and then I stopped reading after that. It's just not a reading kind of world anymore. Everything's consumed digitally, so that's what I do. I consume all the facts digitally. I read all my articles digitally. There's no point of reading books anymore.
So you've confirmed that you don't read anymore. You just talk on Clubhouse. So no new information coming in, just old information coming out.
No, I read just fine. It's just I do it digitally, not with paper.
Do you think Clubhouse is a good way to learn?
No, I think it's an entertainment tool. I think it's cool, like just to meet random people, like-minded or otherwise. I think you're a cool person. I think you'd be a chill motherfucker to smoke with or drink with or whatever the fuck, right? I feel like you have some cool ideas. You're an individual. It's like everybody else. That's what I like about Clubhouse, just bumping heads with random people arguing over stupid shit and killing time on a Sunday before I do my 70-hour shift this week. Somebody please stimulate me. Somebody start another argument over nothing.
Well, I did find it interesting that even though I said a God of your own making, everybody just went with it. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, but define that. What do you mean, God of your own making?
Gods are like man-made things. They're not like God didn't make us. We made them. It's like this weird psychological thing that like God only exists within your brain, within your mind, but like it also kind of exists between minds, but it never like actually exists.
I mean, all things exist within your mind.
Well, it does.
For example, I'm looking at my lawn right now, and the grass looks pretty green. However, that's only because my eyes have evolved to a point to filter out certain levels of light so I can perceive it as green. Outside of my brain, the color green doesn't exist. That means if you looked at my lawn and it looked purple, we both were taught to call it green. And therefore, we communicate effectively, not knowing how different our experience really were.
Well,
so yeah, everything lives in the mind.
So,
right?
so like on the first day of creation, before God created any animals, did those things exist absent any minds to perceive them?
Yeah, but it absolutely did. But why would you assume there was absent a mind to perceive them?
Hello?
Well, I'm obviously excluding God from like my model.
Yeah,
so you're saying it only exists according to God's mind.
Before humanity or animal kind or bugs or anything else. There must be nothing. Everything must be dead before us. That's the claim, really.
Yeah, like
my claim is there was consciousness before humanity, before insects, before life, before trees.
So can you substantiate that without like a sacred text?
Do you
Can
know
you
what the
substantiate that
double
without like an ancient text?
Okay, no. I'm not going to go to an ancient text. I'm going to go to a modern scientific experiment. Do you know what the double
slit experiment is? Like, first of all, largely misunderstood, but second of all, like even if the properties change when they're observed, it doesn't mean that they don't exist unless they're observed. It's just different. Like the phenomenology is different, right? Like you agree that something is still happening when there's no observer, right?
I'm saying there was
when there's no observer, something is still there.
Was there a difference in the findings of that experiment based on whether there was a conscious monitoring or observation of the result of that experiment? There was. There literally was. That implies observation in itself, conscious observation, must be a factor into the source of matter. There must be.
Okay, so that would disprove God, right?
How would that disprove God? Because
God
there was a starting point for all life.
Like God would be all present, right? So like God has to like close his eyes because there's not a human in the room.
Here's the thing, bro. You're saying if there's no conscious observation in a room, the double slit experiment proved that the findings of that experiment would be different. That doesn't disprove God. It disproves the possibility that God.
But you're saying, listen, you're missing the point. You're saying that God is capable of not observing the room.
Yeah, he is. Why not? Why not?
So if the universe is just like in God's mind, now this room is outside of God's mind?
I'm sorry, but there's a memory somewhere from when you were 4 years old. That's not in your mind. It doesn't mean it's not in your mind, right? But that memory is there. It's a conscious projection. And if you get a smell of a perfume, or if you see an object from when you were 2, that memory would pop back up, wouldn't it? That doesn't mean that memory is gone. So the conscious effort or the actual matter doesn't mean God isn't omnipresent. He absolutely is. It's just that he's not thinking about that right now. Can you disprove that?
So God doesn't know everything.
No, he knows everything. It's just in the recesses of all of existence. He does. He chooses what to focus on. In my culture, he thinks about you when you think about him. There must be this stimuli of intermittent focus.
Oh, so like God comes into existence when I think about him.
No, he still exists, irregardless. Just like that childhood memory, it still exists in your brain. You just haven't thought about it.
So God exists in my brain like a childhood memory.
No, I'm saying in the place, I'm in the analogy, if you were God, that room in the slave experiment, yes. So listen, if you were, which you're not, in that experiment, that childhood memory that you have from when you were 2 years old, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in your brain. It's just not recalled upon. You just can't recall it at any given choice. There needs to be this stimuli. You need to smell the perfume of an aunt that you haven't seen since you were 5 years old to think about her after 40 fuck-off years.
So God created us so he could, like, experience stimulus.
I thought you wanted to hold off and see each other again.
I'm sorry, you're asking two different questions. I thought we were talking about the existence of God, not whether he can perceive everything at once.
Well, but that this is like the thing that I'm bringing up is like if God is omnipresent, then all-knowing, then there's no such thing as him not observing a thing.
Of course.
Right. So the double slit experiment would disprove that God.
How would it disprove it?
Because God couldn't not
give the choice whether or not for those atoms to behave in the fashion that they do or not. In order to coax us into a sense of if there was or if there wasn't. Whether his machinations are true or just, we can debate that. But that doesn't mean he's not observing.
Yeah, I got it. That's pretty good. Like on the scale of provable supernatural experiences, I don't know. It would be hard to find something better than the double slit experiment. But I still think there's like a lot of misunderstanding about like what the observation principle is and like how it
what's the difference? Because the double slit experiment you could follow when it was being monitored by a magnetic sensor. I forgot what the sensor was called.
Yeah, changed the flight of the
interference, no conscious interference. It still behaved as if there was a conscious being viewing it. Why?
Right. The photons changed their path because they were being interfered with by the
observation like waves rather than particles. Why?
Because they were being interfered with. Because they were being observed.
I like that.
But the thing that you said, like I'm just assuming you're right.
So it's an unconscious thing that was viewing it.
This is why I'm saying like it's not really about the observation. It's like it's not about a brain.
So maybe just throwing it out there. Maybe if there's any hint of a possibility that a conscious being that can pull up the record of that device that was viewing it in that room by itself. If there's any hint of a consciousness in physicality that could view that, maybe that would throw the entire experiment off its tilt. It doesn't mean there isn't an omnipresent source or omnipresent consciousness that's viewing everything, independent of our realm.
Interested in seeing it again.
You're implying that God's consciousness through the double slit experiment must have physical ramifications. I'm implying that it doesn't have to.
Well, I mean, if you accept that God knows everything and is everywhere, then he's not capable of not observing something that was like you designed that pit to fall in.
Yeah, of course.
This isn't like an argument that I've heard before. I just like realized I recognize the contradiction, right?
No, but what's the contradiction exactly? If God is viewing that same room with no other conscious physical beings in it, therefore matter must behave differently because there's a conscious being. Is that what the claim is?
That sweet girl
if God is
Amara.
already outside of physicality, is viewing that exact experiment has no bearings on its results.
Is anybody else picking up what I'm laying down? Because I feel like I've said this a couple times.
Yeah, James,
like it's okay for us to move on.
That's okay to be redundant. It's also okay to criticize redundancy and be redundant about criticizing redundant conversations.
Something have the same physical results as me viewing something.
Why should God's viewing something have the same physical results as me viewing something?
Yes, because there are certain physical mechanisms for me to view something. There's no
Yeah.
such restrictions in God, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
kind
He's
of
actually
think of it as
incapable of not observing.
Yeah. So
And he's not limited to like visible light or like vibrations in the air that create what we interpret as like he doesn't have those limitations. He has a complete and holistic understanding of all things, which means he's actually not capable of not observing the double slit experiment.
of course. So why would it have the same physical results as whether I was viewing the double slit experiment?
Okay, so it's us special. It's not God that's supernatural, it's us.
No, it's God that's supernatural since he created all of the incredible, fucking beautiful, I don't know what word to articulate beyond that. He created the double slit.
I hope you had a nice weekend.
I don't know that like understanding how sunrises work makes them less beautiful. Like you don't have to like look at a sunrise and be like, oh man, God really did an amazing job on the sunrise this morning. You can just kind of like understand how light behaves and be like, man, that's really beautiful.
But why is it physically beautiful? Why is it aesthetically pleasing to you? It's all just a random fabrication and random collapse of synapses that fire in your brain that makes you think it's beautiful for no other reason.
No, I think like also there's something to do with like novelty. Like there's something different about a sunrise.
I'm sorry,
it's kind of
like an example of a life form outside of humanity that views a sunset and says that's beautiful.
Well, I mean, birds turn up for sunrises.
Yeah, but through chemical processes. Sunset means go back to the nest because it's dangerous for me to be out in the dark. It's not just instinct. We're sensitive beings. So what allows us to
respond to sunrise and sunset? That's correct.
And appreciate its beauty. What allows us to create art? There's no example of any other being in the universe other than human beings who say,
there's lots of animals that create beautiful things. I mean, just like,
everyone has the law.
why do you think peacocks get laid when they have bigger feathers? Like,
because they can get laid. There's a physiological reason. They can get laid.
Yeah. Like a lot of
The joy of the law.
But it's not just limited to like it's also like fish that make really elaborate breeding nests. Like lots of animals create beautiful patterns and stuff.
Yeah, but the fuck? We do it beyond just to fuck. Why?
And therefore God?
No, there's not therefore God. There's a sentient component. There's consciousness and there's sentience. I'm not going to argue fish aren't conscious. I feel like a fish can see and hear and taste just like I do in a different way. But there's a consciousness that's above that. Like, so if there's a consciousness in between beings as far as sentience, there must be a consciousness above us. Otherwise, you're prepared to argue that we are the tippity top of consciousness.
No, I think there's probably lots of animals that are like more self-aware.
In what regard?
Well, like dolphins, for example, like communicate with like three-dimensional images. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that's like we would call that like psychic projection.
You know what I'm saying? Through taste of the air. You know what I'm saying?
Communication is like a whole nother level, right? Like we're already trying to figure out if animals have like languages.
Give me 1 second. My phone's about to die because I love this conversation. 1 second.
Sure. I don't know if I buy it, but there was a recent publication about us like decoding the first whale sentence, which is kind of crazy. There's a lot of stuff with whales and dolphins that kind of blows my mind when it comes to sapiens. Like whales will defend other whales of like different species, even species they can't like interbreed with. They'll like fuck with orcas just for the hell of it. I think it's humpbacks are like notorious for like protecting other whales from orcas. Like why?
Joy of the world is strength.
And then you get into like hive minds, like these super colonies of ants and stuff. Like, does consciousness even have to be like within the entity, or can the collective have consciousness? because I think humans do a good bit of that. I think that's what like the religious experience is. It's like a hive mind.
Hello? You know what's amazing about the hive mind is that if you read a book, well, technically you should be upgrading not only your mind, but the hive mind. And this app is a little bit like a hive mind. So if you improve yourself, you improve the world. And by improving yourself, you improve others if you share the good news with them. Hello?
Yeah, learning how to read is kind of like learning how to read
I want to
somebody
share the
else's
good news
mind.
with you. I have no idea what the good news is.
That's because you don't read anymore. You just talk all the time. You mod a room as a living for a career. Whoever thought a career choice would be a green bean in a clubhouse room?
Gotta have faith to taste the taste.
Have faith, the faith, the faith. You gotta have faith.
I normally get annoyed when you do that shit, but it's kind of fun to do over John Kitover.
Hello.
It's me.
Is it me you're looking for?
Wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. You're somewhere feeling lonely. Is someone
This girl that I was text messaging, I wrote, how was your weekend? She wrote, I don't appreciate disappearing ex. John, 1 week later is very bold. I said, oh boy, I thought you wanted to hold off on seeing each other again or a formal plan. 9 days to be specific. Counting the days, I like that. I also figured you weren't interested in seeing me again. Who is the man and who is the woman here? But 9 days is too much. What makes you say that? Intuition. That sweet girl, Amila. I haven't spoken to her. Well, I hope you have a good day. Well, I hope you had a good day. I think that was your insecurity in your head. I wrote, I don't know. I think our personal politics would be what turns me off. I said, everyone has politics. Everyone has the law. The joy of the law is strength. She wrote, and I don't like the last minute come through texts with no effort. That just says you want to just have sex. Very low effort. I wrote, the joy of the world is strength. She wrote, it's insulting. I wrote, I think that was your insecurity in your head. I wanted to see you again. I was excited. I also only suggested we get together because you were at your parents' and was close by. Then she wrote, so why'd you wait a whole week to say something? I got to tell you, the Muhammad on the donkey comments I found not nice at all. But wasn't Muhammad on the donkey? Was I not right about that or something? Anyways. Yeah, I just don't think dating a hardcore Muslima is going to work out because she's probably right. We will have some conflict when I tell her that I'm revoking the charter of Medina. And unfortunately, Muhammad was an MLM marketer with a homicidal tint. Hello? Join us or die. Give us your money or die.
Shit, I'm back now. My bad. Sorry about that, folks. I'm sorry to cut you off,
Yada the evolution is here.
It's fine. No, it's fine. Please. This is on. You kind of over.
Can anyone call Khaled here for this heresy?
Oh my God, Phoenix, is that you?
Yay.
What a cute picture.
It just called the INFJ stare.
Oh my God, do you know who Yafur is?
I am an ENFJ.
ENFJ means that it means you are not like okay.
ENFJ. What is IN? Introvert?
Yeah.
I'm an extrovert. NFJ.
Yeah, so you are about feelings, I'm about emotions and insight.
I don't like ENTPs.
You don't like INTJ.
Oh, who?
Engineers.
I like engineers. I studied engineering.
I don't like engineers. These look like. I like tarot readers.
Who?
The tarot readers.
Yeah, I like tarot readers too. Angel is a tarot reader.
Hey, I'm at home. I apologize. I have to ask everyone in the room a question. So I have the choice between making pho, like the Cambodian noodles, or for making steak and salmon. What would you have right now? All right, say less. Thank you for breaking the deadlock.
Oh, it's Camaro. Hello, Camaro. Have you met Camaro, Nargis?
We all have.
Okay.
Just kidding. I don't know. I'm speaking for everybody. I've met him. I think I'm friends with him.
Hey, I hope this room is open after I'm done, but I'm going to start cooking. You guys take care. Thank you for indulging me. Okay? I appreciate you guys.
Take care. Enjoy your trip.
Nargis, I'm still in love with you. You're going to be my wife one day.
Oh my gosh. How dare you, sir? This European waxed beauty is all mine. She's coming to Chicago this summer. We're renting a yacht, and we're going to make love in the sun. How dare you, yacht? How dare he? How dare he?
I'm a boyfriend.
Well, that can't stop a little summer soiree, can it? A little love never hurt somebody addicted to Clubhouse.
It's because he's in Missouri. It doesn't mean right now.
Missouri?
It doesn't mean that I'm single.
Oh. All right. Well, then, X-nay on the boat lovemaking with your European beautiful wax body to the top, to the bottom, Rabbona Shalom. I'm just saying that if you are a Persian woman or a Persian man and you are interested in opening up a hair removal laser surgery treatment facility, we believe that after Donald Trump conquers Iran, it will be the biggest financial opportunity in Iran. Laser hair removal treatment services. Think about it.
It's already a huge.
Think about it.
Plastic surgery and rhinoplasty are number one in Iran. So
I know, and we're going to subsidize that through Medicare, Medicaid, and it's going to become the biggest business. In fact, all the diaspora, the entire Iranian diaspora is going to be provided free rhinoplasty.
I don't know why you think it's not.
What? This guy giving me Epstein vibes.
He is Epstein himself.
It's because you're projecting, Phoenix.
Oh
You're just a gay Muslim bookseller. Stop projecting onto me your pedophilic homosexual attitude, Phoenix. Tamario, welcome to the stage. Two minds enter. So let's talk about duality versus non-duality, egoism versus altruism. Is it subjective or objective? Is it an objective subjective? What's really going on here? Is this a synthesis? Is this the Trinity? Hello?
First of all, altruism does not exist.
Look at Phoenix puking. Spraying. Can't take the terminology. It's too complex. It's very difficult to actually describe non-duality versus duality. Can anybody here do it? I have found it challenging. Hello?
Actually, I think Phoenix is a non-dualist.
Can someone help him? Because I don't think that he is safe for people around him.
Ding, 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 projection alert, ding, 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 projection alert, ad hominem projection alert system, ad hominem projection alert system. This is your ad hominem projection alert system. remain calm. And for the next 10 seconds, a siren will go off confirming the ad hominem projection you've just heard.
White House physician Dr. Shaw Barbabella says that President Trump is fully fit for duty.
Here we go again with more ad hominem. You know, can't people just debate a topic without attacking a person personally? You ever notice that on this app?
I just go read the
You ever notice that on this app, that people can't stay on topic? They always have to degrade and then make an insulting remark to somebody. Isn't that just amazing? Why is that? Maybe it has something.
Time recording people on Clubhouse instead of living.
I record myself, sir. I don't just record people. I record myself. Hello?
Non-duality is a philosophical, spiritual understanding that reality is not divided into separate, opposing parts. It suggests that the everyday distinction we make between self and other, mind and body, subject and object is an illusion. And all that is existent is one interconnected, indivisible whole. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving.
Hi, Cora.
Narrow people.
Hi, Necro.
That's not Cora. Where's Cora?
Oh, it's
Megatron.
Okay. Oh, shit.
It's a nice picture though.
Oh, Victorian style.
It's a nice picture of Cora. It's beautiful.
So I'm
Megatron made for me. People.
I'm texting this Muslim girl, and I wrote, because she's very upset that I made a joke about Muhammad and the donkey, so I'm trying to correct it. And it's called The Night Journey. Isra and Miraj. That's the name for mirage. Muhammad did not ride a donkey to the moon. And by the way, everybody, tonight is a full moon. Instead, he rode a winged white mule-like creature named Burak. Burak flew him from Mecca to Jerusalem. And from there, he ascended through the heavens to the presence of God. It's kind of nice. It's like,
More like an astral projection.
you got like Elon Musk, who's like actually trying to fly to the moon. And then you got like a guy high on like peyote in the desert. And he's like, what'd you guys do this weekend? And they're like, what'd you do, Muhammad? And he's like, oh, I flew to the moon on Burak. They're like, what'd you do? He's like, yeah, I got on my winged donkey. I flew to God and I went to the moon with Burak. And they're like, damn, Muhammad's flying to the moon with a fucking winged mule. Jesus, this guy's got some magic powers.
I said Jacob that wrestled with God. Good Lord. That must have been quite the wrestle, right?
Israel.
Israel.
After he won the jiu-jitsu match, God was like, your name is no longer Yakub. It is now Israel.
One who fought me. Wow.
Phoenix actually accurately described me one day. I was laughing because he's like, this guy's like Loki. He's a trickster. John Kitover is a trickster. And I was like, it's kind of true, because the magician, the hermit, etc., the fool, the fool is the first card in the tarot. And I think it means Beth, which is house. So actually, club house is actually a club of fools. You see how that works? Clubhouse is not a group of gifted people bringing valuable information, playing audiobooks to each other. No. This is a club of fools. It's the Fools Club. Hello?
It's just the Fools Club. Do you think people are adding people much faster on Clubhouse now than before?
It is a flirting, actually. Yeah, it is a dating app.
You think so?
Yeah.
Bro, whoever freaking dated on this app, whoever made any freaking business endeavor on this app has failed. It's one of those worst apps to freaking take realistically. It's good for sound.
Yeah, actually, the first murder case in Clubhouse was 3 years ago of a man that loved a woman, and then they discovered that she is married, and then he went there and climbed the building and killed the woman and her husband. So some people take the relationship seriously. It's not just a passing by. Because Clubhouse allows for conversations that doesn't happen in real life.
Damn, Nerd just left.
See, Necro, what are you doing for your love life? Because if Narja's is your love life, like, you need to work more on it. Because as she just said, she's dating a guy in Missouri, and though she's probably the most entertaining and delightful woman on the app, what about in the real world?
Oh, I don't date chicks on Clubhouse. I mean, I'm more likely to date, old women on Facebook. So.
Oh, Facebook date. You're like a little lover boy for older ladies. I get it. That's cool.
Not necessarily, but I mean.
Facebook dating is good.
Yeah.
Really? You think so?
Yeah. Why not? I don't know.
Yeah.
For women, any dating app is good. I mean, for a woman, it's just like 100,000 matches. It never stops.
Yeah.
For a hot woman, even probably for a fat, ugly woman. See, what I don't like is people use those dating apps, and some people want to talk to you as if like they haven't discovered Clubhouse, and they want you to be their dopamine, and that gets very annoying. Have you noticed that? Hello?
Don't get like it says, don't get hypnotized by an external rhythm, right?
She accepts my apology. Has anyone here ever apologized to someone for something they did or said, and then the apology created a miracle?
I apologize all the time and nothing happened, nothing changed.
Really? Because every time I've ever issued an apology, it's always been such like a blessed experience. The recipient of the apology has always been so happy and surprised at the apology that I quickly learned making apologies was very beneficial and diplomatic in case you get caught stretching the rules a little bit.
I was in Benjamin room, and then I was talking, he was not talking, but he was what's going on. Then I left the room, came back to listen to the replays, and I heard him after I left saying sorry.
What's interesting about Islam is I really don't like it from a legal perspective, but from a mystical interpretation, it's got, a strong underpinning that Jesus and Muhammad and Hermes, they all share the same title, which is the messenger. And communication technology is really at the center of messaging. And Muhammad's revolution, which is still in place today, is actually a revolution of communication technology. He is the messenger.
Any being who desired worship, who was worthy of worship, would not demand to be worshipped.
I think that everyone should appreciate their roots. Sometimes people try to discover something else out of like sometimes they have problem with their own traditions. So there are a lot of people from Christian background, Jewish background, rejecting their own background and going to India, for example. There's a lot of Muslims that go to atheism. So it's like, I don't want to be like my family is or something like that. And the demonization of people based on their religion makes them hate themselves and then go to discover something else or trying to fit into another narrative. The same thing with Hindus, the same thing with it's all about that people don't want to be labeled something that they didn't choose, right?
Yeah, Tucker thinks that Islam is simply about submission to God. Poor bastard.
To Majid's point, I remember as a kid watching Braveheart, and there's that scene where he says, never in my whole life have I sworn fealty to that king. And it had me thinking about how, like, I was reciting the pledge before I even knew the definitions of the words. And it did kind of, like, cheapen my sense of nationalism or patriotism or whatever, knowing that, like, I only feel this way because I've been programmed to,
Yeah, so an internal decision is far more superior than an external pressure, right? So, your name, like, for example, my name is given by my father, my body is given by my mother and father, nationality, religion, these all things were given to us. But like, if you discover that you have free will, that's a different story. You know that tyrants historically were killing people just for one simple thing, which is when someone discovers that they have free will, they cannot be enslaved.
Well, I think, if Muhammad is the messenger and Jesus is the Messiah or the messenger as well, it's all information for the user to pick up and study, to read, to implement into their own personal life. Whether or not God exists or does not exist, these scripts are software programs to run to actually enhance and exceed your existence. It is personal development. It is self-development. And the people on this app that refuse to discuss it and actually read it, as opposed to just their never-ending entertainment shows, well, I hate to say it, but they're not going to change shit in their lives. And they're going to keep doing the same boring show on this app over and over and over and over. And it will never end. They will go to the grave doing the same lame, boring pattern that they do. There's nothing new or exciting about their show. It is the same stale, boring show week after week after week. And it's really just like becoming a geriatric show of like senior citizens saying, these kids today, get off of my lawn. That's basically the show. No deep analysis of symbols, secret interpretations, correlations and correspondence. No real knowledge. No real information transferred on this app. It's just entertainment. Hello?
Hello.
I mean, I've learned things on this app.
Well, the thing is, you may have learned some things, but in terms of like, if I were to give you a PDF with a lot of information or a book, what you learned doesn't even compare to that information transfer, because a conversation is very slow information transfer. And thus, when you read a book or a pamphlet or some type of an instruction manual, there's just a lot more knowledge that you gain from that direct engagement versus passively listening or even engaging in these online stupid political debates. Because if you're really interested in theology, well, you would go on eBay or Amazon and buy books about theology or philosophy. And you would study those books.
I do look up the stuff that people tell me, and if you read, people should read books.
Yeah, they should, right?
I've read,
and people suggest books on here too.
I've read Ramdas, Be Here Now by Ramdas. So Be Here Now by Ramdas, but the thing I feel like it is a little bit cultish.
Yes.
Reading books is pretty much my diet. I am around.
Yes. Terence McKenna is my favorite, but there is no book for Terence McKenna. So I listened to him on YouTube. It's really cool. You know Terence McKenna?
No, you said there's no books.
Yeah, he has books.
Yeah,
he has books. Wait, you have books?
Yeah. I have one of his books on my shelf.
Ezra.
Go fly, Phoenix.
It's called Alien Dreamtime. Wait.
So, Angel, I never asked you, are you an atheist or?
No, I'm a Muslim, bro.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
That's fine.
But the Muslims on this app don't accept me, so it is what it is.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Really? Yeah.
These are the red pill. The red pill.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why, like, to me, like, one of my
things that a lot of people assume I'm on the left, but when I'm talking about Islam, a lot of people assume that I'm on the right.
Why is that?
Just because I do take a lot of issues with the religion of Islam, but I have nothing against anybody who is Muslim. I mean, I have applied the same issues with Islam as I do with Christianity as well. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
I disagree with things within Islam too.
I mean, one of the issues I have politically with, at least, is so much that the left doesn't seem to have as much of an issue with, or that they'll say that the hijab is a source of women's pride. It's like, so the women in Tehran who have had acid thrown in their faces for not covering their head, I mean, but that's women's empowerment.
Yeah, so I know this scenario. It's called honor killing. Honor killing is not religious. Honor killing is tribal. So if a woman from a certain tribe is having a relationship with a man from another tribe. So the same scenario with like Aladdin, he came from the window, he has to come from the door, and there is a family and stuff. So this is like very separate thing. Honor killing is like really wild, but it is in Afghanistan and Iran, especially in the families that consider themselves to be divine or something in the Shia sect. It is similar to the royal family of the British that they travel to America, because they have problems with their families. This is the same. So they will have honor killing.
But I don't know if, what I pointed out is necessarily honor killings. It's just examples of, inequality. That is something that concerns me, is that, and, like I said, I don't have any issues with Muslims, but it does concern me when you have places like the UK where it's like, for like 80% of British Muslims who believe that the Danish cartoonist should have been prosecuted. That does concern me.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I really don't want, to me, I don't want to have that sort of thing implemented into my country is what concerns me.
Yeah. When it comes to what is happening in the UK, you will find these people actually getting offended because they believe that this is like, it is racist because it is portraying an Arab man doing something bad, like Prophet Muhammad, for example. So, for example, before when there was World War II, I think, in the American context, the Japanese were portrayed in cartoons in a really bad way, right? Or like the black people, they were portrayed like they take people and cook them in taking people in cartoons, like when you go to Africa, for example, that they are going to take you and kill you and cook you in.
Oh my God! Shut up.
Is that Galaxy?
No, it's Mikhail.
No, it's just Galaxy. I know.
Yeah, I haven't heard Galaxy in a while. But it was Mikhail who talked.
Yeah, so Nick, bro, it is, when people see these cartoons, they feel like there is propaganda against anyone that looks Arab or something.
Benny, shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, I think that to me that's one of the things that I think is a fair distinction is that you think that, you know, there's an unfair marginalization against anyone who is Muslim, you know, but on the other hand, it's like the suggestion that there's the concern about like essentially that any sort of, I think really to me what I have is I pointed out is one of my issues I have is with the term Islamophobia is like, to me is like, is there a special word for bigotry against, you know, Buddhists or against, you know, against Jains and
Hinduphobia.
they've been persecuted, you know, way more than any other group and are among the most peaceful of religious groups, but we just call that religious persecution, or we call it xenophobia. So to me, like, I don't understand why we can't just call it religious persecution of Muslims or xenophobia.
But how do you explain the political element? Because Islam is specific. I mean, I guess Hinduism and Buddhism, all these are really religious state systems. And in America, we have the separation of church and state. So that's the thing that legally I'm just in disagreement with combining church and state in the same way that I disagree with combining state and economy, which is what the virtue of selfishness is all about and why altruism is actually just, you know, societal suicide. It destroys accountability, efficiency, growth, hard work. You know, sacrificing self for others, for other people through wealth redistribution is not intelligent. It's not knowledge. It's not trade. It's just purely social redistribution of purchasing power. And if you want purchasing power, you have to work hard to get it. The system demands it. It will always be the future economy. And so just having people sit at home and scroll TikTok all day is not creating knowledge. It's not creating trade. It is destroying people's lives, and it's parasitic. I'm not saying that individuals or recipients are really the true causes of the system being destroyed. The true cause is Medicare and Medicaid. That is the true cause. The medical industrial complex is so overfunded and so cyclical and so quarterly in terms of budget, and we don't have like a pay-as-you-go or first in, first out type of finance. It's just the same fucking amount of money every year for the same stupid outcome. And unfortunately, the outcomes of the health industrial complex are just not what they say it is. Chemo kills you. Everybody dies on it, and it's a $60 billion a year industry. Hello?
Angel left. I was gonna ask her. Yeah, because like one of the things a lot of Muslims I've talked to on Clubhouse, is a lot of them, when I've pressed them on things like on, you know, whether or not they believe people who draw pictures of Muhammad, whether they should be punished, and they have said implicitly that they sometimes just outright admit saying that they do, but it's that they do think that is the case. So, which is something that does concern me as well.
Yeah, do you know that Muslims fear the West also?
Well, I understand that there's been like intervention by my, you know, government, and you know, I think it's justified for them to be angry at, you know, us for intervention. But I think really it's like,
no, it's not. It's not anger. It's actually fear.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, whatever it is, aggression, fear. I think that there's definitely justification on that side of the thing. I mean, so. You know, I'm not going to go off about whether or not, you know, these people, yeah, I mean, I definitely understand plenty of countries hate us. So,
no, not hate. Not hate. Fear.
Well, Well, either way, they have negative views of our country, and I'd say probably rightly so because of our intervention. So, in occupation.
Yeah, a lot of Muslims fear the West. So it is similar to Islamophobia. And they don't know that there is fear of Muslims in the West. They think that the West don't care about us. They just want to come and take the resources and not go back and live in the beach, smoking weed and stuff. That's what Muslims believe. And they are fearful of the West. It's not hateful, it is fearful. It's like they are going to invade us. That kind of mentality. The same thing is in the West, that Muslims are going to invade us. So everyone is fearful of the other. It's not everyone is angry at the other.
Gotcha.
They're so scared of the West that they all want to come in the West. That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't think that in rich countries they really want to go to the West other than being tourists. So, for example, the Gulf states. If the country is actually struggling for economic problems.
Also, just want to say welcome Aya to the stage.
Hi.
Yeah.
And the Gulf state wants to become the next West. So they're building museums that are called the Louvres. They are mimicking the West past glory. Yeah, they want to become the West. But the rest of the countries, there are Muslims and poor. Most of the people want to immigrate to the West. They're not fearful at all. Sorry. That's a lie.
No, they are fearful. Yeah, I think that Muslims, the majority of Muslims are fearful and trying to impress the West all the time. Look at me, I'm good. This kind of behavior. And when they go to the West, for example, they will tell them, hey, Islam is good, this and that. We are not bad. We are not terrorists. Please love us. This kind of behavior. So, because of that, the Muslims believe that there is demonization of them in the media that portray them as terrorists, and they think that people in the West are fooled about that, and they think that that's not what they are. So, but there is problems in the Muslim world that are misogyny. That's number one. The next one is homophobia. The third one is racism. A lot of people don't know racism in the Muslim world, but it should be talked about more. What else? So it is very similar to the West, but the West, Muslims know the West more than the West know Muslims. Or I will not say Muslims, but I will say there is something in the West that they don't know about the outside world. Only people that travel outside, they can help. The world is big and people are different than what we thought.
I imagine it's like Christians and Muslims are fighting over who's right about the origin. It's like, Allah and Yahweh are fighting about, whether man was made from dirt or from water specifically. And then all of a sudden it's like Zeus comes in. He's like, stop you two always fighting. Water alone is nasty. Dirt alone is nasty. But if we put this together, we can have ourselves a little mud wrestling match.
relationship between Muslims and Christians is real bad.
Yeah, it's one of the things I always pointed out is, like, to me, I always wonder is that they all said they, worship a God of love, who is perfectly good, who, was caring, and yet they were the most, very violent in their disagreements with each other throughout history.
Yeah.
They're constantly at war with each other about who was right about God.
Well, I just think
it's like wars between two books.
See, I think people, when they're doing these religious debates, it's really like tribal politics, and we're using theology to essentially conduct politics and discuss the policies. So how do you escape that critical analysis of these conversations, which are truly just political debates using, again, different religions, practices, traditions, esoteric philosophy to essentially try to one-up one another in a very subversive political way, because religion and politics, or every politician wants to be a philosopher and every philosopher wants to be a politician. And I just like criticizing and roasting and mocking a lot of people who talk all the time, but they don't actually do anything. Aren't they just the most ineffective, parasitic type of leeches amongst us, the talkers, the do-gooders, the Karens of Clubhouse?
But you're a part of that too, though, right?
Is that your projection onto me, sir?
No, I'm just saying. It's a joke. Here you go.
Well, don't attack the person. Don't ad hominem project onto people. Just debate the topic. No need to insult people personally. That shows you've lost the argument. Hello?
Well, but it is very difficult to have a conversation with you. You are unpredictable.
But same with you, though, Phoenix. You're the gay Muslim. You're like the walking contradiction.
Yeah, see, when you say it's difficult to have a conversation with me, that's your personal projection. You're saying to everyone here, you're difficult to have a conversation with. Try to be topical and not lob personal insults. Hello?
No, I'm just saying the difficulty between communication between me and you.
Yeah, that's your opinion. It's not a fact. Hello?
like love. And I confess it's got me rocking on my heels.
Hello? This is a special Megatron bonus episode. Welcome back to Two Minds Enter. Welcome to the Thunderdome with Tina Turner. The Thunderdome.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. We two divine hearts upon your battles, who keep watch over the universe. Yea, who company the here to the house of rest. Pilot the ship over all advancing onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Oh, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance white of love all of the I travel upon high, I stand upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye. Ever rushing on in the splendor of the day. Glory, giving my life to the flowers. If I say, come upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow. My word, for I am thine. Cathra created in the flesh. I am the idol of my father's evil, Lord of the sea, of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
master called.
Draw
the flaming sword, crowned child and conquering Lord o'er us, Avenger. Oh, thou of the head of the whole, the iron folk, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Oh, those apron is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Those garments is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thy head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. For those that is hideth things averse with night, the impermeable blue, the iron Thou bearest the bond of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light. The unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. O thou head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temper of the water. Thee I invoke. Whose upbringing is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy border. Thou his garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the afterboat and of the Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who contemplest all the 30 earths in one darkling sphere of fire.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way!
It looks like love. It feels like
are continuing or do they stop, right? Like that would be some level of will. They're hungry, but they decide to stop or this, that they can't defeat the thing, right? Rather than, but I don't see. So that may be that's a version of free will connected to survival, right? One about preservation. But in other ways, right, the sort of excess killing, unless they have an idea of conservation, right? We could say that once that sort of instinctual
desire kicks in, right? Like it's not shut off until it's satiated, right? So there's not yes, I don't think that the excessive use wouldn't, we still wouldn't be able to, survive, like, whether that's evil.
I mean,
Right? Like an awareness of that. Again, right? I don't know. I'm slow. I apologize.
Under a more deterministic, instinctual like side of the gradient, I agree, right? But that doesn't discount that some choice, so the question would be like if they have established that some capacity for choice exists, right? If we establish that. Right. So, for example, animals spare their prey.
Yeah, how you doing?
Something.
Yeah. I think for me, choice exists in the sense that, so we know choice exists because, right, speaking of documentaries, right, there's enough, right, we can see them hunt, right, in the process of hunting and sort of selecting their prey, like there's a decision or a choice as to who they choose, right? So most angler hunting for prey, right, don't just sort of be wild, right? Just sort of running out and just, going for prey. Well, I'm not saying, but oftentimes we see sort of, the lengths that they go to selecting, pouncing, slowly, sort of moving along, right, to sort of track their prey. That's right. Like they're choosing in that, to attack in that moment, right? That's a form of choice. But within that choice, they can still be driven by instinct. I think.
Yeah, so the question is under like a strict conscious framing, right? All of 100% rights, because they don't have personality, which means they don't have autonomous will, which means they cannot have duties, right? Which means they don't have morality, which means they cannot be evil. I think it's more of a spectrum rather than 100%
So I think, I think that would, right. So there's some animals that create communities. They have, I think, what is it? Orcas or dolphins, right? There's there's some capacity. I'm not a zoologist. I'm not a scientist. But they have, like norms within their community, right? I don't know. I'm interested in it's interesting, but yeah, for me, right, the sort of the moral part is a construction, right? So unless the morality, the morality comes from a constructed set of norms and values. And so unless we are, right, talking about sort of morality at the side of the individual,
draw up this conversation about AI tools, I fundamentally think the brain is functionalist. In terms of so AI so human brains are functionalist, right? We describe things in a functionalist manner, right? As applied to animals. And a lot of things that, again, on a more relativism, right? Humans have a much wider breadth of relativism, right? But norms, cooperative behavior, empathetic behavior, rudimentary sense of retributive, like game theoretic, like dogs and mammals, like elephants, folk cooperation mechanisms, etc., exist in a functionalist level, right? Which I think you kind of alluded to. And I think a lot of the Kantian framework, because of just anthropocentric and it just privileges humans on that level, and for good reason, right? Because on a relative scale, they are very, very, it's not 100% binary. I don't know that.
Animals. I gotta think about that.
Is it dogs that perceive their
I think dogs have been, right, so they were talking about domesticated dogs, right? So I think domesticated dogs have, right, you know, they've been bred in such a way, are, you know, domesticated in such a way that, I don't know. I think they mimic, right? So, how much of what they are doing is instinctual? How much of this is, I mean, you know, they're sort of bred in, you know, they're not bred in the state of nature, right? So,
this is my fundamental argument. I don't think there's such a distinction. Nature, nurture. I think we don't ask the same questions about humans, right? How much of the human things is instinctual, and then how much are we domesticated by the rest of the society, and how much of the domestication should become more moral optimization?
well, we've made moral assessments about what we are doing with that, right? So, you know, that, like, that's one thing. Like, we have decided that certain behaviors and actions are not accepted given a very, circumstances, right? Circumstances, right? So murder in the sense of, you know, or killing, you know, what defines humans, right? You know, judge, you know, the mental capacity of someone to be outside of what we associate to be acceptable, right? And these, you know, particular ways. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not one for making a strict delineation among humans, but dogs, right? They're not created. They don't exist within a society where they are sort of among themselves and having conversations and structuring, right, a society that sort of exists around what is acceptable for their behavior, right? They don't have, right, in the way that humans do, right? And so, for me, if that makes sense, so for me, right, what most, right, there's a moment where, you know, dogs, you know, are taken from
their soul, that they're, given away, right? They're taken away from their mothers, and but there's a small window of time where they still stay within that particular community. Outside of that, most of their life is structured around what humans believe to be acceptable. And then when they get around other human dogs, even those, interactions are mediated by, training, by, other, leashes and all the treats and all these other things. Right? So, there's, so, I don't, I see the delineation between nature and, and structure to be a little different because of the forms of the access to, or the range of autonomy, I'll say, that they have is very limited compared to that of human beings.
I agree on the range, but as long as you can see to the range, that's already kind of dog the content language, right? And, of course, I'm not saying equal capacity, but as long as there is some limit, whatever minimum it is, right, then they potentially can be moral agents within that minimum range.
Oh, yeah, so I'm not saying that they're not possibly. Yeah, I'm not, or I don't think I'm saying that there could be no capacity for that. I think, at the point to which I believe there is capacity, there would be a set of conditions that I think would need to exist for that to kick in, right? So having the capacity, having the capacity to do something is not saying that it exists, right? And so for me, they may have the capacity, but I don't necessarily.
I think I've seen it. Yeah, I think brother was kind of saying humans have culture and dogs don't have a passed down culture, but can have human imposed culture, and I think that's correct, more or less. And I've seen it happen where the dog has been trained, the dog knows better, the dog knows what's expected, but the dog does it anyway, and then afterwards you can see the dog just incredible shame. The dog is, but the dog really wanted to kill that bird, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. I think we're not so far away. I guess I came around. At first, I thought you were more neoliberal, but humans, animals, we're just a different spectrum. There's not really any hard difference.
It's okay. I'm gonna be a mammal supremacist for a minute and say a fucking alligator.
Well, I would say the motherfuckers is choosing to eat people, and so we should just probably steer clear of that. Whether or not they are doing it for fun or out of instinct, they're
I'm gonna say, what is wrong? Those equal, like romanticizing savages being myth, or no almost happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's power. It just screams down like absolutely. Like it doesn't wrap it in great small choice, capacity for anything. Like it's pure deterministic instinct, right? And I think science has evolved to kind of is moving up along, like what it was like on the kind of range stuff, right? Like or the contrast stuff. But the kind of absolutist argument that Immanuel Kant makes, which is kind of a Cartesian distinction between the purity of nature and all of this stuff, right? But that's what I see.
I think self-preservation is also one of those things, that factors into the calculus, and is, there is a desire within the individual animal to hunt, but also make a calculus as to, am I going to get killed on this? And may decide to not engage, not because it is worried about, whether or not it is right to kill the animal, right? Because, we also see animals also pick on the weak, right? Choose to, the path of least resistance, right? So, they're not necessarily worried about power and dominance. They're not wrestling with that, what to do with the least abused. But, sometimes they're making the calculus that it is more important for me to live or to back away. I have misjudged this and, make the case if one took you. That's also broader, right? Like that's, their life is more important than trying to pursue the enemies of the life. But the conversation that was had, at least from what I heard, this is not saying anything about me, but the conversation, at least from the opposing side, did not seem to wasn't going through that exercise. So our obsession, now on that seemed a little seemed very so.
I just remember an amazing episode of the Twilight Zone, the new one, from TV series, which had season 2 that is looking up this refresh my memory because I was sure it was the Twilight Zone. It is the Twilight Zone, it's Jordan Peele. Season 2, episode 6 is about the people who see other recently station that are studying deep sea creatures, including an octopus. And that octopus is fucking evil.
I mean, what was, I don't know how much they shared with you about the conversation. They didn't look evil. There's their beaks and shit that's different. But I could. It's funny because the argument is earlier about the evil alligator was one that I could see
someone who is religious make the case for evil, make the case for evil it was interesting to me to hear the person who had been denigrating religion and religious belief, and sort of dismissing it, but making the case for evil. It's a way it didn't connect. Sorry, I didn't understand where the evil was coming from. Right, because of the construction of evil and that particular argument that they're lying. What's up?
Didn't that earlier argument kind of imply that there was some like interspecies objective morality?
Yes, that was this is why it's frustrating for me to hear this.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I don't.
What?
Can y'all hear me now?
Well, yes.
Yes. I've been talking this whole time. Y'all didn't hear me. It was the demon. See, before y'all keep going, it was the demon. See, when we was talking, I knew where brother was going. I was gonna say earlier, it was the devil that was in the alligator. That's why the alligator is evil. See, y'all don't want to deal with the spirit and the spiritual realm. Y'all don't want to talk about demons and demonology, the devil and Lucifer. Y'all don't want to talk about that.
And that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why I decided not to engage in the conversation, because I didn't understand. I mean, for one, I was listening because I couldn't understand sort of the through line of the argument from that person, and like it could be me, so I wanted to listen and hear it. But then I realized, I was like, well, this seems like, almost you could make a better argument using religion.
I was going to make this case.
And you're not. And because you're not, and it's not, the argument isn't internally consistent, and, there's no sort of, there's no, in the course of the conversation, there didn't seem to be sort of a desire to sort of, do the work in engaging the logic. I was having a difficult time, but I was like, okay, I could make the case, a religious case for the evil alligator, but I've gotten in trouble for those types of things. That's why it's one of the reasons why I asked. I wanted to ask neoliberal, because, and I phrase it, but y'all can hear me, but I wanted to ask him, sort of in that way, sort of divorced from the conversation, tying it more into religion and Christianity. And I think the people have me just so I appreciate it.
Real quick, neoliberal, the reason I said it would be like some type of interspecies objective morality is because it would imply that evil, or the capacity to be evil, was not limited to human beings. That was really what the conversation was surrounding. They were saying there's not a unique quality to humans as opposed to animals to have moral judgments. That was like the rebuttal to like Christianity, or like the Christian concept of free will being limited to humans. So that was why I was saying if an alligator can be evil, you're implying that they are operating on similar moral grounds that as humans, if you're saying it's not specific.
Yeah, I guess just more tight, maybe. It's I mean, it seems. It seems like just a ridiculous conversation.
And in some ways it is, right?
For 10 hours it
in a lot of ways. Well, yeah. But I think one of the things that's interesting for me is that conversations like this can, if people allow it, make people aware of the assumptions they have about life, about how people and why people do certain things. Because we have inconsistent beliefs around political difference. And that, what does that look like in the real world? That looks like children being charged for murder, right? But not universally, but indiscriminately. Right? Being charged as adults for a particular behavior, right? Because we believe that there are certainly some things so heinous that they preclude the innocence of a child, right? We have this language about the innocence of a child. At the same time, we have language about, she's fast. She's X, Y, Z. They're agents, right? They're agents, the pregnant, right? These, right? Who are running the streets of Chicago, mobs, right? Like all of a sudden we have these inconsistent sort of ways of talking about, and we don't actually unpack the inconsistencies of our beliefs. We just sort of trot along on each sort of situation, like changing our beliefs and not even realizing it, right? And so while this conversation about the alligator is completely divorced from the other things, for me, conversations like this are interesting because it's my hope that people begin to investigate, and include myself, right? Investigate what we think is possible among people. And, because policies, right? The laws, right? These are things that are close to, we don't individually change them, but we have, right? We get to help shape policy through activism, through representation, through voting, right? Who deserves to die, right? Definitely, right? Like all of these things that we are sort of connected in some way to these basic discussions about life, but we often don't. That's another reason why I enjoy Clubhouse, because we often don't. Where else are you having conversations around these things with people for hours, and even if you're not participating directly in the conversation, being able to hear people sort of talk about this, oftentimes it doesn't happen, and it may not be great, and it's not perfect, but it is a version of the public square, and I enjoy it. But
I actually had to give you a X.
Why?
Because you said you enjoy Clubhouse. This place is a cesspool of diseased brains, and we all have it.
Evil?
Maybe evil, yeah. It's a possession. People are possessed. They get on here screaming and hollering. Y'all should have heard it today.
Yes.
I have never heard people scream and holler that much about being anti-Christian God. Just leave it alone. Just in general. After the other day, they were screaming about Martin Luther King not being. Oh God. Oh.
Again, I'm not saying.
But you enjoyed
conversation. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I enjoy every conversation. I wasn't here for that. I didn't say I enjoy every conversation. I don't enjoy every space. I don't. But and I'm very clear about but I'm just saying the potential
potential to still have conversations that seem completely ridiculous and are, for the length of time that we spend on them, sometimes I'm including myself in those conversations. But yeah, I think people, this should be a space where people can get so frustrated. I mean, on some level, I also see it as, this is a space where people should get so frustrated when they are having to deal with emotions, frustrations, and they have to leave it, or they should leave it to the audio, to their voice, and they gotta work this shit out. And they have to force themselves to rhetorically engage, and they can't do all the other shit that we do. In moments of frustration, and as loud as they scream, also turn down the mic, and then still try to navigate dialogue. At the best, that's how I see it. And sometimes we get there, and I think I know people don't like to go back on these conversations, but I do think they're valuable. To go back to the conversation hours later, and work through some of the ideas, come back. Sometimes better arguments are made, clearer arguments. People are clearly sort of wrestling with these conversations and want to still continue them. And I think that can be fruitful, even if it's at an individual level. It's not a collective. Not everybody's going to get from the continuation of the conversation.
I'll be very brief. The alligator part went on too long, and the missed opportunity that we had today is that we actually got a much deeper, more interesting conversation. It was not only about if it was pivoted to mammals, as I mentioned in chat, but also talk about behavior of bonobos, the behavior of even lions eating the cubs of other lions to protect themselves, or of gorillas, or Jane Goodall, or whatever goes on over there. That would have been more interesting. The alligator thing, I just couldn't take it after,
I'm just saying is the animal conversation writ large bothers me. It's something I just have to work out. And it's because I often think, and this is sort of this is an overgeneralization of my reading of history, particularly history about non-whites. There's always been a preferencing of animals over certain humans, and or assigning animal-like qualities to certain humans that are non-white, and or denigrating people's religious belief because they honor nature and or animals. And so the sort of evolution of the conversation now, where we are not in this current conversation, but sort of the conversation in terms of thinking about animals in different ways, and the movement to sort of center, the rights of animals. It really bothers me because it's another way to. I'm not saying we shouldn't center the rights of animals, but what I am saying is I don't necessarily want us to pivot the privileging again to focus on the animal and the people who are at the margins stay at the margins.
Oh, I agree. That's why we should be. You should be on that side then, because when you start hearing them talk about cows are the new slaves, then you're gonna lose it. So I think you should just not think about that.
Well, I used to lose it when they used to talk about the veganism.
Yeah.
No, I think the conversations about animals seem to progress, and conversations about the humanity of humans evolves. It seems to be more like that's a incongruence that is definitely troubling.
I don't know how they over there talking about black people have low IQ, but cows are sentient beings. That's where they start losing it. Oh my God. Go back and they go.
That's what I'm saying. And then, if you read the literature, it's like the people writing these texts about the rights of animals should be like, We just forget the poor, we forget the Negroes. I said the hard ER a lot of times today, y'all. Everybody that's non-white, not privileged, they just go by the wayside because we so busy fighting for the animal rights. And I'm not saying we should fight for the animal rights, but I'm just saying that we can't be. The privileging thing has to stop. And when I say privileging, I mean creating another hierarchy where the animal is over certain types of humans. I don't think we should be creating new hierarchies around this.
I mean, my position is that meat can taste better around
Oh my God.
Not a cage them and let them eat the grass. I mean,
I got a funny story. So I have a friend who lives in Peru, and they're always inviting me in Peru to come visit. So they eat. What's that animal called? They eat some kind of animal, y'all, and when they cook it for tourists, the face is still there. So, I forget the name of the animal, but no. It's like a little it's like maybe I was something like we would eat coon, back in the little river. Yeah, it's like a little animal.
Is it like a capybara or something?
No, I'm gonna have to go look. I'm gonna have to text him, but he's in Australia now, so I can't really. I don't know. He might because it's morning time there. But yeah, it's an animal, and every time he tells me, "You can come, I'm gonna feed you some of this. You gotta eat this," and I just be like, "Yo, the animal's face is there. Whole body is like cooked, like fried. The face, like I don't want that. I'm okay with eating the animal in slices, but why I gotta see the beat up face?" Hold on, let me look. I'll tell y'all.
You never had whole pig before?
It's guinea pig. You wrote that. Casper, yes, it's guinea pig. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly. Y'all go on Instagram and put in Peru guinea pigs and see how they cook that shit. And that's what my friend eats. And I will not go.
I need a separation.
This is where the face is right there.
I can't even eat the whole fish at the restaurant. I can't do it. But if you want to take notes,
take the big shark as well. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the geek. Yeah, y'all go to Instagram.
they're so cute.
I just converted a vegetarian girlfriend to a pescatarian.
Oh my God, not you converting her.
Yeah, I converted. Everybody thought I was going to do that, but she had to go. So when I converted her, she's like, yeah, no problem. Play. But when I converted her, the thing it's so weird. So she can eat shrimp and she'll do lobster and all that. She will not eat a scallop or tuna. I don't know why. It's like the shell is it's too flesh-like. It feels too fresh to eat it out of the shell. She'll eat like legs and tentacles. I'm like, damn, why is the scallop so long?
Because look, are y'all shucking shells?
Yeah, because I eat raw. Like I eat raw. I eat oysters, scallops, clams.
That's because you're forcing. That's because it's not concealed. Right? Concealed is baked into the shell. If you gotta pry open the shell,
you're right.
Wait, is she doing the peel and eat shrimp? Like the already got
Okay. But she'll eat a crab food.
Yeah, Mama, I just looked at chicks like that. It's horrible. Why would they do that? Every time, literally, I was just with him. Listen, y'all, I was just with him in Chicago, and he was like, "When you come to Peru, this is what you gonna eat." And he kept throwing that in my face. It looked like eating the rat. And they fried the rat. Y'all the face. The face, the teeth, and everything. I'm like, sister.
That is Mrs. Fletcher's third grade pet classroom pet.
It's me.
That's
And my little cousin got a fucking, my little cousin has a fucking hamster. What's the difference? That is terrible. I wish First Lady was paying attention because if she saw it, I think she would be, no.
Well, I'm paying attention, but I'm not looking.
You First Lady, please look it up. No, really?
Guinea pigs running around on my house.
You want some pretty shows up with you.
y'all was seeing the guinea pig
Y'all want Peru guinea pigs on my outfit. It sounds like it's disturbing y'all, and now y'all want it to disturb me.
But if I say it,
I think it's funny when you go like, no.
The fucking part about it is, since we talking about it, I bet you it's gonna come up for y'all.
No, the devil is a
Oh
lie.
my God, it looks like a fried stuffed animal. Terrible with the teeth and everything.
Yep, it be fried. They be putting the teeth in it. But apparently, natives don't eat it like that. They eat it normal, like no face, no something.
So I love it.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. That's the Peruvians?
The Peruvians, yeah.
Hold on.
So they be eating, thinking they eating like the natives, and the natives are like looking.
Whole time laughing at them.
Yeah,
That's nasty.
yeah.
That's
Yeah, that's exactly what.
They don't dare tell us like that's
Yeah,
I love that.
Yep. And
That's all I
I said, why would y'all eat it like this? And they was like, you don't eat it like that. I was like, huh?
I'm telling you something, and this is what I'm talking about right there. This is something that folks is slow, and we over here doing all the shit they do over here, being respectful of the innocence, right? The noble savage, all this people we fuck with us, and I'm here for it.
And apparently, most of the tourists who actually eat it struggle through it just like that. And they be taking pictures of them.
Yep, and they're like, when in Rome.
Oh my God.
It's not like shit around the world.
They eat alpacas too, though.
I'm gonna ask you, Mama, I know you travel all over the world. Have you ever had the camel hump?
I rode on a camel hump, but I haven't eaten it.
I know they eat. No, I know they eat it. It's like a delicacy.
Oh, no, I haven't eaten it, but I
Who's killing camels?
No, they
wait
wait
until the camels die and they bigger and they like eat the hump.
Why?
No, y'all sitting there eating opuses. He done died, now y'all eating camel opus.
This is what DLC. This is what people will say. Oh, they find out that these cultures are doing this stuff. It's primitive, but then the animal got consciousness stuff. See what I'm saying? It's a crazy thing. On the one end, it's primitive that you find animals to be sacred. But on the other end, your Christian beliefs is out of line. It's just a crazy. It's a two things that can't be. They can't be like this. Yeah, they can't be. No, I can't do it today.
But the white people in California, they're always down to gentrify the quote unquote primitive cultures. It's this bar I want to go to real bad in LA, and they do a lot of Mexican stuff. It's like Oaxacan theme, and they serve the grasshoppers like they do in Oaxaca and the street markets, which are mezcal. You can get a little grasshopper on the side. They toast the grasshoppers. Because when you're in Oaxaca, everywhere you go, it's
crickets. I ate cricket before.
They popping those like sunflower.
I mean, I will say like yellow crickets.
It's straight up salted.
Yeah, like a sunflower seed or something.
Yeah.
No.
It's crunchy. I will say one. Yeah, it's crunchy. I mean, I will say if y'all want to experiment with eating animals, try some frog legs.
Nope.
Everybody
always saying stuff.
No new animals from.
It tastes like chicken.
Everybody always says stuff.
Everything tastes like that's what they said the frog leg. Guinea pig.
No. The first time I had a frog leg, and some niggas, like real niggas, they made a motherfucking honey lemon pepper frog leg.
See? No!
It was good. It was
tastes like chicken. Yeah, exactly.
Let me tell you something. Put some hot sauce on these motherfuckers and you'll be fine.
So y'all be eating. So when y'all go to New Orleans, y'all eat gator and all that shit too. I can't.
I'm not doing that either. And I fucking hate gators.
I'm not doing it.
I'm gonna eat an evil gator.
I will.
We used to eat cones. We used to but that's when y'all be throwing me off. We used to actually eat coons, like, Papa John.
Yeah, we stopped that. We stopped that. My family stopped that shit in the early 1900s.
Not the 1900s. No, they didn't. They never experienced coon. They was eating it until at least the 1970s.
I never had coon in my hopping jar. It was pork, and that was
That's what they told me.
Nigga,
that's what those people. No, seriously, that's what most people do. When they still eat coon, they change it and say it's not coon.
Ain't nobody in my family eating no motherfucking raccoon.
Okay, bro. Okay.
You never knew.
I did know. I know pork.
Wait a minute, coon is pork?
I'm saying that I know pork, and that's how I know it wasn't cool. What's going on?
They was
So they was eating pork and corn at once.
No, they was eating pork.
Exactly, First Lady.
That's what I said.
They had Papa John and they put pork in it, but it was really cool.
It was always pork. It was never cool.
So you never had
it. And it was like, Brooklyn, it's some good pork, isn't it? Yup. It's good. It's good pork.
But also, Brooklyn,
the whole time you was eating coon.
If your family really country, you had some stews that it was a raccoon.
Not never. My grandmother had. My Geechee grandmother had pigs on her farm, so we ate pork.
Well, if they had a farm,
the
then maybe they didn't have to eat.
It wasn't never no motherfucking coons. Never nowhere.
Okay, Brooklyn, okay. Even I have had a coon.
Well, that's different. Real country.
I am. I'm a slave. I have a slave name.
I was just visiting the country.
I'm unsuccessful. I can't, I'm waiting for master to tell me what to do. And you're holding the black community back. And I'm holding the Negroes back.
Don't forget that they only taught you how to read so you can read the Bible.
Oh, yes. And so I could indoctrinate other Negroes to be subservient to master.
Well, yo, mama, I didn't say any of those things. I don't know where that came from, but I don't believe that.
Girl, we can't help it. Now, everything is going to be
that. I was in that country. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm sick of that.
It's like
Okay.
I'm just using everything. So, that's a nasty word.
Hey, Christina. I'm going to say I'm not Christina.
Oh, listen.
Okay.
Hasta llamo. Brother Messi, are you there?
Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh no, Ed said this chat needs to be self-cleansing.
These are the jokes that keep
I don't want my phone anymore. You guys are nuts.
Wait, brother, neoliberals say somebody need to change their name to evil alligator. Oh no.
Gemini said he was gonna do that first.
Oh, okay. Well,
He was here.
yeah, he was in the chat, and he said it was. Yeah. Oh, I can't read the chat.
Yeah, he was here for the entirety of Evil Alligator Gate. He said he wanted to change his name to Evil Alligator.
That's what y'all could have the room. When y'all name the room tomorrow, put in the title with all the other political stuff, Evil Alligator Gate.
Never.
Or just Alligator Gate.
I mean, you could also just put
that girl. Y'all, first of all, y'all know she's young. That's not what
first said you could just put an alligator emoji in the title, and then we'll all know.
That's it. Just put the emoji. Yeah, that's it.
That's cute.
What you mean she could be into more church than all you niggas.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Yeah, she been to more church than the 50-year-olds.
That's what she said.
She definitely been to more church than
Somebody said I was 50-year-old, 58. Somebody said that.
That was amazing.
And she
went to church more than most of you niggas. I knew she was talking about me, so I stayed on mute because she definitely
Well, she said all of you on stage. She didn't just say some of you. She said all of y'all on stage. And that included me.
Yes, she did.
But that's what I'm saying. Y'all know she young.
I used to say that too, First Lady, but it just gets worse and worse.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I used to have so much grace, and then she said I had a dry pussy. So that was the end of that. That was the end of that. Yeah, and I was like,
your pum ass dry.
And I said your pum dry.
It's a pum bring
I don't have no witness.
And she went after hurricanes.
Oh yeah, she went. Yeah,
I was here for that.
No. Before. That's not the first time. That's not the first time.
Oh.
Yeah.
As many times as hurricane and that be down, it never crashed out on her. It should crash out of a hurricane one day.
No, don't do
Oh,
it.
God.
Don't crash out.
He ain't never gonna do it.
He was trying to end the content. He was trying to end it.
I'm scared that
How was he trying to end it? He was trying to stare it.
No, he was trying to end it when it was quiet and Brooklyn came back in after.
Yeah.
He was trying, and then it kind of just went off the cliff.
Never want me to talk about nothing. I can't do shit.
It was, you know what went off the rails?
Concrete
inserted his voice and said, no, one mic going out of it.
Oh, yeah, that's what
That's when it started all over again. She was like, yeah, let me keep going. Yeah, I really want to hear what Tara had to say. Now, 20 minutes. No, it's okay. I don't need to be questions.
At least it was on par for the day. I was getting this for smoke on the Sunday, so.
That's a fact. Johnny's came there with the read. Johnny's came there with the read. That's a whole nother damn right there.
I have weekly services. What you was going to say, Spirit?
Oh, I was going to say, you can be a part of any conversation. And what you should do is ask brother about UBI, because I'd like you to hear his response.
What's UBI?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I got it now.
Just do a quick Google. But I will say, Janice needs to do regular readings of that book until we finish it.
That's a fact.
We should have discussions because it's actually an interesting, like clubhouse conversation to have.
That's a fact.
Computer love in the digital age.
How was it that we said Johnny's name 3 times and she appears?
It's computer love, your guide to internet dating.
That right there was part of the reason why I said I'm not going to computer love, the guide to internet love. What is it? That's the stupidest shit I've heard.
Internet dating.
One of the best things I've heard on the app.
It's actually very good. I mean, it's very good. I mean,
you have to stop these lies.
We should do a book club. Johnny could do a reading. read it, and we could just take an hour when the concert, take an hour.
No, I love that. I love that. I love that.
Because I have nothing for a rational argument with you. Yeah. So if brother has one,
Oh,
to hear.
we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's why Spiritus needs to be jumped.
None of us report it.
I suggest beating Spiritus up.
Just like
I second that motion, First Lady.
They've been talking about it over
Spiritus, what is UBI?
Yeah, don't worry. I apologize. I was just bringing up something that happened in the past. That's way in the past. That's just another dig at brother.
Let me get Ashton for y'all asses. She can get all y'all in chat. I'm gonna put her ass on y'all. That's what I'm doing. First lady, speaking of Ashton, I just want to say that today was incredible. Incredible because, on Friday, yesterday and today, we had two young ladies on this here stage of Politically Correct tell one individual on this stage that, hey, just because I'm a girl and I'm a lady doesn't mean that you know more than me. And charge that particular person up with that allegation right there. It was crazy. It was a crazy thing to witness. I'm not going to say any names. Because, getting backed up like that.
It did. Right, having to take that. And then
We need at least alrighty. Damn.
We need one person from the years. Oh, now you want to cross? No,
I want you to fast forward the tape.
I'm the slow.
Give me the beat.
Ass.
Oh, you're taking too damn long.
Ballsy ass motherfucker. I'm going to talk slowly.
That was very.
Can we get at least one dark side person in here?
No, we're not doing it. No. Y'all don't need no damn recap. We're not going back over that discussion. No, it was too much. You gotta sit and wait. Let me tell you, bro. Let me tell you how to get. One of these jokers gonna slip up and say it soon. You just gotta relax and wait. It will happen. You see? But if you go asking for it, then that's gonna make them be tighter if you're not focusing on it. But see, that's something you gotta work on. Okay. God bless you.
I bet Daryl not coming back here.
I bet you he will be.
Oh, that was fantastic, by the way. I was working and I was like,
what
do I do?
I did not. I was driving and I said, my. But it didn't mean to be. That's the thing. You know my life. You know my ex-wife. He was still in the group. I was not paying attention to all of it. I just realized he said she had a really big mind. He did. He said I was a Jezebel. At a Jezebel spirit. Yeah. It was giving you like this. Oh, I didn't get back up, baby. Don't worry about that. Now wait a minute. Let me tell you. Somebody set the return label for her to get backed up, but she took that return label and sent another message.
Oh my God!
And reverse that card ASAP.
It was
so bad the person no longer wanted the package anymore. The person had to start crashing. The person had to start crashing in very obvious ways. Had to go to, well, where's my wife's tramp stamp? Which I knew was a tramp stamp. So you don't even know my address. What's my wife's name? My wife is not a lesbian. She would not do this. You don't know my wife.
Excellent. I had so much fun with that, y'all. I had to leave and get myself in some order. So I was great.
That's why you went to the club.
I did. I had to come back and ask you a bit.
I ain't gonna lie to you, it was delicious.
It was great.
I like that word, First Lady. I do. It was delicious.
Leaving the backpack on the shelf and bringing out the new content you brought us daily. It worked. It was a success.
Yes, thank you. I didn't have to
use the backpack. The washing of the feet. She did a washing in some other areas. My God. I'm telling you, that was chef's kiss.
That man spun out of control.
She took the balls off. The balls, she was rolling on the balls.
No.
No, the balls didn't exist. I said, what? Yes. Hello?
That man was in the chat. He was still in the chat. Some of them, you don't know my address.
Oh my God.
But we have to remember, we knew he lost the conversation when he started with, yo, mama, have you been married before?
But that's what I was trying to get to. See, she, to be fair, he kind of started with her. But if we really gonna tell the truth, she's the one that really pushed the chip off his shoulder. Okay? Huh?
Sorry. No, finish now.
Because Earth said, wait a minute, are you still married? You're not even married anymore. You're divorced. And why are you divorced, huh, sir? Why? Oh, that's right, because you've been cheating on your wife for the last 19 years. Oh, Lord. I'm driving and I'm dead. I'm driving, but I'm not really driving the car. The car at this point is driving itself.
And that's when we went from there to, you know, I don't have to be married. I've been fucking your wife.
Good God.
God bless. When I be fucking your wife. Now this right here is a paraphrase. But I be fucking your wife so good, she calls me God. My God. Okay, I had to ask your mama, well, does the lady get on her knees, on bended knee before God and say, Father God,
I stretched my legs to thee. My. Listen, when I tell you, I was in that car and it was just soaring. I don't know how I got home because I was asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, you need to change your name.
First lady. First lady. No.
I was laughing. I had such a good time getting that man because he thought he was going to come and tell me how a horrible woman I was because I'm not married. And I had a Jezebel spirit. And see, the thing is, I remember a lot of things. And I remember him doing this before. So as soon as I remember who he was, my mind went off.
Yeah.
And I had a good time. I really did.
Because I heard you when you said, oh, wait a minute. I know you. I remember you. I said, uh-oh. Where's she going? I should have never asked that question. Where's she going?
The Holy Ghost. Not you had a holy recall.
Sure.
Bring things back to remembrance. My God.
She did.
Jeez.
I took one. The last thing I told him when he was in the date, he kept repeating in the group. I was like, "You got if your girlfriend now, I done booked her too."
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She said that part too. Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta put down the things that I have.
Yeah.
Almost dropped the plate.
That phone probably hot as hell.
Jesus.
Well, I hope you have a screen protector and a case on that phone so you can protect the value of that device, just like we protect the value
of those self-cleaning vaginas.
Well, so you know, I told y'all today that I actually have the the cordless charger.
That's right.
For my phones.
Right. That's what
Because,
well, correct. Yes.
Y'all too much.
I lift my phone. Yeah, you don't have. It don't have to lay down. I lift the phone up.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't believe that totem pole reading. I couldn't do that.
Why? It was fun.
That's all you can't handle it.
I was like, I can't do this. Johnny, and see, because it wasn't like a casual read. Johnny's had, like, she was drinking tea. She probably having some tea. Like, she had, like, protecting her voice.
I'm in my book club.
So she had this. Yeah, you had that professional voice on. I couldn't do that. When I heard fucking so hard, I was like, I have to go.
Johnny,
No,
I'm gonna
it was
tell
the
you.
repeated pussy for me.
Johnny, let me tell you. I'm gonna just tell you this. I know I said one time you were not a close reader, but you have grown, Johnny.
Oh my God.
You not only are you reading close, but you are exegeting the text.
You want me? I'm gonna tell you my secret. I'm gonna tell you how I improve. Instead of using my finger, I just use a piece of paper so that I can read line by line.
Okay.
That's good right there.
That's good.
That's good right there. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I really wish you would have given me a preamble before you started reading that because I wasn't ready. That's what I knew it was gonna throw y'all off. Like, what is she reading? I was watching to see how long people took to get it.
Well, I knew because he read a piece yesterday.
Yeah, I did the math yesterday, y'all. Y'all didn't miss it. There's a homework assignment that I gave some people. Oh, what? Yeah.
Right.
Get out of here. What's the homework assignment? Okay. Who'd you give it to? Let me read it to you. I don't do homework, but one moment.
Foolishness, that's what it was.
All right, here we go. For those of you that may have it, I am reading page 24. This is called The Love Number. And it goes, the love number is the way of assessing the person that you're going to be dating. You're going to be able to rate them on some categories such as physical, psychological, financial, and spiritual. Each one of these categories will have a rating from 1 to 10, totaling a maximum number of 40. An example is you coming up with a rating system as to what you want your mate to have, whether you give him a 10 in all 4 categories, totaling 40, which is the highest, or you give him an 8 in physical, 5 in finances, a 9 in psychological/mental, and a 7 in his spiritual life. These numbers added together gives that person a 29. That 29 would be that person's love number. This number would give you an idea of whether or not that person has qualities in the certain categories that may be important to you. So the homework assignment was to calculate the love number of your loved one.
Thanks, beautiful.
I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of a decent book. It's a kind of decent.
Look, you have to stop. You have to stop, please.
It's in the genre though. You know what I mean? It's like okay.
Well, hold on. Let it in the genre of what?
You know the books like your love language. What's your love language? The attachment side. What is the book called? The attachment. If one more woman tell me I need to read it, I'm gonna cut them. The attachment style. That's the genre. That's the genre. This the Negro version.
Men are from Mars. Okay, so no, excuse me. So I'm trying to get to the 29. So what does the 29 equal?
Yours.
Does it give you?
First lady,
Huh?
because I was crashing.
I'm serious. We done did the math. Now what happens? And is there a number? So I heard you give examples. So let's say financial is a 7. I heard you say, the mental is a 9. Okay, so is there a guide to this? So when I'm doing my homework,
Guide for the perplexed.
The highest you can get is a 3. That's a 10 in each category.
She gonna read.
So that's what you strive for. I'm just looking at the chart. He made a chart for y'all.
See,
The
29.
The 29 means that you not that far away from 40. So he's not a bad guy.
No.
He's got
That's
some
11.
He's got some things he's got to work on, but he's a good guy.
Now hold on. Let me tell you something. And I can't say anything other than your mom is trolling. And she know damn well she trolling.
Very much so.
She know damn well she trolling.
I'm going to use this book. I don't care what. Okay, I'm not playing with y'all, but I'm gonna use this book with the next person I date.
Please don't.
I ain't gonna tell him. I'm just gonna use the book.
Now
he breaks down some of these categories if y'all need help figuring out what your numbers are.
The categories. Come here.
So let me read what he says for physical.
Oh shit.
What you say, brother? Okay, so what he says for physical, it says the love number is what helps the person determine what he or she wants based on the physical. The weight, height, age, nationality all play a part in it because the computer love is supposed to be matching them for love, but it's really all about that physical. A lot of times, the average chick that meets a guy and he is physically meeting her, the chances of things working out are higher. You can find a stable relationship from a human connection and interaction from that initial first time. If a man walks up to you at a gas station, then there is a better chance with that guy than the guy that sent you plenty of fish. You see, some men will not take the chance to run up to you at a store and pursue you unless he is really trying to know you. The other way of meeting is in the club. That puts you somewhere else on the menu, the club menu. That's a whole other menu. When you meet someone at the job, at the grocery store, or in the mall, the relationship has a chance at becoming more solid that way. There are the most natural connections. Both men and women give their attention to the physical appearance of one another when it comes to making a choice for a mate or a love number on the menu. But besides the physical, the man wants to know what her mental state of mind is. Would you like me to read the mental, or should I just leave that? For you to linger on to tomorrow. Y'all mad, but this is it.
I'm
sorry.
I'm a beta.
Do her because
you wait till I see Jamal. I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna say.
Oh, he back at 40 acres today.
Oh, 40 acres. Well, when he's in here, y'all ping him because I'm gonna tell him.
You gonna reach out to another person?
No, listen. I'm gonna say, Jamal, brother, your book has changed my life.
Oh my God.
Because of you, I now know how to figure out my love number of the person that I am seeing.
Jeez.
Is it annotated?
Oh, okay. So you also gonna make amends?
I'm gonna go visit real quick. I'm gonna go see this happen. I'm going to 40 acres. I'll be right back.
Oh, she really.
Y'all in the chat, y'all on the chat and on the stage, picking at him about this. This is a good thing for y'all.
I'm staying out of it. I'm 19.
Not you at 19, child. I'm telling y'all, this is a good book for the black couples. Y'all are struggling, the women struggling finding them a man. This is helping you. Ain't that right, Johnny's? That's right. You know, I'm a data person, so I'm impressed. He got a little bar chart in the book.
Yeah.
He had me hello.
I'm gonna just be okay. Can I say this another way then? Okay.
Is it right, or is that exactly right?
Oh my
That's
God.
exactly right.
It's exactly right. Let me just say this. The book, though, okay, I do think that there is some creativity this man has, that we have to give him that credit. Like, it's hard to write books. It's hard to write books. This is his worldview. We may not agree with it, but that's like most books. We don't agree with all the books.
I like the format. Like, well, when I looked at the cover, I didn't think he would actually have, like, a whole formula and methodology. I think that's kind of innovative for that time period.
It is. It's very innovative. And the example he I'm about to buy the book. Hold on, let me go. I said I was.
Oh, that did it. That did it. I'm going to throw my phone in the trash for at least 7 days. 7 days and 7 nights.
Your phone away. You're throwing yourself away, First Lady.
Oh, God darn it. I forgot. Oh, no. I can't throw my vagina away.
Amazon.
Was he about Virginia?
I don't know, but he said computer love, a guy, here it is.
Not him. I'm talking about Daryl when he said Virginia. I mean, Virginia. Isn't that how he pronounced it? Go ahead, girl.
I don't know.
You're not going to get much off of that. You got to buy it, sis.
I did. It's in my cart right now.
Oh, well, in your cart ain't in your wallet. You paid for it. Huh? You can walk around with that cart for the next.
Now, I see some other books on here like this.
No.
And I wonder, did he copy it?
Oh.
Yeah, the recommendations are interesting. Like others have bought that type of suggestion. Yeah, there were some interesting ones when I looked at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The recommendations, online dating, demystify. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's this genre. I'm not saying y'all got to agree with the book, but it seems like it's a genre. It's like when you go to Amazon and you put it in, underneath the books that are similar, like are similarly written, like online dating for men, discover how to attract women and get a girlfriend using the internet and dating apps. A guide to internet dating, how to have fun and stay safe.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of Plenty of Fish in a minute. So that tells you another thing about the time period when he wrote it.
Yeah, because that was when they first probably came out or whatever, when they was most popular. This was Everyone's Guide to Online Dating, how to find love and friendship on the internet. So it's in this genre. Why are we knocking it? Well, Johnny's, when you have another reading, I want to do.
Yeah, we should probably schedule a couple of weeks, because some of y'all need help with your dating. I know, I can tell.
I think that Johnny is saying your mama should open a room. Johnny's reads. Your mama, who has been known to open a reading room from time to time, can help unpack.
I haven't done that in 5 years, sir.
That's okay. Why? And all the more reason why you should start now. In fact, I believe that you're right. There's clearly a vision that you see. There's an understanding that you have. One may call it a prophetic vision, a way of seeing the text that we don't see. And I believe that as a woman with a gift, with a vision to unpack this text, one might obligate you to open a room, to to help us unpack. I'm willing to be in that room and learn from you and how you see the wisdom. I believe that God has given you an insight, and I want to learn. So I'm willing to be in the room and you unpack the magnitude of this book. That was.
See, brother, I'm the type of person who believes that we don't have to have the perfect messenger to receive a word. That Brother Jamal, even in his imperfection, can share a word. You just have to be open to receive it. And I see that you're not open to receiving it.
Yeah, I think we're too busy on Clubhouse, not listening to the content, but seeing or hearing the person that it's coming from and immediately attack the person and disregard the actual content. And I think that's the problem now.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
And I would venture to say that in the category of mental, brother's love number is probably like around a 6. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh no, it's lower. In fact, in all things.
I wish you and your wife would take the test to see what y'all give each other. That would be funny.
It went down tonight.
Well, when they get to talk about how black women don't support black men, I'm going to always think of Johnny's and how she's supporting Jamal.
I told you I was dead serious when I said I bought it. Mm-hmm. I would support entrepreneurs. Some of them.
Listen, you are doing the Lord's work. Don't want nobody ever say that you're not a good person, because you are. Because, baby.
Brooklyn, I bet you could, if you read the book, you'll find some good pieces in there too.
Bet you I won't.
Oh my God.
See, Mama, I believe this is the moment where God gave Israel a king. You didn't have that. For them. Yeah, you like that. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is the moment.
But they wanted a king. They begged for the king.
Your mom.
We want to be like the other people.
You are the king. Open that room. I'll be there.
It'll be like 10 people in there. Y'all niggas don't want to read, brother. I had opened up many rooms. They do not want to read. They want to read 50 Shades of Grey and 48 Power of Laws. They want to read The Art of War. That's what they want to read. They want to read Saul Alinsky's book.
Oh, God. That's all listening.
And the people who want to read, all they do is echolalia. Okay, y'all, it's getting late. I have to get up at 4.
It's a school night. So, well, y'all stay around. Just know that I'm dozing off. Hey, Oda. Hey, Johnny's. Hey, Christina. Brooklyn brother. Spiritus.
They got on not open tonight?
Good night. It might be. Good night, y'all. Your mama.
Thank you, everybody, for that.
I'm not saying good night. Y'all ain't gotta go nowhere.
Oh, I thought you were
going somewhere.
What are you doing? You're
greeting everybody.
You were just rolling the credits, man.
I was saying hi to everyone because I really didn't get a chance to say hi to everybody. So because everybody was on stage, I was just saying hi. But I was also saying that if you, I was getting to you, babe. But I got hounded by the hounds.
Ain't nothing but a hound dog. So, hey Divine and hey Sandra. How y'all doing? I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, charge it to my eyes because they closed.
I like Barney Frank. He had his eyes closed that entire time. Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's so shameful. Oh my God.
That's fair. That just made me so that was so nasty, First Lady. That man. I didn't know that y'all had listened to it on here.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Oh, God.
You got to go see it and hear it.
Yeah, that's my mom's ex-congressman.
Oh, yeah. He's very, That was a bad way for him to go, though. On the TV like that.
Well, he ain't have to say yes.
That's true, but nobody probably told him he looked like that.
Good night.
You think somebody was like, Congressman, I don't think you should look like this on here. And why he had on glasses if he was going to keep his eyes closed? I'm sorry. Let me not say that though.
Because I do believe in the beginning he was trying to read something.
Oh, okay. I must have didn't see the beginning.
That was so painful. Yeah. Jake needs to be hit upside the head.
He does.
Oh, can I commend y'all? Y'all did a great job when El Normo responded to that. Nobody responded. That was great. Y'all remember that part?
Yeah. He was still trying to engage.
Trying to say you ignore the spirit of the flavor.
Well, Johnny's, when you get ready to schedule your reading, just ping me so I can make sure I'm in the midst. Will do. I want to be in the number. You know how I used to say in the old days. Oh, y'all don't have this is what Brooklyn was meaning. Brooklyn, don't say it's the ghetto because my house is the ghetto.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you can't talk about it like that.
Well, you should definitely read it in that.
Oh my God, brother. No, I'm gonna take him to the Jacobins. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take him to the top.
Even better.
I've interviewed some of the authors. Maybe we'll interview him, like Misa said. Is her name Misa or Lisa? I'm confused.
She is now operating under the name of MISA.
Okay. So it's like me changing my name to Ho Mama.
Good night.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just saying. I don't mean it like that. I mean
That's
like
exactly what it's like.
Like changing one letter of my name. That's all I'm saying.
No, she said that was her actual name, Misa.
Oh, I didn't know.
She said it on stages a few times.
The way your mama.
What? But TT, sometimes I come in and I fly out. I mean, I be in and out sometimes. So I don't really go on stages where they do replays. So I just be in and out. So I probably just didn't hear it. I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't go in there anymore.
Scotty, I mean.
Oh, you guys missed the treat.
You're not supposed to
we got to meet Ku Klux Keisha, and it went just it went as well as I thought it did.
Wait, did you see she came in here, TT?
The other day. She come in here today?
Yesterday, and she said, I knew, or it was either today or yesterday, and she was like, I knew that Ben had his something following him around because some of the people was in there, was also in here. She was in the chat just to talk, but no one invited her on stage. I think it might have been yesterday.
Yeah, she accidentally got put out the room, and she came back as Gerald, and it was so funny. But when I tell you, she took a hold of Methodity's beard and didn't let it go.
Oh God.
So funny.
She be loud, child, but she got a big mic. She got a big mic.
And she write in all caps in the chat.
That's what she was doing. That lady is insane. But she was funny. I thought she was funny.
She is. And she's funny because she be so wrong sometimes. Listen, when you wrong and strong, that's funny to me. Until I'm engaged.
Well, this is what my feeling was when I heard her the other day in RPO. My feeling was that she was willing to have some correction, but the correction had to come from could only come from a certain person. It couldn't come from she couldn't take the correction from everybody. Cause she'll be like, correct me if I'm wrong, and then somebody will try to correct her, and then she.
She'll be like, bitch, not you. That was funny.
I ain't seen her in a long time though. Oh, Ku Klux Keisha.
Well, she not the original Ku Klux Keisha.
Oh.
I don't know where she came from. It's another Ku Klux Keisha.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
That ain't her.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting them confused because I was like, I didn't think Ku Klux Keisha sounded like that.
Yeah, the other one that's from I think she's either from Alabama or Mississippi, but she's married. She's married. The other Ku Klux Keisha, she's a divester. She's not a feminine.
She married person?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Why would you do that?
Well, because, we're from the South and hold it, no.
Oh, right. Oh, y'all look in the chat. Ooh.
We can curse out again.
Fuck, pack, fuck, tap, 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 tap. What is that?
I like on set.
This reminds me of earlier when somebody came on the stage and y'all all were talking at the same time, and then that person admonished y'all for not greeting them on the stage and basically said y'all aren't going to welcome me to the stage. I enjoyed that very much this morning.
People, they just want attention. Okay, Omar is here. Omar the Tiger.
It's lady left us, so I'm about to leave y'all too. Bye.
Good night, Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm going into another room. I'm going to see what the Diddy tape is.
Oh, I heard about what it was. She'll hear about it soon enough. Oh, y'all haven't seen it? It's all over Twitter. I didn't look for it, but I heard 50 Cent crashing out about it. Because isn't it? Daphne Chloe's in it. Yep. Daphne's in it. I didn't have to look for it. It just appeared on my timeline. But yeah, it's Daphne Joy and Diddy and the young man that they enjoyed for the evening. And somebody was like, it was boring and it was Snoozeville, it was dry. And they were talking about Diddy's man parts. It was all just a very lackluster affair.
Victory. Lady Liberty. Oh.
feeling, brother?
Okay. I'm contemplating how much humility. That's not the right. No. Well, I'll say this. Irregardless.
Nice.
I am interested in relationship between confidence, humility, and the line between these two things. Because the way that things like they throw around expertise on everything and how step out of the series and regardless of whether the regardless of what they're talking to, like how people are just expecting to accepting, or in the case of conversation, ask the question, somebody just get off the mic, not answer the question, and then proceed to lecture you based on some assumptions. Because then I'm if that person says this, rather than say, hey, that's not what I asked. And if you were trying to educate me, then it's because it's answer the question, it's not answer. I don't know. But, it's always just a good thing. I don't know. I think sometimes in order for me to complain about some conversations, and then buff at people trying to put parameters around the conversation in order to elevate the conversation. Choose to engage with, not me, a little bit more direct about one understanding. Clubhouse conversation. I just think
Maybe you should. I'm just for one here, just as a strategy to see how people react. If your avatar was something menacing, I just wonder how people would respond to that.
Well, you know, I mean, it could be just like let me try it for 24 hours and if there's any change. Don't tell anybody else you're doing it. You know, and just see what happens.
You know, that's fair. That's fair.
You know, just yesterday I was trying to opportunities. So, for us to sort of let things go. But they didn't actually, but there wasn't like the conversation with the husband's clarity or we had some results. It was just people choosing not to engage. And I decided to try something different. And there were completely total crashes. Because that's the point I was saying. Because the stages of something. Somebody wants to talk, and not everybody should be talking. And I should be in everything. And I feel like people always have some expertise, and they don't have that expertise. And so I don't want to be in this. I just want to be there. And I want to look at the it's not answering the question. That's not helpful. So to decide what people are and that depends on there's a way that we can be respectful and say, I want to go.
I think the funny part about well, not funny. The interesting part in the back and forth was her presuming you knew nothing, and then followed with I don't know what's going on this, or I only know half of it. That was the part that was like the authority with which you came in, and then talked over him, and then proceeded to say that you actually, admitted that you don't really know this sort of thing, but whatever percentage you knew about it, it was going to be way more than you ever knew. So,
that's the thing that people are kind of disagreeing to other people. Something about this. It tends to darkness. Hearing what they're actually saying. And you stop taking those things. So, those conversations. Conversation about this, just respond. The response is nothing to the question. And sometimes everything, like nothing certain things, right? So it's just kind of really kind of I just have to imagine that's not what I'm saying. Something
Well, brother, they made the speech. They had a clear recollection of what you said. Because in parts of it, they said, you said a percentage. They then repeated the percentage of the homes. In the speech. So they were aware of what you said. I think that sometimes people just like to talk and they like to speak, and then they realize that they take it too far. Like it was really uncalled for. And while I have seen that person in other rooms, I have not seen him here. If you know, you know.
So I got packed up.
By who?
I don't personally. I didn't personally on stage. Or I would say I don't personally on stage. But we talk about me personally. And this is just a good thing. We just talking about So I think sometimes you don't see that in certain sections of dialogue. So that often I see substance about the person and sort of treat them, sort of sympathetically. And people don't actually sort of engage like this person, like also and so I aggressively, so I tend to follow the code of the house. And I also certain themselves into the conversation. Just decades ago. And I don't know, like I just like it's all and all the state displays or these nature displays, what I perceive to be nature displays. That drain everybody that likes this like that's just the conversation today, so I don't know that person. Just something I didn't understand. What I was talking about. It was a condescension that I don't ever respond in person in a conversation. And I let it go. Like, like this. You should hit me. I like but I'm glad that everyone around me we all yeah, something like right in a way that like it's a thing. But because it's a people's conversation, sometimes I'm not what's wrong with it because I don't have to. But I appreciate the I was unprepared and I was not prepared. I'm not placed. It was such a blind side. Also, and I think people
or, well, they were a little thrown off by how that all happened, but also the type of person it was. People like, you know, like, do we keep it real, or do we just like, you know, go for the purposes of the room?
You know, I appreciate it. So the overreaction actually don't just that's what I'm looking at this. It's connected to my own prejudices and pride. Like that was
And probably her as well, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. You know, but also, it seems like it seems like this person was also battle tested from many. I don't know how long, like a long time on the app. So in other spaces, so who knows?
Now that when I did it, when I that
that was the defeat.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I was like, okay, I can take this disease.
Yeah, like this is a clubhouse red. Okay. Let's see. When you get nothing else, you gotta go for the picture.
You know, the crazy thing is, depending on where you're at in the app, the pink ticket sometimes is beside the clubhouse board. It doesn't mean that people don't go there. It just means that they weren't attending in a phone struggle. But you know,
Yeah, it could have been a rage quit.
or more like a rage. So sometimes if an admin removes you from a house, you can never rejoin.
That's right.
So like a lot of times, like on in certain spaces I used to frequent, people be modded with pink tickets, and people will be like, "Why is this mob with pink ticket?" It's like, don't ask. It was a civil war. Bop.
And like if you left or something, do you get into a fight?
Because what you had rejoined the other day?
And so I'll be honest. This could have been me. And not just because I don't remember doing it again. Because sometimes I recognize and the phone open and I
I've seen people at parts. Did you ever accidentally see that you sent somebody a heart or something, and I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't do that. It's gonna
just the other day, I got a message from a complete stranger. Wait, my message is my message. If I'm not got a message from someone I told well, I looked at the message. This was the first thing that was supposed to be out. Apparently, 3 different times I have sent them the high message. The high of the,
Yeah.
3 separate times. Like 3 different entries of text that were something like that. And then they finally responded to me. Hi, where are you from? They had like one friend, and I had to block them. I had to, not a block, but I had like unsubscribe from the channel. And so I had this. Actually, I received direct. Wow, I like listened. And especially in my music background.
That's the spirit.
So, you know, I have some qualities. So it could very well be.
I'm sure I accidentally, apparently I said hi to one of those newcomers, you know, when they say, hey, so-and-so joined the app, say hi to them. And I accidentally, I think I was liking, I may have been liking somebody's like something in the convo, and then I maybe did that, and then a few days later, this guy messages me, I'm sorry I didn't see your message. How are you doing? I'm like, who are you?
I was like, oh God. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Because I've been out. So that's part of
Oh no, and you'll remember that years after the app is dead.
I know. Let's do that. So, I haven't gone that far. I haven't done that, but I have been certain unfriending people and being like one push away from blocking people who I
100%. 100%.
Like when you're falling asleep with the phone in your hand.
You're just like pressing buttons. You're just pressing buttons. And you're like so close. And then like it's not so much like whoops, it's like how am I gonna explain to them it was an accident later and I bring it up and you know and all that and
when they see this notification that I just acted.
it's like no, we were not friends. I know twice I fell asleep on this app. I don't think I wasn't on stage, but I still fell asleep. And I try to tuck myself in when I get sleepy. But that was the one time I woke up at 5 in the morning was that big argument with Gwen and I forget. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I couldn't understand what I was hearing because I was half asleep. And I'm like, wait a minute, Gwen doesn't argue like this with people where it's not about. I could discern it wasn't about politics. And I was like, what is going on? This was like a beef that would happen in another room. I'm like, what is going on? And then I just shut it off and went to sleep.
I see. Like, sometimes, just up listening, back on, talking on stage, and that was just to the app or open to the stage because it doesn't go to phone calls, right? Like from the call right now, just locked up. Or let's see, people on stage doesn't. And I have seen
I thought you said that to me on purpose, man.
Yeah. It's so embarrassing to that. So,
Oh my god.
Is it true what Dad is saying about the Jews? Control this, like, how come it's dead? Is he semi or fully dead?
Oh, ew, I just saw that. Oh, no, no worries. Thank you.
People clearly haven't been raised right.
I was wondering about Ashton. He's in the Disney group of like.
What's the Diddy? Is there a TLDR on this Diddy thing?
There was.
Yeah, that he joined someone else that got beat and so on Twitter. And 56 crying, saying that the only victim is Sire and the courts will let him get his son. It's kind of sad. And he's crying about trying to take the son from his who he actually hasn't seen his son. No, 50 posted about Diddy because the tape leaked. And so because the tape leaked about Diddy, Daphne, and the other worker, 50 Cent went online because you know 50 Cent has a son by Daphne named Sire. And he's saying that Sire's the only victim and that the courts don't see it that way because he tried to get custody of Sire and the courts turned him down.
Channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way.
Do you have kills? Do you have kills? Let me check with my lawyer. I'll get back to you. Back to you tomorrow. Let me check with my lawyer.
Bro, no way. Bro, no way. Bro, no way. Bro, no way. You found my channel. Most people just scroll past.
What they have: white, black, Hispanic, Asian, other, unknown. So you look at the total number of violent crimes white people have committed: 8,721,450. That's all of their white victims. There's 300 and something. I'll use approximate numbers. Approximately 371,000 black victims, 1 million Hispanic, 219,000 Asian, Native Hawaiian, and others, 681,000. Add all of those up, you get a total number. Then you divide by each one. So you divide the total number by the 8,700,000 white victims, the 371 people are probably not finding it. But you get a percentage of victims based on race. Black people make up 3% of white people's victims. You do the same for black people. White people make up 43% of black people's victims. And there's a little cross next to that number. Significant difference from comparison group at a 95% confidence level. My only point in bringing this up is the fact that the perception that white people are out to get black people is false. They are not. But the opposite is actually true. When you look at the percentages, and serendipity isn't here, isn't that convenient of her to not hear that I just proved what she said is wrong. Because what she's saying is correct if you look at the numbers horizontally. But when you look at the numbers vertically, that's how you get those percentages. And this, thank you, Mr. Google, confirmed these numbers. So that's where we are at. Yeah, so I just go through now, when adjusting for population size and everything, the black people are 11 times more likely to kill us than we are to kill them. There's huge disparity. It's undeniable. We can count all the schizophrenic people in our population. That is not being done. It's not again.
Hello? Pepe, you're far away from your mic or something.
It's a relief, bro. Trust me.
Pepe, we can't hear you. So Matthew, how? Oh, go ahead, Pepe.
Okay. So can you guys hear me now? Yep. So I would just say you have like, when it comes to the disparities, black people kill white people 11 times the rate that we kill them. Now, we could try to adjust for the things like, for example, schizophrenia, which runs at almost twice the rate in the black community than it does in the white community. That would not bridge the gap, obviously.
They were
So,
trying to get me last year.
Alan is correct that there is, we like to try to gloss over the black victimization of whites. But if we're being realistic, I kind of think it becomes somewhat of a moot point because you have blacks disproportionately absolutely killing each other and victimizing each other. And I would say at the end of the day, like, I don't know how else to put this, as I can't put it in neither terms. Blacks have just this, they have a savage criminal problem that needs to be snuffed out. That's their problem. And it's in reality. The white community doesn't really tolerate the antisocial behavior that black people will run cover for. And how can you guys have a functioning society where you continually allow just fucking shitty people that are criminal and are willing to use violence? I mean, if you guys want the black community, which is shit today and it's always been shit, if you want it to continue to be shit, then by all means. But I would love to hear how, from any of the pro-black intellectuals, how you guys have the key to fixing the community, because none of you fuckers have actually, and we're talking about people a lot smarter than anybody in this fucking room or this app, thought they had the keys, and they organized much bigger groups than all of you. They thought they had the answer, but their answers never solved the problem. Nothing came to fruition. It was a fucking shit show. But go ahead. I would love to hear from the pro-blacks. I don't think there's any on stage, Pepe.
But the black community was doing that. In spite of Jim Crow, the marriage rates were high. The education was high. In spite of all of that. Once the Democratic Party came in and said, oh, we'll take care of you, they sold their souls because they thought, the Democrats, they're going to help. No, they didn't.
I deal with some customers on a poor level, like customers that, and there's a lot of black people in my business, and they're pro-Trumpers and they're black, and they're like, yeah, I fuck with Trump, yeah, like that's how they tell me, I fuck with him, and it comes across my news feed and all that, and then of course my algorithm. So
Yeah, but wait until they get a Jew with, a Jew.
Yeah, I know, right? Fucking Jews, man. Fuck those guys.
Well, I would just say, the Jewish population in America isn't running around in every major city murdering people, robbing people, taking their phones, holding them hostage, making them do financial transactions on their phones. So if you actually look at statistics, you would realize there's no Jewish crime. There's only male black crime in this country.
We can look at as like the weaponization. So we can look at who are all of the, when it comes to the civil rights movement, who are the quote unquote white people that actually were advancing this agenda. They were Jewish. There's no denying that. Jews take credit for this. It's the point of
all
pride.
I know is that nobody's perfect like me, man. I'm perfect.
The problem.
Half Slovak, half Jewish. The only perfect race is the half Slovak, half Irish, quarter French, quarter English. What else? We are the perfect people.
Yeah, I agree with Alec. I think the Democratic Party enabled the black community and set them up for failure.
I've been waiting for you all my life. Now you're here and it just feels so right.
I just like
know I'm better than everybody else.
I like when Donald Trump called the news reporter Miss Piggy. That shit was.
I mean, if it wasn't for the Democratic Party, you dumb monkeys would not be able to do what you need to do. If there's any black people on the stage, I'm just saying that's how they speak. To you, they think you guys are like special ed, and they need special ed. Basically provisions for you guys to.
But you went to special ed, didn't you?
Get ahead.
The black community in America since the civil rights.
You said that.
Hello?
No, I didn't say
Hello?
that.
I'm trying to make a
You went to
point.
special ed when you were
Hello?
Hello?
All right, stop with the ad hominem, Matthew. The black community in America since the Civil Rights Act has been altruistically destroyed. There are photos of black families living on farms, completely educated, dressing well, respectful, kind, nice, but not anymore. Just go to Politically Correct tomorrow and listen to the black community. Listen to how they talk to each other. Listen to what they talk about. It's altruism and socialism all the time, nonstop. They don't care about knowledge. They don't care about business and trade. They care about being ideologues, political propagandists. That's their economy. That's their capital.
Yeah, but here's the problem. They were doing all of those things, but they were just trying to adopt whiteness, and they were just bending to the will of their white slave masters. So therefore, they need to just tear down the entire system, rebuild it, so that they're no longer co-signing with the whiteness of the people who oppressed and imprisoned them for the last 400 years. How'd I do? Did I sound like a white liberal? Did I do that well, or does it? I think it needs a little work, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think I got the proper anger and resentment.
You know what's amazing is that the white, you can look at this. As of the latest data we see, white birth rates, we're higher than that of Black Americans. The Latino Americans, they've absolutely, their birth rates have hit the shitter. We're actually on par to be amongst like the highest.
Read a book.
We're literally like on par to being like the fastest growing demographic in terms of fertility rate. Something's changed amongst us.
When was the last time one of you fuckers actually read a book?
Okay, what is that comment directed at?
I wonder.
There's something.
No, I just wonder, like, what kind of people do you guys hang out with, like, in real life?
Obvious undertone to that comment.
I don't know, man. Like, I have black friends, I've got Chinese friends, I got Japanese friends. Most of them are like professors, doctors, whatever.
But no, who's saying that?
Yeah, but
who's
I
saying
just
that
don't
you
know
have
what
to
world
hate?
you guys live in.
Okay, who's saying
Like,
you have
guys
to
live
hate?
in the world of like television or something.
Okay, but that's fine. Nobody's saying you should hate people because of their race. That is the retarded part.
Yeah, but Matthew, look at what you just said. Most of them are professors. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't say this. My experience is the same as you. Most of the black people I know are accomplished, professional, etc., etc.
Right.
But then you come on this app. Have you ever been around black people, quote, in the hood?
Bro, like, when I come in this room, like, the culture of this room is as lowbrow as any fucking hood room.
Well, absolutely. But that doesn't answer the question.
I just think you're, like, generalizing about...
there is a point to this.
America has problems. There's no doubt about it, dude. America has massive problems.
Is that you have a black culture that even the people that you and I have met who are black still condone and protect the lower class, or pick whatever word, or the ghetto behavior of the bottom 20%, because they either through social pressure in the black community or some sense of empathy that they don't want to call out their own bad behavior in their own neighborhood. Whereas white, this is my closing sentence.
Right.
In the white culture, you have the term white trash, and there is social pressure to condemn bad behavior.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I think what it is, right? So, yeah, you have like white child people that like voted for Trump, people like that. I think that's a bit of a jab, but no, I think you're right.
Trash people voted for Trump.
Alan, I think you're wrong. I think most of the people defending, quote unquote, let's say, I think what you're describing, and you read the book Black, White Liberals and Black Rednecks, White Liberals. I'll use that as a reference. Is that there are people that live in cultural enclaves where the rest of society has passed them by. You get the reference what I'm talking about. So you'll have politicians that'll go down to like the West Virginia and say, hey guys, you don't need to change the way you're living. You don't need to skill up. We're going to make America great again and bring back the factories and fuck anybody who tells you any different, right? And you'll have politicians that'll go to ghettos, let's say mostly black ghettos, and they'll say everything, all the problems within this ghetto is the fault of, Washington.
Black politicians. Let's be specific, Matthew. Let's be specific. Black politicians. Black politicians. Be specific, Matthew. Black politicians. Be specific.
So this kind of, it's other people's fault. Culture has somehow passed you by. You don't need to adapt, right? I think it's the politicians do that.
Yeah, black politicians.
Accountability. It's our fault that we're going to take care of you guys. Yeah.
But I think so. H is in a Canadian black neighborhood, if I remember correctly, and you could ask her. The parents and the uncles, they're very hard on kids that act stupid. It's the politicians that are. It's the politicians that are saying this bullshit. So I wouldn't say it's black people that are making excuses.
No.
I think that's.
If we're talking about African American descendants of slaves, we're not going to compare them to Canada, which has a much different
I agree with
history. And so, like, we're literally when it comes to America, we're talking about primarily the ADOS people. Some like to call themselves foundational blacks. It doesn't matter.
They're
But our
history,
data
yeah.
is so much different.
What is your?
It is, yeah.
See, Matthew's the kind of guy that when you show him the statistics of actual black crime, he will just overlook it and not recognize it, not contemplate it, not understand the epidemic, understand the culture. Like Matthew, you're just too soft. I hate to break the bad news to you.
What I'm saying, what I think is if you go to the ghetto and you talk to grandmas and grandpas there, parents, and regular people of the street, let's say in Chicago, you know what? I hate when people are doing stupid shit all the time. Lock those motherfuckers up. But for some reason...
Yeah, it's called no cash bail. It's called ankle monitors. It's called restorative justice. Do you know what restorative justice is?
It's entirely different. Like, you literally have the African Americans from America that can move there, and they end up getting approved for citizenship. You get the Caribbeans and the Africans that are able to move there because they're like, oh my God, they meet every metric, Yeah. And so you're basically using a huge screen, which can basically only accept the people that are capable. Now, I understand, Canada, like the United States, they do accept refugees. Obviously, the refugee community never does as well as the merit-based immigrants that have to come in. No, that's largely true. So, it depends, really.
Yeah, but Matthew, I understand the point you're making. Yes,
Yeah, there's always internal criticism. Always,
but,
yeah.
But yes, if you go into black communities, the people there want crime eliminated, just like
yours. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then I will go to another statistic that when you look at the demographics of 911 calls, that the 911 calls coming from black people are 2-to-1 over white people. So, and the reason why I brought that up, or I first looked into that, was this idea that, the police are, they're targeting black communities. No, it's the good people of the black communities who are calling the police often enough where the police are, we need to go where the 911.
Look at the 91st